film and TV world, starting from the medicine god. Hey, fanfic family! So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 124 Response. Quietly approaching the stairwell, Wang Yan pressed himself against the corner wall, holding his breath and closing his eyes, patiently sensing the subtle movements below. 1, 2, 3. Now closer, he could hear more clearly. Judging from the footsteps, 6 people. With a disdainful smile, Wang Yan took out a silenced, loaded pistol from his special storage and gently descended the stairs. The people downstairs were cautiously searching, completely unaware that a killing machine had descended. They could easily know that Wang Yan lived here, and easily obtain the architectural blueprints, but to say they knew which room he lived in was absurd. Normal people live on the second floor? Then who knows if this Wang guy is normal or not? Wang Yan calmly made his way downstairs, turned into a guest room next to the stairs, and bumped into someone turning to leave. Before the man could react, Wang Yan grabbed his neck, and with a gun in hand, pushed it against the man's jaw, snapping his neck with a crack. Having a gun and not using it is foolish, but being able to resolve the situation without making a sound and still choosing to fire is also foolish. Although Wang Yan was confident in his marksmanship and strength, what kind of madness would drive him to engage in a shootout with 6 people in a room? Gently placing the lifeless man down, Wang Yan stood patiently at the doorway. A short while later, the other 5 men emerged. Taking advantage of the darkness and the inability to see their faces clearly, Wang Yan slowly approached them. He walked slowly, and once they were close enough, without a word, he raised his gun and opened fire, taking turns shooting at each of them. Emptying the magazine, he flashed his hand, and the gun had been replaced with a new, fully loaded pistol, also equipped with a silencer, and fired another round at the 5 men who were still standing. After holstering the pistol and confirming they were all dead, Wang Yan turned and went upstairs. He took out his phone and called Li Quan first. He and Zhang Guangshan were practically inseparable. Especially since it's so late, he figured the 2 of them were probably having a contest of endurance. After confirming they were both alright, Wang Yan called Park Yun-yi. After waiting a while and receiving no answer, he figured it out. They must have been killed. Shaking his head, he called his men, ordering them to come and handle the body, send someone to check on Park Yun-yi's condition, kill the heads of the 3 Jinmin Group locations here, and take control of all the entertainment venues, casinos, warehouses, and other profit-making and non-profit establishments controlled by the Jinmin Group. Not long after, a screeching of brakes sounded outside, followed by increasingly rapid footsteps. "Brother Yan, are you alright?" Zhang Guangshan's loud voice rang out, and then the door was kicked open, a group of people squeezing in. "I'm fine." Sitting on the sofa, Wang Yan shook his head, pointing to the body at his feet and the room next to the stairs. "Take care of it." Hearing their boss's order, the men quickly came over to search the body, then carried it away in pairs. Zhang Guangshan glanced at the folded pistols and magazines. "We received word on the way here that little bastard Park Yun-yi and his 8 henchmen are all dead." Li Quan gritted his teeth and said, "Killing their 3 top henchmen is enough? Brother Yan, let's go all the way until Shower wipes out everyone in the Jinmin Group." This argument was flawless. It didn't even require killing them all. Like in the movies, killing Shi Guangchu would be enough. Since the Jinmin Group was in its early stages of merger, unlike later when it had been established for 2 or 3 years, the punishment would be much harsher. However, the mission constrained him, preventing him from doing so. What if, because of his actions, these scumbags were too ruthless, and Ding Twing couldn't outmaneuver them? He'd be killed prematurely, and where would he go to cry? Wang Yan could understand this simple and direct solution, but he couldn't forgive. Although the cause of the matter was him, he had stolen Ding Twing's business, leading to this mess. So what? In the underworld, strength prevails, and reason is given by fists. And Wang Yan's reasoning was mostly valid. Ding Twing was determined to kill him this time, but Wang Yan thought it best to let him off the hook for now and deal with him later. After all, it wouldn't be good if Ding Twing managed to torment him to death. "Don't worry about it, I know what I'm doing." Just focus on your entertainment company. Zhang Guangshan didn't argue, as he was still a bit sore from the beating he received earlier that day. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Brother Yan, why don't we just drive the Jingmen group out of Fushan? Killing just 3 of their underlings isn't enough." Wang Yan shook his head, offering a rare explanation. "Don't you even use your brain? We're already the biggest power in Fushan, and the police are watching our every move. If we become the dominant force, won't all their attention be focused on us? Is it a good thing to have the police constantly on our minds?" Before Zhang Guangshan could even sigh, Li Quan exclaimed with sudden realization, "I was saying we're not bad either, so why keep them around?" Just as Zhang Guangshan was about to scold Li Quan for interrupting him, one of Wang Yan's underlings, who usually hangs out with him, approached. "Boss, the 3 leaders of the Jingmen group here have been dealt with." Wang Yan wasn't surprised by this outcome, as the Jingmen group's influence here had always been under the control of the SYNOPSIS society, making it incredibly easy to deal with them. "Go ahead and get busy." Wang Yan picked up his phone and dialed the number Ding Qing had called earlier that day. It was late at night, and the sudden ringing of the phone startled Ding Qing, who was sound asleep. He impatiently reached for his phone on the bedside table, and without even checking who was calling, he answered. "Ding Qing?" Hearing the Mandarin on the other end, Ding Qing perked up and frowned. "Wang Yan? The 3 leaders of the Jingmen group here have been dealt with, which is considered compensation for Park Yun-yi's death. As for my matter, let's not fight each other. I'll give you 3 days and $20 million, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, we'll go to war, and the first ones to suffer will be your warehouse in the South District. Think it over carefully, that's all." Ding Qing opened his mouth to speak, but the line went dead. "Damn it. Shibboleth. Kai Sai Jeti." He angrily threw the phone to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Sitting up on the edge of the bed, Ding Qing cursed as he picked up a glass of wine from the bedside table, poured himself a drink, and downed it in one gulp. He then lit a cigarette, took a deep drag to calm himself, and pulled out a cell phone from the bedside table drawer. He went to the floor, picked up the SIM card, and dialed his best friend. "Hey, what's up so late?" The voice was impatient, clearly disturbed from his sleep. Ding Qing didn't care, the operation failed. Wang Yan isn't dead. A moment of silence followed, as if Li Zicheng on the other end was stunned. After a long pause, the call ended with a curt "I'm coming to find you." Ding Qing tossed the phone aside, rubbed his head, and poured himself another glass of wine. His actions had led to the tragic deaths of the other 2 companies' leaders. The fact that the SYNOPSIS society could find their warehouse meant that everything the Jingmen group had done there hadn't escaped unscathed. After all, the people were dead. What did they care about the rest? If nothing unexpected happened, the other 2 companies, as well as their chairman Shi Dongchu, had all received the news. There's been no movement yet, they're just gathering information. They don't know why SYNOPSIS suddenly went mad. In short, he's in big trouble this time. A short while later, Li Zicheng rushed over with his men. Seeing Ding Qing smoking, drinking, and deep in thought, he asked, "What's going on?" "Wang Yan just called me. He killed the 3 of our managers over there to pay for Park Yun-yi's life, and he wants $20 million in compensation. If we don't pay, he'll go to war. He's already found our warehouse. You should know better than me how much stuff is there." Ding Qing looked at Li Zicheng, puzzled. "How many men did you send?" He had already called his men on the way. One of the men who killed Park Yun-yi was shot, and the one who killed Wang Yan was nowhere to be found. He had already anticipated the outcome. "I sent 12 men, 6 in a group. Park Yun-yi and his 8 men were all killed, and we only had 1 man shot, not in a vital area. Wang Yan was alone, but everyone I sent was armed." Li Zicheng still felt that Wang Yan was a bit too fierce. The men he sent were carefully trained elites who had never failed to kill a few people before. Now is not the time to talk about these things. The question is, what do we do? Li Zicheng considered the pros and cons for a while. Being a shrewd person, he understood what Ding Qing had thought of earlier. He pondered and said, "Fighting is definitely not an option. The SYNOPSIS Association is the only powerful force in Fushan, with more than 5,000 men under its command. Although our 3 families are stronger if we send men together, it is not something we can take down in a short time. If it drags on, it will have a significant impact on us. We also have to consider the social impact. A battle of thousands of people is no small matter. And after this failure, they must be on guard now." There is no chance of decapitation in the short term. Ding Qing nodded in agreement. That was exactly what he was thinking. Pay up the money. If a real fight breaks out, our losses will be even greater. Li Zicheng sighed helplessly. This time it's my fault for not handling things well. Hey, we're all brothers, you don't need to take the blame yourself. 6 gunmen couldn't even take down Wang Yan, no one expected that, it's not your fault. Li Zicheng shook his head, his voice low, unable to hide his disappointment. I don't know how much it will cost to settle things with the other two. This time we're in a very passive position within the group. Especially with Li's Huangju. The 3 families merged into one, achieving the sharing of most resources, with the gangs distributing profits according to shares. Shi Dongchu was able to become the chairman, which was due to his abilities. He was also the one who facilitated the 3 families' partnership to go ashore and stop wasting each other. But the chairmanship doesn't mean much, it only means that he has the most say under the rules tacitly agreed upon by the 3 families. If we're talking about the power he directly controls, he still relies on the Tiger faction. And the Northern Gate faction is not weak either, they're all about equal. As for the other faction, the Imperial Sun faction, its leader is an old man named Zhang Ziuji. He's only alive now because Ding Qing and Shi Dongchu kept their promises and gave him face, otherwise, he would have died long ago. After all, among the 3 major powers, the Imperial Sun faction is slightly weaker. The other 2 had agreed to deal with him, and Zhang Ziuji had no choice but to comply. He's fortunate to be a wealthy and idle man. Therefore, the Imperial Sun faction's power has been steadily eroded by the other 2 factions, and Zhang Ziuji has remained largely silent, posing little threat. Now, with only 2 players remaining in this 3-way game, both roughly equal in strength and backed by large groups, it comes down to whose methods are more effective. It's either one side prevails over the other, there's no middle ground. Trying to smooth things over is deadly, and making a scene could offend both sides. So, Zhang Ziuji remained silent. You play your game, I'll enjoy mine. Due to their respective strengths, regardless of who Shi Dongchu favors, Ding Qing will undoubtedly succeed him upon his retirement. After all, even if he passed the reins to his trusted subordinate Li Hongjiu, who had followed him for many years, it wouldn't be enough to maintain appearances. However, Li Hongjiu wasn't convinced. They were all in the same boat. What did Ding Qing matter? What did appearances matter? Money and connections were everything. Although the 3 families were currently clearly divided, things might change in a few years. At that time, the chairman would be the true chairman. That's why he'd been keeping a close eye on things ever since the Jingmen group was established. Ding Qing knew all this, of course. If they had problems, they would have to explain themselves. Their losses would have to be recouped from other sources, otherwise his subordinates wouldn't stand for it. Alright, it's nothing serious. It's just a matter of spending a little more money, there won't be any other problems. Li's Hongjiu, HMPH, just a clown. Ding Qing yawned and cursed, while there's still time, go and rest. Tomorrow won't be easy. Li Zicheng glanced at Ding Qing, who had already gone to bed, turned around, closed the door, and went to lie down in the guest room next door. No one could sleep, after all, this matter had significant implications. As expected, Shi Dongchu convened a meeting early in the morning. The meeting took place in the main conference room on the top floor of the Jingmen Group building. At the head of the long table sat Chairman Shi Dongchu. To his left and right were a group of high-ranking elders, including Zhang Ziuji, as well as key figures like Li Hongjiu, Ding Qing, and Li Zicheng, who were truly capable of handling things. Behind them were a group of middle and senior managers in suits. Some wore playful expressions, some frowned in thought, some couldn't hide their eagerness and fervor, their eyes shining, while others remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. The news couldn't be kept secret. The middle and senior management of the Jingmen Group had all received word last night that the Xianxia Society had suddenly gone mad, surrounding all their locations in Fushan and killing their leaders. After much inquiry, the bewildered crowd finally received confirmation just before dawn. Last night, Park Yung-yi, the chairman of the Xianxia Wei, was shot and killed. Rumor has it that Wang Yan, the mastermind behind the scenes, was also shot in his home over a dispute with a Beta sect over logistics business. Looking at Ding Qing, whose eyes were slightly red and swollen, Li Hongjiu's eyes were filled with sarcasm. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Director Ding, didn't you get any rest last night? Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets. Thanks to all the brothers who recommended the book, and thanks to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 125. Pick whatever you see on TV. Thank you for your concern, Director Lee. I slept quite well. Ding Qing emphasized the word director. Lee's Hongjiu's smile faltered slightly, but he didn't pay much attention. After all, Ding Qing's current situation wasn't good. What was the point of being eloquent? Just wait and see if I can get rid of you. What's so great about being a worthless director? Shi Dongchu coughed twice, clearing his throat to attract attention. Alright, time is short, let's get down to business. Everyone sat up straight, their gazes fixed on Shi Dongchu in the main seat. I've called everyone here so early today, so I assume you all know what happened last night. I won't go into details. The problem now is that all our Jingmen Group's businesses and personnel in Fushan have been taken over by the Xiangxia Society. While we haven't yet tallied our losses, you all know how important Fushan is to our Jingmen Group. Shi Dongchu sighed. I really didn't expect the Xiangxia Society to grow so quickly while we were busy merging our businesses. Now they're even challenging us? Everyone here bears responsibility for not detecting the threat immediately. Although we are the strongest, this incident has served as a wake-up call for us. You all must remain vigilant. Now that our businesses are sealed off, we're losing money every single second. Therefore, we must come up with a solution today. We must stop the bleeding and prevent the situation from escalating. Director Ding understands this conflict with the Xiangxia Society best. At this point, Shi Dongchu looked at Ding Qing. So, Director Ding, do you have anything to say? All eyes turned to Ding Qing, awaiting his explanation. Shi Dongchu spoke politely, but his accusatory tone was unmistakable. No one sitting there was a fool. Fools would have been played long ago. They all understood the meaning behind Shi Dongchu's words. His rambling went on for a while, but it boiled down to 3 points. First, our losses are significant, and if we don't resolve this, the losses will be even greater. Second, the Xiangxia Society is very powerful, and we can't deal with them in the short term. Third, I don't want to go to war with the Xiangxia Society. The trouble is caused by Ding Qing, so let's all work together to figure him out. This was exactly what the group was thinking. Regardless of whether they had exchanged information or formed an alliance, the consensus was that they couldn't fight the Xiangxia Society head-on. When they were making money, they were the Jingmen Group. Now it was the beta sex business, and they certainly wouldn't do it. As the saying goes, everyone's in this business to make money. As long as they couldn't crush the Xiangxia Society with overwhelming force, the only losers would be the Jingmen Group. And if the situation turned bad, the Jingmen Group, which had just gotten on track, would fall apart overnight. Ding Qing's actions, in a way, were flawless. Even though they're operating legally now, they still get a lot of business through shady means. It's just that Ding Qing was unlucky and misjudged their strength. Well, who told you to be unlucky? You have to accept it. Ding Qing understood the implication in Shi Dong's words. He'd thought of it yesterday. Looking around, he said, this whole thing started because of me. I'm the one who got into trouble, and I'll take full responsibility. The deed was done, and Ding Qing didn't want to say anything pointless. In the end, he'd be the one paying. And the longer it dragged on, the more he'd lose. The sooner it was over, the better. Shi Dongchu nodded in satisfaction. What did the Xiangxia Society say? $20 million. Seeing that he had admitted it, Li's Hongjiu couldn't hide his smile. What about us? You know, our manager there was killed, not to mention the businesses they seized. Oh dear, my entertainment center, my casino. Li Zichen couldn't stand that anymore and angrily slammed his hand on the table. Enough, just say what your conditions are. The opening ceremony is for. Your older brother hasn't even said anything. What's the rush? They were all gangsters. No one would tolerate your bad behavior. Being insulted in front of so many people, Li Zichen got up and was ready to fight. Enough. Do you even respect me as the chairman? I called you here today to solve problems, not to create them. Shi Dongchu glanced at the grinning Li Hongjiu, then turned to Ding Qing, who had pulled Li Zichen to sit down, and said, Director Ding, although Li Hongjiu's words are harsh, he's right. Our managers there were killed by the Xiangxia Society, and our businesses were seized. This loss definitely needs an explanation, a proper closure. What do you say? Ding Qing nodded. The chairman is right, but what Li Zichen said is exactly what I wanted to say. Let's all state our conditions first, and then we can discuss it. Negotiation is a game between two parties. There's a saying, Whoever bids first loses. The party offering the money first will inevitably offer a low price that's unlikely to be accepted, but this low price reveals the lower limit. Conversely, it reveals the upper limit. So, if one party speaks first, the other will adjust their expectations accordingly to maximize their gains. Without fully understanding the situation, we've all heard the phrase, "I should have said more." Of course, all of this is based on the premise of negotiation. Those who can't negotiate are like the Xiang Shui. If they say 20 million, it's 20 million, not a penny less. If you don't give it, they'll fight you. If you don't want to negotiate, then so be it. When it comes to their own interests, no one will be polite at this point. The meeting room was in chaos, with everyone rolling up their sleeves and arguing heatedly as if they were about to fight. At the Fushan Town Police Station, the police had also received the news. Last night, the Xiang Shui's chairman, Park Yung-yi, was shot and killed on the spot, and the mastermind behind the scenes was also shot in his home. That night, 5,000 members of the Xiang Shui mobilized and directly sealed off all of the Jingmen Group's properties in Fushan. This wasn't something Wang Yan could control. With so many people and such a large commotion, it would be easy to find out what happened. Moreover, the Xiang Shui members were like madmen, directly storming into all the Jingmen Group's properties, driving away all the guests, closing the doors, and then eating, drinking, and having fun inside. In the conference room, the director, his two section chiefs, and their trusted subordinates huddled together, discussing the impact of the incident. The director frowned and said, "Although we haven't received definitive information, based on the current situation, Wang Yan shouldn't be dead." That's true. If Wang Yan isn't dead, it won't affect the Xiangxia society at all. That Park Yung-yi was just someone he pushed up. He can replace him as chairman at any time. The one truly in charge is Wang Yan. Section Chief Kui sighed. It seems the Jingmen Group is all talk and no action. The merger of the three major gangs made such a big show, but they can't even handle a gang that's only been established for 6 months. What a load of nonsense. So, the three major gangs were fighting every day in Fushan, and you didn't even manage to capture their leader. Section Chief Jin rolled his eyes, ignoring this idiot. The chief glanced at the two men and asked, "How's your operation going? Any progress?" Section Chief Kim looked at Section Chief Choi, who remained still, and said, "Not much progress. In the past few months of the Busan takeover battle, only one of my men has stood out and reached level 3. The World Society's assessment standards weren't a secret. Level 3 meant a minor leader with over 10 men under his command." The chief knew this, nodded, and turned to Section Chief Choi. Seeing the chief's gaze, Section Chief Choi said, "Chief, you know the World Society's assessment standards. My level is the same as Section Chief Kim's, the highest is level 3. He certainly couldn't be higher than Section Chief Kim, which was why he hadn't spoken first. In fact, the highest level among his men was only level 2. He'd only heard about the upcoming promotion a couple of days ago. Anyway, only he knew about the undercover work, so he wasn't afraid of being investigated. As long as it wasn't too absurd, he could say whatever he wanted. Keep an eye on the Xiangxia Society and the Jingmen Group lately, see how they develop their business. The chairman was shot, Wang Yan was shot. These aren't 3 lives that can be solved by surrounding some businesses. Report any developments immediately, that's all." The chief adjourned the meeting, and the 2 section chiefs led their subordinates to their respective tasks. In fact, the emergence of the Xiangxia Society had already reduced their workload considerably. After all, the streets were mostly populated by members of the Xiangxia Society. Even the Jingmen Group didn't dare to act openly, let alone a bunch of small-time thugs. Recently, their number of police calls had dropped sharply, and even when they did, it was mostly minor civil disputes, with very few other fights, brawls, or disturbances. But correspondingly, this also increased their workload. Without cases in their jurisdiction, how could they, as police officers, perform? How could they get promoted? There was no other way but to devote more energy to the Xiangxia Society. Wang Yan was aware of this situation, of course, but he didn't care much. It was just that the Xiangxia Society was currently very powerful and didn't have a clear stance on other small-time thugs. Nobody dared to cause trouble, fearing they would get burned. After a while, people will get used to it, and the monsters and ghosts will come out, giving the police something to do. He's not a saint, and this isn't Hong Kong. What does the happiness of ordinary people have to do with him? Let them do whatever they want. Just as the police discussed, whether Park Young lives or dies is irrelevant to the big picture. Killing a few people won't affect Wang Yan, and a few deaths in the house won't affect him either. For Wang, who has thousands of lives on his hands, it's no big deal. After his good dream, Wang Yan didn't even go to the headquarters of the World Society. Instead, he sent one of his underlings to announce a series of appointments. He promoted a vice president named Zhang Dongru, and a bunch of people below him were promoted in order. Everything went smoothly, without any ripples. What are you two still doing here? It was too late last night, so Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan slept in Wang Yan's guest room. They'd already eaten breakfast, but the two showed no sign of leaving. They sprawled on the sofa, glancing at the TV now and then, but mostly engrossed in reading the erotic magazines their subordinates had bought for them, their stinky feet swinging back and forth. Isn't this a critical time? We can't let our guard down. If I were from the Jinmin group, I'd launch another open attack today, Li Quan said, lifting the magazine to reveal half his face and raising an eyebrow at Wang Yan with a smug look. Zhang Guangshan, caught off guard, glanced at Li Quan and silently cursed him. These two idiots, Wang Yan chuckled, shaking his head. This situation was possible, defying conventional thinking. But those who rise to power are generally not gamblers. Those who like to take unconventional approaches, without divine intervention, are mostly doomed. Lucky ones are few and far between. A failed attack is a retreat, a patient search for weaknesses for another strike, that's the norm. He was confident in his fighting abilities and wasn't afraid of anyone taking risks. I don't need you guys. I killed 6 who came yesterday, so it's no big deal if there are more. You two should go and start an entertainment company. In another year or two, when we're stronger, we can pick whatever we see on TV. And after a while, I plan to send you two abroad to develop our influence. The two idiots' focus was simple. First, their leader said he didn't need protection, that he was strong enough. Second, that they could pick whatever they saw on TV. Zhang Guangshan thought about what Wang Yan said and realized it made sense. After all, he knew Wang Yan's capabilities. He thought for a moment and said, Brother Yan, can we really pick whatever we see on TV? When have I ever lied to you two? I said I'd take Axe Mountain in 6 months, and I've already done it, haven't I? You used to rave about playing with guns. Are you tired of shooting now? Wang Yan had already set up a shooting range, legally. As for whether the guns there were legal, that was another matter. At first, the two of them were just curious, living at the shooting range every day, firing various guns one after another, but they were already tired of it. Just then, the theme song of a TV drama started playing on the television. Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan exchanged a glance and silently turned to look at the TV. Li Quan said, Brother Yan, what do you think of her? Wang Yan turned to look at the TV. He recognized the song. It used to be played everywhere, the wildly popular Destiny. The TV drama itself was, of course, Full House. Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan were watching the lead actress, Song Hye-kyo. No problem, by then, this will be a small matter. Actually, he could easily get away with it if he wanted to, but he wasn't stupid. Right now, Song Hye-kyo was at the height of her popularity, and her price was different. Moreover, his status was somewhat lower, and it would be more difficult to negotiate with entertainment giants. Besides, he didn't like Song Hye-kyo, her temperament just wasn't right. Compared to the current popular ones, he prefers Kim Suk-sun. Having received a positive answer, without even glancing at Wang Yan, the two idiots put on their shoes and left without a word. Once outside, Zhang Guangshan said, See? I told you Brother Yan didn't need our protection. Li Quan gave him a disgruntled look, then tell me if there's anything in return. You're right, but I thought it was hopeless before, so I didn't even consider it. Now that you've said this, I'm really itching to go. Let's go relax first. We've sealed off all of Jinmin Group's properties, right? Let's pick a couple. Let's go. After taking only a few steps, Li Quan suddenly stopped, frowning, and said, Wait, didn't Brother Yan just say he was going to send the two of us abroad? Zhang Guangshan thought seriously for a moment. It seems like there's something like that. Oh well, who cares about that? We'll see. Anyway, Brother Yan won't treat us brothers badly. Yet. Let's go then, I'm feeling really stifled. In the afternoon, while Wang Yan was strolling around looking at villas with his men, he received a text message from Ding Qing. There was no fluff, just a string of account and password, an anonymous account. After making a phone call to confirm the account balance, he dismissed his men. Wang Yan didn't know how much Ding Qing had paid to settle the matter, but it certainly wasn't something that could be resolved with 20 million. This incident wasn't a fatal blow to his power, but it was ruthless enough. The South Korean market was only so big, while shady dealings were indeed highly profitable, the returns weren't as large as one might imagine. Moreover, in this area, the biggest player in South Korea was the US military base. The other businesses of the Beta sect weren't free money either, they required investment. Therefore, the Beta sect would definitely be quiet for a while. This would allow the Xiangxia society to expand outwards again, mainly by working with the Tiger sect, presenting another opportunity for development. Originally, Wang Yan planned to control the Jingmen group through Ding Qing, but since Ding Qing had acted irresponsibly, he needed to change his strategy. Standing on the mountaintop, looking at the boundless ocean in the distance, Wang Yan pondered his development plan. Are there many people in the world society who know you too? Two young men, dressed in black suits and black leather shoes, stood 2 meters away on either side, cautiously scanning back and forth. Hearing Wang Yan's question, the two exchanged a glance, and one of them nodded in acknowledgement. The other man nodded in understanding and walked to Wang Yan's side. Brother, we were among the first to join the World Society, besides the entertainment street. We joined you shortly after. You've always kept to yourself, so only our former boss and a few of your other subordinates know us. Wang Yan turned, stretched out his arms, leaned against the railing, feeling the salty sea breeze, and glanced indifferently at the nervous young man. It's all right, I was just asking. Don't be nervous. Come here too. The man standing in the distance ran over and bowed. Brother. Wang Yan grunted and stared at the two men, saying, Want to be the leader? These words frightened them both, and one of them trembled as he said, Be brother, we are absolutely loyal. Wang Yan laughed to ease their tension. I don't doubt your loyalty. I'll give you tasks. Taking a deep breath, the two men said in unison, Brother, what are your orders? Let's talk about it when we get back. You two think about who you know and make a list for me later. Looking at the cars driving by in the distance, Wang Yan straightened up and clapped his hands. Let's go, the paperwork should be done. The two behind him exchanged a glance and quickly followed Wang Yan. Once he got the money, Wang Yan bought a house, and had the rest invested in the group's businesses. This money was free, unexpected, and perfect for a one-step upgrade to a new house. The villa was second-hand, but the renovation was decent, so he wasn't too picky. He bought this hilltop for the sea view. Besides, a brand new villa wouldn't be renovated, even a quick renovation would take a year, too much trouble. Thank you for the 5,000 coin reward and continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, the brothers who recommended the book, and the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 126 Another Attack. In a club and shower, Ding Qing painfully finished a glass of wine, muttering about his losses. Shibboleth, 20 million, club, casino. Li Zichen heard Ding Qing rambling on but didn't say anything, just drank his wine in frustration. It was all his fault for messing things up, that led to this mess. The phone on the table rang. Li Zichen picked up the phone, glanced at it, and answered. Hello? How is it? Yes. What? Okay, I understand. Ding Qing watched Li Zichen's grim face as he answered the phone, his sudden outburst. After he hung up, he asked, What happened? They've already left. Isn't it to be expected? Li Zichen gritted his teeth and said, They drove off with over 30 of our delivery trucks. Ding Qing froze, then suddenly grabbed the phone on the table and threw it to the ground. I must kill Wang Yan, I must kill him. Over 30 trucks weren't expensive, even if they were all new, it wouldn't cost more than $2 million. Moreover, the weapons they possessed were of varying quality and origin, and they weren't worth much money. But this wasn't about the money, it was tantamount to blatantly challenging them to submit. Did Ding Qing submit? Clearly, he did. This loss had severely hampered the development of his forces. And Busan, as South Korea's second largest city and largest port, was a market he couldn't afford to lose. Therefore, if he wanted to develop in Busan, he had to be mindful of the Xiangxia Wei's stance. As long as he couldn't defeat the Xiangxia Wei, or rather, as long as he couldn't eliminate Wang Yan, he would have to remain subservient, and he would have to swallow this humiliation. Ding Qing, in a fit of impotent rage, vented for a while before sitting down, letting out a long sigh. and wiping the sweat from his brow. Our warehouse location has been exposed. Let's find an opportunity to relocate. This loss is significant. We need to lie low for a while. As for the Shy-Anxious Society, with such a good opportunity, they definitely won't be content with the status quo and will definitely try to expand in our direction. The Shy-Anxious Society is already a major threat. The Tiger faction will certainly not stand idly by, and there will definitely be a conflict. Wang Yan, have someone keep an eye on him. If there's an opportunity, we must kill him. Li Zicheng nodded, downing his drink in one gulp. Okay, I'll get to work. Seeing Ding Qing's impotent rage, he was also seething with anger. In all his years in the business, apart from that old cop who had cheated him for 3 years after another, he had never suffered such a huge loss. At the entrance of the club, just as Li Zicheng was about to get into his car, his phone beeped with a text message notification. Li Zicheng glanced at his phone and said to Shu Wu beside him, "You guys go ahead, I have something to do here. Just drive yourself." His underlings didn't say anything, leaving a car behind before leaving. Li Zicheng drove to a dilapidated, abandoned complex of buildings, walked to an iron gate, pushed it open, and went inside. "Why did you call me over? Hey, kid, can't I talk to you if there's nothing wrong?" Seeing that Li Zicheng wasn't paying attention to him, Captain Zhang said, "Alright, I need to talk to you about something. We received news that the people from Fushan have withdrawn. How did you handle it? Aren't you Showers man? You're involved in Fushan's affairs too?" Captain Zhang said irritably, "This time, the matter between your Jinmin group and Shy-Anxious Society has become common knowledge in South Korea. In addition, Shy-Anxious Society is no less powerful than your Jinmin group. They cleaned up their act from the beginning, and even signed contracts to collect protection money. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied. Anyone with eyes can see that you and Shy-Anxious Society will definitely have another conflict. So, the higher-ups instructed us to communicate with our colleagues in Fushan to see if there's anything we can do to take down both of them." Li Zicheng nodded, and then explained the price that the North Gate sect had paid. After listening, Captain Zhang frowned and pondered for a long time. "So, you mean you won't be making any big moves in the near future, and curbing the development of the World Society will require relying on Suk Dongchu and Li Yonggu's Tiger faction?" Li Jiasung seriously doubted Captain Jiang's intelligence. How could his brain ask such a stupid question? It's obvious, isn't it? Right now, the three of them are the biggest in South Korea, followed by the newly emerging World Society. As for the other small gangs, they're simply not a threat. Relying on them to unite and stop the World Society isn't something they haven't done before. Once they gain a slight advantage, they can start fighting for power. To say that the Kimin group didn't pay attention to the World Society before is nonsense. In fact, although they were fiercely fighting for power at the beginning of their merger, their external attitude was consistent, and they wouldn't allow any force that threatened them to emerge. Although due to various constraints, they couldn't send a large number of underlings to openly fight, they had secretly sabotaged things before. How could those united resistances be possible without their involvement? But so what? The results don't lie. Now the World Society is a behemoth. Despite his inward concern, Li Jiasung nodded outwardly, indicating that what he said was correct. "So, who do you think is stronger, the Tiger faction or the World Society?" Li Jiasung thought for a moment and said, "On the surface, the Tiger faction is stronger. After all, the Tiger faction has been a powerful gang in South Korea for many years, and after establishing the Golden Gate Group, it also divided up the Imperial Sun faction with the North Gate faction. We can't say for sure how much strength they have now. But the World Society shouldn't be underestimated either. Of their previous 5,000 plus ragtag followers, they selected 1,000 after screening. These 1,000 plus people are treated better. According to the World Society's ranking system, they are truly first-level personnel with excellent benefits. Moreover, they now have dedicated facilities and professional personnel to train them, and in a while, they will all be elites. Those peripheral personnel who were eliminated are also training themselves according to the World Society's standards, and their strength is also improving. These are all secondary. What's the main thing? Li Zicheng asked and answered himself. The main thing is that the Shy-Anxious Society has only been established for half a year, yet it has already developed to this extent. And the one who accomplished all of this is Wang Yan, who has no position or relationship with either the Shy-Anxious Society or the Sihe Group, but firmly controls both. As long as he's alive, even if the Shy-Anxious Society is gone, There will be the Xiansheng Society, the Xianbian Society. You can't possibly not know Wang Yan. I sent 6 carefully trained gunmen to attack him in the middle of the night, and he was completely unharmed. I heard from my men that he received the money today and went to buy the best sea view villa in Fushan. Damn it, you want to convict him? Li Zicheng glanced at Captain Zhang with a hint of sarcasm. Before taking action against him, we investigated him in detail. There's something you might not know. He's been in contact with opposition party members, the deputy chief prosecutor and the minister of the local prosecutor's office, as well as political figures in Fushan's municipal administration. The longer this goes on, the greater his power will become. If we can't stop their development now, we won't have another chance. Anyone with eyes could see what Wang Yan was doing, especially considering how much effort their newly established Jingmen group had put into this year's election. However, in doing so, they played the role of lackeys. Captain Zhang suddenly looked up. Is the information reliable? While he's being discreet, he's not deliberately hiding anything. You can investigate yourself. In that case, things are getting complicated. Captain Zhang muttered to himself. He possessed a righteous heart and wanted to fight evil. But even if he succeeded in taking down the Jingmen group and the Xianxia Society, South Korea would still be the same South Korea. It wouldn't become better because of the loss of 2 gangs. On the contrary, without the constraints of large gangs, smaller gangs would vie for more territory, leading to even greater social chaos. Did he not know where the real evil in South Korea lay? Of course he did, but he lacked the power and perhaps the courage to act. He could only console himself by dealing with this scum. Coming to his senses, Captain Zhang patted Li Zicheng's shoulder listlessly. That's enough for now. You must be careful. I know you're in trouble, but you also need to watch your behavior. Don't forget you're a policeman too. Once we've dealt with Shi Dongchu and taken down the Jingmen group, you'll be back in the force. Li Zicheng nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Driving alone, looking at the street scene ahead, Li Zicheng silently reflected. He had heard Captain Jiang's useless platitudes far too many times over the years, to the point that he still wasn't sure whether what Captain Jiang said was true or false. He knew why Captain Jiang had met with him this time, to get a closer look at his condition and confirm whether he was still the same sincere young man he once was. Although he knew this was inevitable, he still felt sad. He had worked so hard for so many years, only to face the suspicion of his superior. But to be honest, after so many years in the gang, he didn't even know if he was black or white anymore. Having come this far, just like his ruthless organization of men to assassinate Park Yong-yi and Wang Yan, he's killed countless opponents. Normally, being humiliated by the world society would be advantageous to him personally. But why is he reacting so strongly? Why does he feel ashamed? Li Jiasong sighed softly. He's too immersed in the role. Looking at the incredibly humble new chairman, Zheng Dongri, Wang Yan shook his head. Since it's already done, let it go. It's no big deal. However, I don't want to see your foolish, self-righteous behavior again. It was only when Zheng Dongri, newly appointed, came to see his boss, proudly boasting that he'd had his underlings drive away over 30 freight trucks, that he learned of this incident. Wanting to impress is understandable. But humiliating someone like this, escalating the conflict, is a bit mindless. Of course, Wang Yan doesn't care about the conflict itself. What he cares about is that the newly promoted leader is a fool who only knows how to show off, and that's not good. After all, if this idiot doesn't know his place and causes a lot of trouble, he, the absentee boss, will be the one cleaning up the mess. So he needs to make him understand what's going on. If he doesn't listen, he'll be out of there. As for the trucks, he has to apologize to Ding Qing. They're all in his hands now, so they're his. Zhang Dongru, sweating profusely, quickly bowed and said, "Yes, brother, I promise this won't happen again." "Alright, you've only been in power for a few days. Go celebrate with the brothers and have some fun." "Yes, brother." Zhang Dongru bowed again, turned around, and left, clutching his heart. Wang Yan casually picked up the erotic magazine that the 2 idiots had thrown there that morning and flipped through it idly. He couldn't move into the villa he had just bought yet because it needed thorough repairs and cleaning, as well as buying some furniture. It would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. The next day, the 2 henchmen handed over a list of people they had recently been in contact with. Wang Yan summoned Zhang Dongru with a phone call, instructing him to send everyone on the list to Kyushu Island across the sea to establish branches and pave the way. After this was done, Wang Yan spent over 10 days brainwashing his two subordinates, assigning them to Guangzhou, another metropolitan city. The next major plan was to send the main force to take Guangzhou, simultaneously opening up the entire central region and completely controlling southern South Korea. This would create a mutually supportive east-west defense, allowing for a direct northward offensive and a decisive victory over Seoul. Wang Yan calculated that this would be around the time of the 2008 presidential election. By then, the influence of the Chiang Shui and Sahae group would be unpredictable, but they would undoubtedly be major players in South Korean power struggles. As for sending two subordinates to Guangzhou, the principle remained the same. The Chiang Shui could not be the largest violent organization in South Korea, nor could it be the largest Chinese violent organization. Wang Yan planned a substitution, a usurpation, essentially a step-by-step control of the Jingmen group. The specific operation was simple: one would join the Tiger faction, and the other the North Gate faction. Then he remained active in the battles against the Chiangxia society, making great contributions to their respective gangs. Then, Dingqing? Wang Yan was always a reasonable man. Since they were already planning to kill him, there was no point in saying anything more. He'd just make Dingqing look like a fool. There might be some suspicion during the operation, but he wasn't an undercover cop. What was the big deal? He'd just kill the troublemaker. Besides, they were truly locked in a bloody battle. Wang Yan wouldn't give them any special treatment. If he died, it was just bad luck. If he survived, he'd definitely become the boss. With Wang Yan's raised arm and shout, both the Chiangxia society and the Sahae group sprang into action. The Sahae group immediately took a group of people to Guangzhou to open a branch office, setting up the framework. The Chiangxia society was much more direct, because Wang Yan had set a good precedent and had a very mature model. Their underlings were all very familiar with it. Following Wang Yan's instructions, they wouldn't completely control an entire region, but rather a relatively large, but absolutely untouchable, force within that region. The upper echelons of the Chiangxia world society were led by their underlings. Upon arrival, they would first visit the local police station, prosecutor's office, and municipal officials. Then, they would send their men along the highway in batches, picking off and beating up any notable thugs in the cities along the way, showing them who was in charge. Next, dedicated logistics personnel would bring unofficial members to the local police station to surrender, registering the identities and family information of local scum, then incorporating and redistributing them. Elite underlings would be selected. The qualified ones would join the main force in battles, while the unqualified ones would stay to manage or guard less than legitimate profit-making businesses. Once they had completely controlled a predefined territory, the chosen leaders, accompanied by lawyers, would collect protection money from the merchants within the controlled area. The entire process was seamless. The Chiangxia gained territory and manpower, the officials gained money, everyone was happy, and no one caused trouble for anyone else. In reality, the resistance was only strong when the underlings first set out. Later members, seeing the ferocity of the Chiangxia, either ran away or surrendered, causing no particularly serious social impact. The real confrontation occurred in Guangzhou, where they encountered fierce resistance from local gangs and the Jingmen group. Wang Yan had anticipated this and made preparations. His goal was to eliminate all major forces in the area besides the Jingmen group, ensure the smooth operation of the Chiangxia and Sahae group's various businesses, maintain a slight advantage over the Jingmen group, and use occasional battles to give his two underlings opportunities to rise in rank. At the same time, Wang Yan also sent men to Seoul to kill a retired veteran of the Jingmen group, who had become an obstacle in the future. These old gangsters were good for nothing but drinking, gambling, whoring, and smoking. If there wasn't a qualified leader in the group, their seniority would be quite troublesome. They'd enjoyed half their lives, so it was better to get rid of them. Of course, killing a useless one was fine. An accident could be a good excuse. Any more and more would be treating everyone like fools. There aren't that many coincidences in the world. Wang Yan would deal with those two subordinates gradually over the next few years, depending on their situations. After all, the Golden Gate group itself was plagued by internal discord. Old Turtle had retired from the underworld, but he hadn't gone into seclusion. He was bound to have moments when he couldn't hold back and spouted nonsense that would be courting death. While the fighting raged on one side, Wang Yan wasn't idle on the other. Some members of the World Society went to Japan, and the Four Seas group had to follow suit. Although his communication software, social networking sites, And even the South Korean market weren't yet dominated. Japan and South Korea combined were small in size and population, so it was easier to expand both markets simultaneously. At the same time, Wang Yan also sent people from the Four Seas group to the United States. The purpose was simple: to find Zuckerberg, discuss investment matters, and incidentally buy the domain name without the. He missed the angel round when he arrived. It was already over. The next round of investment seemed to be over 12 million, and now he was thinking of testing the waters to see if he could get on board. After all, he's now a member of the freedom movement, and there are still opportunities to research and implement many things. Once that's done, there's nothing more for him to do. The villa is ready, so he'll just stay home and relax. Mainly, South Korea is currently holding back most of his power, so he doesn't have the energy to cause trouble elsewhere. He has the energy, but without people or money, he can't do anything. So, in his 1,000+ square meter villa, reading books and having some fun with girls is quite nice. Thanks to the three big brothers, Crazy Old Seven, May All Your Wishes Be True, and Daily Good Deeds, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to the brothers who recommended the book, and to the brothers who silently read the book. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 127: Plan Adjustment. In South Korea, all gangs operate on the traditional mafia model. Their rules are stuck in the last century, an era where power is determined by rank. Even the Kilman Group, a pioneer in reform and modernization, is internally chaotic, lacking a clear promotion mechanism, with power still concentrated in the hands of various bosses. The South Korean market is limited, with only a few hundred well-known gangs, and countless smaller ones if you include the smaller factions with fewer than 100 members. A bunch of people are fighting tooth and nail for a meager amount of wealth, and unless their superiors die, the underlings have no chance of rising to the top. Only the Kilman Group stands out. After all, it's the largest power in South Korea. They have some influence overseas due to other businesses like illegal reading, smuggling, and human trafficking, but that's about it. They wouldn't dare touch their godfather's vast lands and immense wealth. That would be too cowardly. The world society is different. Wang Yan has never been one to deny his underlings opportunities. His 13-level system alone provides them with a path to advancement. As long as you have the ability and make the necessary contributions, even if you can't become a manager, you'll still be a low-level member. But you'll still receive the appropriate benefits, no worse than anyone else. Of course, the suppression of lower-level members by those in power is unavoidable, but they can't go too far. This is because there's not only a clear promotion path but also a corresponding oversight mechanism. Internal whistleblowing must be strictly investigated. If the allegations are true, the person who acted arrogantly will either be killed or demoted several ranks, while the whistleblower will be rewarded. Of course, here we have to consider the overall profitability of the Xiangsha way. Maintaining so many people is bound to be extremely expensive. South Korea simply can't support so many people, so expansion is inevitable. Even without Wang Yan saying anything, the underlings are already clamoring to land in North America and take down their godfather. Because once the gang expands into new areas, a large number of positions will inevitably arise, and many high-ranking members will finally receive the rights truly commensurate with their status. Therefore, the underlings of the Xiangsha way are not on the same level in terms of initiative as those of other gangs. They can't be killed. Thus, the conquest of South Korea proceeded far more smoothly than expected, and Wang Yan had overestimated the strength of these South Korean scum. By October 2006, after just over a year, the Xiangsha society had reached the line between Daein and Ondong. Nearly half of South Korea's territory had fallen into their hands. Only a few gangs of a few hundred or 1,000 men resisted, along with the Jingman Group, whose business had been eroded by the Xiangsha society. The majority surrendered or fled. The Xiangsha society wasn't entirely tyrannical. They still allowed people a way to survive. They only conquered cities. Other areas with no economic value were useless to them and would only result in losses. Therefore, those without power fled to remote corners to establish their own kingdoms. Those with power looked down on those places. It was impossible to force them to retire from the underworld and live a peaceful life. Having become accustomed to quick money, They were unwilling to accumulate wealth pennies. Surrender was the only option left, because they would likely encounter the SYNOPSIS society again elsewhere. As for the two undercover agents, they're doing quite well now, practically the top figures for their respective factions. They earned their positions through hard-fought battles against the SYNOPSIS society, otherwise, they wouldn't have risen to their positions. Jealousy and envy are virtues of some, and without the current fighting, it's quite normal for these two underlings to have been killed. Meanwhile, in the past year or so, the SYNOPSIS group has also experienced rapid growth. Their logistics network covers the southern region controlled by the SYNOPSIS society, and thanks to the numerous shops and large sums of illicit funds seized by the society, their small item shipping business has expanded. They've also acquired 2 second-hand cargo ships and started operating within Asia. Now they're practically a multinational transportation company, and overall, they're doing quite well. The reason they're focusing on the southern region is because the SYNOPSIS group can't yet intervene in the northern region. People are always strange, there are always those clueless idiots who randomly intercept their trucks. They do one job and run, it's not worth the effort and expense of dealing with them, it's disgusting, and the economic losses are considerable. These people always harbor a gambler's mentality, and don't have a clear understanding of the SYNOPSIS society's strength. Wang Yan was determined not to let this go unchecked. This matter couldn't be left unresolved, he'd write it all down and, once the World Expo was over, he'd have to dig it all out and use it to fill the sea. Another major business was communication software and social networking sites. These were doing well in South Korea and Japan, with user numbers growing daily and brand recognition already established. Surveys showed many people had recommended them to their friends. Wang Yan knew this was inevitable. He remembered the software's strengths, its faster iteration speed than piracy, and how it had crushed many companies making similar software. They weren't short of money, so their growth was snowballing. As for Facebook, after some negotiations, leveraging the domain name and some of the SYNOPSIS group's resources, they invested over 3 million yuan for a 2.5% stake. Sometimes, money alone isn't enough. Now, the SYNOPSIS group's prospects were clear, and the prospects for communication software and social networking sites were even clearer. Therefore, several major South Korean conglomerates and venture capitalists from Europe and America were eyeing them and making initial contact. In fact, the combined financial resources of the SYNOPSIS group and the SYNOPSIS society are sufficient to support the normal development of the two software programs. There's absolutely no need to introduce other capital or even consider a future IPO. However, when playing the game, the minority has the majority, and the rules still apply. In a stunningly beautiful seaside villa on a hillside in Fushan, Wang Yan climbed out of the pool, walked to a nearby lounge chair, and casually picked up a cigarette from the table, taking one out and putting it in his mouth. Zhang Dongru, who had been waiting for a while, thoughtfully took out his expensive lighter, which he rarely used, and lit his brother's cigarette. Making a show of it. Wang Yan took a satisfied drag. What is it? Brother, Dayan City and Andong City have been taken over, and our logistics team has moved in and is now heading towards Qingzhou and Hongcheng. Do you have any instructions? Zhang Dongru had been the chairman for over a year and was confident in his understanding of his brother's thoughts. Even though his brother didn't seem to be involved, he knew everything even if Wang Yan didn't report to him. Since that's the case, it's better to come and show your face and perform occasionally. Unlike the deadbeat Park Young-yi, who was still thinking about cultivating his own power and challenging his elder brother's authority, the more he interacted with him, the more he understood how terrifying his elder brother was. He could sense that it was only because Park Young-yi died young that his elder brother would have a hard time even if he were to rebel. He had his men bring him a map, and after looking at it for a while, Wang Yan thought for a moment and asked, "You've been in charge of all the expansion of our world society, you know everything. How long do you estimate it will take to reach Shower?" "Brother, the world society is what it is today because of your good planning, I'm just following your instructions." Zhang Dongru was starting to use his brain now, and he understood the meaning behind Wang Yan's words, so he quickly made some polite remarks. Seeing Wang Yan wave his hand, seemingly unconcerned, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Our SYNOPSIS society's control over territory is unmatched by any other gang, not even the Jingmen group. We now control nearly half of South Korea's territory. With our continuously raising assessment standards, we have over 7,000 first-level official members who have passed the assessment, and tens of thousands of peripheral underlings who haven't met the standards. It took us over a year to expand from Fushan to where we are today. Judging from our current strength, taking over the northern region should take about a year. If we consider our future strength improvements, it might even take less than a year. Wang Yan noticed his wording, take over the north, not defeat Shower, too fast wouldn't work. Like he said, nobody's a fool except for idiots. If he played a double-dealing game or a Three Kingdoms card game, nobody would believe him, and that would be pointless. After taking Kings Hao and Hongcheng, pause for a while and properly sort out the territories we've already captured. Also, select 3,500 people from the official members. These people will be divided into two batches. One batch of 2,500 will be assigned to Japan, and the other batch of 1,000 will be assigned to Bangkok. Get to work. Yes, boss. After Zhang Dongru left, Wang Yan took out his phone and made 3 calls. The first call was to summon the 2 idiots. The second call was to his 2 undercover subordinates to confirm the forces they currently controlled. The third call was just 3 words, let's do it. There was no perfect plan. The strength of the SYNOPSIS society and the weakness of the local South Korean forces made the plan too smooth. There was no need for any conspiracy or plot, it was just a smooth push, causing other gangs to retreat one after another. He had to change the plan and make some adjustments because of the smooth sailing. After a while, Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan arrived at a villa together. They were living quite well now. Their entertainment company was up and running, supported by the resources of the Sihei Group and the SYNOPSIS Society, plus the South Korean debut mechanism. He'd casually stroll around the company, find someone he liked, or go out to events, see who he liked, exchange resources, and with a little money, get them, well, you know. Of course, this was only when he was just starting to achieve some success. You can't be that arrogant when you run your own company. Later, after being beaten up a couple of times by Wang Yan, he became much more obedient. Brother Yan, what do you want? Zhang Guangshan casually picked up an apple and sat down on the sofa to eat it. Li Quan also peeled a banana and sat down beside him. You two have been enjoying yourselves for over a year now. Do you remember what I said about sending you abroad? Where are we going? Zhang Guangshan didn't remember much. Wherever Brother Yan said, that's it, no questions asked. Wang Yan glanced at the 2 of them and said calmly, one is Thailand, the other is Japan. You two decide. Li Quan frowned and said, Brother Yan, can't we go together? The 2 of them were really birds of a feather, they got along really well, and it was no wonder they were going to be separated all of a sudden. Wang Yan shook his head and remained silent. Brother Yan, I'm going to Japan. Li Quan was still feeling down when Zhang Guangshan interrupted. Damn, you. Thailand is great, the girls there are all pretty good. There are even massage parlors and massage parlors all-inclusive services, it's such a good deal, most people would kill for it. Besides, I'm not going to Japan because of the girls. A while ago we were doing business with a Yamaguchi Gumi, and their smugness made me uncomfortable. This time I'm going to crush them. You son of a bitch. Alright, it's settled. Zhang Guangshan looked at Wang Yan. Brother Yan, when do we leave? Wang Yan smiled at Li Quan. It's settled? Li Quan shook his head and sighed. That's it. He's still thinking about brotherhood here, while that bastard over there is already thinking about finding porn stars, damn it. Alright, it's settled then. Zhang Dongru is mobilizing manpower, you guys can head over in a couple of days. We still have some connections there. This time you're going there too. After giving them a few instructions, Wang Yan said, you two be careful, don't just think about that little thing in your pants all day. Things aren't as convenient over there as they are here. Don't be too flashy, or someone will kill you and no one will even collect your body. Don't worry, Brother Yan, we know. The 2 replied. Alright, that's all. Enjoy yourselves these next 2 days. I won't see you off when you leave, be careful. After the 2 left, Wang Yan went to the rooftop terrace, comfortably drinking and smoking, quietly watching the sea and sky blend into one in the distance. Shower, night. A luxury apartment building. Shi Guangchu straightened his clothes in front of the mirror. His long hair cascaded down his back, his lips were bright red, and his figure was slender. He wore a silk nightgown, revealing his ample bosom. After a moment of tenderness, the beautiful woman, enduring her back pain, confidently opened the door and walked out. Downstairs, his subordinate dutifully opened the back door of the car, waited for Shi Guangchu to sit down, and then got back in. Boss, Where are we going? Home. Yes, boss. The subordinate in the driver's seat glanced at Shi Dongchu through the rearview mirror, started the car, and merged into the traffic. Shi Dongchu's home was a villa in the suburbs, with beautiful scenery and a pleasant environment, befitting a powerful figure. The city was a bit better, but the further out you went, the more large trucks appeared. These trucks were transporting fruits and vegetables, rice and oil, building materials, and popular goods from various stores, and so on. The subordinate drove as usual, stopping at an intersection to turn left at the light. 3 more intersections after the turn leads to the road up the mountain to the villa. The younger brother knows it well. Looking in the rearview mirror, he glanced at the chairman again. Perhaps he'd been too rough. The chairman was already asleep. The light turned green, and the younger brother smoothly started the car, without any hesitation, an essential skill for driving for the chairman. Just as the car reached the middle of the road, a heavy truck came speeding towards them. The younger brother was horrified to see the truck even swerve slightly, precisely ramming into the car's central pillar. Intentional, that was the younger brother's last thought. The truck crashed into the center flower bed of the oncoming lane, severely deforming the car before finally stopping. The truck driver parked, casually grabbed a bottle of strong liquor, and downed half a bottle in one gulp. Then he opened the door and staggered out, falling because the truck was so high. Perhaps the swaying triggered the effects of the liquor. He felt a churning sensation and collapsed to the ground to vomit. While vomiting, the truck driver glanced almost imperceptibly at the intersection's surveillance cameras to confirm the situation. After a while, he staggered to his feet and walked unsteadily to the mangled truck in front of him. Inside, 3 people were bleeding profusely. The airbags, likely from the impact, had already deflated. He checked each person's breathing, then, seemingly startled, stumbled backward and fell to the ground before scrambling to his feet and running away. Meanwhile, far away in Fushan, Wang Yan, who was lying in bed enjoying oral sex, received a text message from an unknown number. It was very concise. Okay. No doubt, it was Wang Yan who did it. To be honest, if he hadn't acted, Shi Dongchu might not have died. Because now, in order to deal with the attacks from the Xiangshui Wei, the Jingmen group, while not exactly united, had at least reduced some of the conflicts between the Tiger faction and the Bidaman faction. There's really nothing to argue about anymore. The Xiangshui society has already snatched away a lot of the profitable businesses from both sides. Instead of focusing on the Xiangshui society, they're messing around with useless things. That would be heartless. Besides, the police in Shower's area have changed their goals. Their appetites have grown. Convicting Shi Dongchu and taking down the Jingmen group are no longer enough. They're now aiming to prove the Xiangshui society isn't so powerful and take them down as well. Most importantly, they want to find the mastermind behind Shi Dongchu's death. Although the show doesn't explicitly state it, Wang Yan believes the biggest motive is Li Zichen. After all, that old bastard Captain Jiang keeps trying to fool Li Zichen, saying he'll rejoin the team if convicted, or even if he dies. Captain Jiang doesn't understand Li Zichen's torment, and his management style is flawed. He's not a good manager. The long-term pressure makes it normal for Li Zichen to want to take shortcuts, so he might as well just kill Shi Dongchu and go back to being a policeman. But life is unpredictable. The story didn't unfold as he expected. Killing Shi Dongchu didn't lead to rejoining the team. Captain Jiang, that old bastard, came up with another plan to manipulate the candidates, using Li Zichen as his accomplice. This completely disappointed him, so later he ruthlessly targeted his superiors and their superiors' superiors, without hesitation. Now the situation is different. He knew Captain Jiang's intentions beforehand, and after working with the Xiangshui society for so long, he'd really gotten into it. Plus, he'd suffered a loss from the attempted murder of Wang Yan. After all, being in the underworld for so long, the Dragon Slayer eventually becomes a dragon himself, and his competitive spirit had been ignited. Following the Ding brothers, he focused wholeheartedly on taking down the Xiangshui society, and his mental state had improved considerably. People with a bit of ambition are less likely to go to extremes. Shaking his head, Wang Yan stopped thinking about it. In the original story, it didn't matter who killed Shi Dongchu, now he deserved to die, and his death was beneficial to Wang Yan. That was enough. Thinking too much was a waste of his intelligent mind. The present matter was more important. At the accident scene, passers-by very kindly dialed the police. Traffic police, criminal police, and ambulances all arrived at the scene. The identity wasn't hard to verify. It didn't take long to discover that the person sitting in the car was none other than Shi Dongchu, the chairman of the Jinmin Group. Everyone knew what this meant. But some things can't be stopped. What's meant to happen will happen. Soon, the Jinmin Group's people quickly gathered at the accident scene. The reason they hadn't gone to the hospital was because Shi Dongchu was already dead. Looking at the people around him, Li Hongji frowned and nodded to his subordinates. His subordinates understood instantly, and without a word, led a group of people to first drive away the onlookers, then took the reporters who had rushed over to report the news aside for a friendly exchange. Ding Qing, Li Hongjiu, Li Zichen, Zhang Ziuji, and a group of heavyweight figures from the Jinmin Group all arrived at the scene. After witnessing Shi Dongchu's gruesome state, everyone listened to the traffic police and criminal police's analysis of the accident. Mr. Ding, Mr. Li, and all of Chairman Shi's colleagues, a qualified police officer greeted them politely, saying, after reviewing the surveillance footage, comparing the accident traces at the scene, the truck driver's confession, and interviewing those who had contact with Chairman Shi Dongchu, I can tell you all very clearly. Chairman Shi Dongchu's accident was entirely caused by the truck driver's drunk driving and running a red light. It was not a premeditated murder. Li Hongji looked at the dejected Ding Qing with amusement. Is that so? Ding, are you sensible? Daily thanks to the brothers who voted for monthly tickets, to the brothers who recommended the book, and to the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 128 Unexpected Changes. Li Hongji rose to prominence alongside Shi Dongchu, but in the underworld, everyone's scum, and to talk about genuine affection is a joke. Especially since he's a rather self-centered and proud individual. Maintaining composure, a clear mind, and an elegant, unperturbed demeanor in the face of major events, without being swayed by emotions, is an essential skill for those in positions of power. Therefore, his first priority upon receiving the news was to confirm Shi Dongchu's fate, followed by analyzing what would be advantageous to him after Shi Dongchu's death and how to maximize his benefits. Only then did he investigate who killed Shi Dongchu. As for whether he had any ulterior motives regarding Shi Dongchu's death, that was irrelevant. If it weren't for the high-ranking police officer standing before him, he might have put on a show of compliance. But now that he'd been given an explanation, it was best not to cause trouble. Otherwise, a charge of obstructing law enforcement could land him in jail for at least a couple of days, and he'd be finished. As for the explanation of a normal car accident, forget it. Anyone who believed it was a fool. He was more than qualified to speak on that. Aside from those who were reported missing after land reclamation, all the deaths he caused were natural. Neither of them are good people, everyone knows who they are. Besides Shi Dongchu, the most powerful people in the Jinmin Group are him and Ding Qing. He asked himself if he had done anything wrong, and since everyone was in the Tiger faction, Shi Dongchu being the eldest brother was most advantageous to him. Who else even needs to be said? Power is poison. Even he, the former second brother, now the third, wanted to be the eldest. Let alone Ding Qing, the former eldest brother, now the second. No one who's used to being the eldest doesn't like having an idiot pointing fingers at them. It's simply that while they were currently the main force in the Tiger faction against the world society, suffering significant losses, and Ding Qing saw an opportunity to completely unify the Jinmin Group, he killed Shi Dongchu. Then, he'll make some underhanded dealings with the world society, offering them huge rewards to keep them in the Tiger faction and restrain them. And Ding Qing, being the second brother, wasn't given this position for nothing. He had a certain prestige within the Jinmin Group, so becoming the eldest brother was a natural progression. Hey, Li Hongjiu, what do you mean by that, huh? Ding Qing stared wide-eyed at Li Hongjiu. You suspect I orchestrated a car accident? What good would that do me? He was actually suspicious that Li Hongjiu was behind it. After all, this guy's ambition was undisguised. Wanting to be the boss hadn't been a recent thing. Killing Shi Dongchu would allow him to completely control all the forces in the Tiger faction. Then, by colluding with the world society and having them restrain the main forces of the Northern Gate faction, wouldn't he be able to take over? Don't you know whether there's any benefit or not? Li Hongjiu was a stubborn man. Once he decided it was Ding Qing, it was Ding Qing, no matter who it was. Ding Qing frowned. Didn't you hear the officer say it was a normal car accident? Didn't you hear that the drunk driver was caught? He really had no reason to kill Shi Dongchu. He was the next chairman, and he was currently locked in a fierce battle with the world society. What good would killing Shi Dongchu do for him, creating internal and external troubles? This weakened the cohesion of the Jinmin Group, allowing the Xianxia society to take advantage of the situation, and also disrupted his normal development plans. It's important to understand that although the Jingmen Group and the Xianxia society were practically locked in a bitter struggle, the Xianxia society was very principled, legitimate business was fair competition, while shady dealings were decided by ruthless tactics. Even though his territory was being encroached upon, it didn't hinder his ability to make money. Therefore, although his logistics couldn't compete with the Sihei Group, his normal delivery and profits weren't significantly affected. His construction company was also thriving, as neither the Sihei Group nor the Xianxia society had yet entered the construction industry, and other gangs were no match for him. He was making a fortune. If it weren't for the daily fighting that required paying medical expenses, bonuses, and even compensation for deaths, he would be living a very comfortable life. Li Hongjiu didn't want to waste time arguing. His elder brother's body was barely cold, and he needed to make his stance clear. Alright, stop saying things that neither of us believes. The chairman's body is still bleeding. Let's take care of the chairman's funeral first, and then we'll settle the score. After saying that, he gave the old turtle who was watching the commotion a look. Yes, the most urgent thing now is to handle the chairman's funeral arrangements properly. We can talk about other things later. The balding old turtle, understanding the signal, stepped forward from the group and said, as for the chairman's position being vacant, and since we still have to deal with the World Association, we can't be without someone in charge. Therefore, I propose that Director Zhang Xiuji handle some daily affairs first. Director Ding, Director Li, and all the directors present, what do you think? Before anyone could speak, Zhang Xiuji waved his hand. Hey, I haven't bothered with these things for a long time. It's up to Director Ding and Director Li. The balding old turtle said, Director Zhang, don't be modest. We know your abilities, and your qualifications speak for themselves. Isn't that right, everyone? Director Zhang is capable. Trustworthy. A group of old turtles chimed in, and everyone else looked at Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu. Li Hongjiu smiled slightly. Of course, Director Zhang is the most qualified person right now, let's go with him. What do you say, Director Ding? Ding Qing nodded, tacitly agreeing. The Imperial Sun faction has been wiped out by these two, leaving them with virtually no power. Acting as a middleman for now is more appropriate. It's not like they're actually making that old bastard the chairman, he's just a figurehead, a title for his men. Don't think the Golden Gate Group will fall apart just because Shi Dongchu is around. Maintain stability and don't let the world society take advantage of the situation. Real power still lies with the two of them. If Zhang Xiuji doesn't know his place, he'll be in the sea within 3 days. That's settled then. We'll discuss everything after the chairman's funeral. Be careful lately, don't give the world society any opportunity. Disperse. Li Hongjiu gave Ding Qing a deep look before leaving with his men. His brother's funeral wasn't important, his safety was. Ding Qing dared to kill Shi Dongchu, so he must have been fully prepared. He was caught off guard, caution was paramount. What if he got killed? A strategic retreat was best, to avoid Ding Qing's wrath. If he had been prepared, not only would his elder brother's funeral arrangements be ineffective today, but even his own father's funeral arrangements would be useless. A decisive battle would have to be fought. Ding Qing felt wronged, even feeling a little aggrieved by Li Hongjiu's gaze as if he were the murderer. He, a respected gang leader and a seemingly successful businessman, had never suffered such humiliation. Looking at the suspicious eyes, Ding Qing cursed. This was something he couldn't explain away. The more he tried to explain, the worse it got. He shook his head, got into the car with Li Zichen, and left. Shi Dongchu's funeral arrangements would naturally be handled by others, they didn't need to do anything. Besides, he needed to use this time to prepare, otherwise, what if Li Hongjiu went crazy and killed him? In the car, Ding Qing looked at Li Zichen beside him and, after a long pause, asked, Did you do it? Li Zichen was taken aback, frowned, and gave Ding Qing a hard slap. Kai Sai Jie, Shiba, what were you thinking? What good would we do if Shi Dongchu died? Huh? Ding Qing grumbled, rubbing the spot where he had been slapped. I just couldn't find out who did it. Now that Shi Dongchu is dead, we're in big trouble. Do you think it might be Li Hongjiu in the Xianxia society? Li Zichen turned his head to look out the car window, but stopped mid-sentence. He turned to Ding Qing, who was deep in thought, and said, Hey, continue? Rubbing his temples, Ding Qing pondered, do you think it's possible that it wasn't anyone else's doing, but the Xianxia society, or even Wang Yan? He wants us to fight Li Hongjiu to the death, and then he can reap the benefits. Hearing this, Li Zicheng paused, thought for a moment, and then shook his head and said, not necessarily. You know, in the past year or so of confrontation, apart from the initial stalemate in Guangyu, we've always been at a disadvantage in other places. The Xianxia society is strong enough to defeat us fair and square, there's no need for them to play these tricks. The Xianxia society has its own rhythm, they've always been steady and cautious, and they would never be reckless. We've already come this far, what's a little more time? Besides, if it really was Wang Yan who did it, he should have killed the two of us. After all, we shot him before and killed Park Yung-yi. Based on the information we've gathered about him over the past year, he's not someone who likes to play dirty tricks. If he really wanted to kill us, he probably would have done it already, not waited until today. So, I don't think the Xianxia society is very suspicious. After listening to Li Zicheng's analysis, Ding Qing nodded and temporarily put aside this idea. The two most suspicious are Li Hongjiu and Zhang Ziuji. After all, Li Hongjiu has been eyeing power for a long time, and Zhang Ziuji. Ding Qing rubbed his head. Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Shi Hongchu is dead, it doesn't matter who it is. We need to be prepared and not let Li Hongjiu take power. Otherwise, we'll both die. Li Zicheng nodded. Needless to say, even if they took power, Li Hongjiu would die. Contact Han Yongzheng and have him hand over the affairs over there and bring people back. Send someone else to handle the Xianxia affairs, we need him now. Okay. Back at their own clubhouse, Ding Qing, Li Zicheng, and several trusted confidants discussed the matter late into the night. Now that things were urgent, there was no time to sleep. If they weren't fully prepared, everyone present would die, no one could escape. The next day, after studying all night and only taking a short nap, everyone dispersed. After parting ways, Li Zicheng drove alone to his usual chess hall and found his contact. He handed over the evidence he had collected over the past few days to Song Zinayu, and the two began playing Go. After casually placing a stone, Li Zicheng asked, "You know about yesterday's events, right?" Song Zinayu brushed a stray strand of hair from her forehead. "Yes, Captain Zhang and the others held a meeting last night." "What do you mean?" "Am I?" Li Zicheng was somewhat uneasy. Even though he knew the outcome, he couldn't help but wonder, after all, this was something he had longed for. Am I allowed to report back to the police station? Unsurprisingly, to Li Zicheng's disappointment, Song Zinayu shook her head. You need to continue your undercover work. I understand. Li Zicheng shook his head self-deprecatingly, stood up, and said, that's enough for now. I'm going to talk to Section Chief Jiang. I'm sure he didn't tell you the specific plan. Okay. Song Zinayu watched Li Zicheng walk away and sighed. Over the years, she had seen Li Zicheng's dejected figure countless times. Having chosen this path, how could he turn back? Li Zicheng drove back to the abandoned buildings and pushed open the iron gate again. Captain Zhang said with displeasure, you shouldn't have come at this time. To be honest, if it weren't for the police file on Li Zicheng and the fact that Li Zicheng still had some principles, his arrogant attitude would have already landed him long ago. Perhaps this disrespect was part of why Li Zicheng killed him without hesitation. I want to know what your plans are. Captain Zhang took out a cigarette, lit it, and casually tossed it to Li Zicheng. He exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at Li Zicheng as he lit the cigarette, saying, Shi Dongchu's death was too sudden, disrupting our plans, but this is also an opportunity. Regarding Shi Dongchu's death, who do you think did it? Li Zicheng said, it's either Li Hongjiu or Zhang Ziuji. Captain Zhang smiled slightly, it's the Xianxia Society. The Xianxia Society? We've analyzed it. Li Zicheng repeated his and Ding Qing's analysis, so, the Xianxia Society is unlikely. Unless, you have evidence? Does having evidence matter? Li Zicheng was taken aback. You want to provoke hatred between the Jingmen group and the Xianxia Society, to escalate the conflict? Captain Zhang nodded, looking like a promising student. It's not that I look down on you, but Wang Yan is far more capable than you. We've started joint investigations with Fushan, Guangyu, and other places, and we've sent out many undercover agents. The Xianxia Society is like a sieve. Even under these circumstances, we haven't found a single piece of evidence to prosecute him. So, you want to make Jingmen Group. The escalating conflict between the Jingmen Group and the Xianxia Society has forced Wang Yan to expend more energy, and given enough time, he will inevitably slip up. And this is arguably the best opportunity. News from our colleagues in Fushun indicates that yesterday, Zhang Dongru, the leader of the SYNOPSIS Society, transferred about 3,000 official members from various cities. Do you know how rigorous their selection criteria are? They're almost on par with elite troops. They only have about 7,000 people in total. Through Wang Yan's two brothers, we learned their destinations. One group is going to Japan, and another to Bangkok, Thailand. So, Li Zicheng frowned and said, so you want to use the SYNOPSIS Society's reduced elite forces and internal weakness, claiming that killing Shidong caused internal chaos within the Jingmen group, leaving them no time to deal with the SYNOPSIS Society, such a brainless excuse, to incite hatred between the two factions? That's not important. What's important is that, given the current internal and external troubles, whether it's Ding Qing, Li Hongjiu, other elders, or even their lower-ranking subordinates, what everyone needs is a mutually agreed-upon reason, isn't it? This isn't a conspiracy, but a calculated move. It was obvious to everyone that the Golden Gate Group was already at a disadvantage in its struggle against the World Alliance. If this continued, the Golden Gate Group's annihilation was only a matter of time. The lower-ranking members might not care, they weren't that important. But anyone with a bit of power didn't want to see the Golden Gate Group embroiled in internal strife and subsequently swallowed up by the World Alliance. Therefore, survival, preserving the Golden Gate Group, and protecting their own wealth were everyone's common interest. This gave these people a reason, and with the World Alliance currently vulnerable, escalating the conflict was a natural consequence. Li Zicheng thought their method was acceptable, but he felt he had underestimated Wang Yan. Frowning, Captain Zhang asked, did the World Society dispatch its forces before or after Shi Dongchu's death? Captain Zhang didn't understand why he asked this, but after thinking for a moment, he replied, Shi Dongchu died late at night, so their dispatch of forces must have been based on an earlier order. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Wang Yan issued this order before Shi Dongchu's death? Don't you find that strange? Considering the social impact, the battles between the Golden Gate Group and the World Society rarely involve thousands of people. But the scope is very large, they've already controlled certain territories and cities, and are attacking cities, so there are conflicts every day. Li Zicheng looked at Captain Zhang as if he were an idiot. Then what does it mean that they transferred so many people? It means that with the remaining people, they're enough to deal with us, which is why they want to expand their territory overseas. Since you know the selection criteria for official members of the World Society, didn't you consider their combat capabilities? Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Brat? Captain Zhang said unhappily, you can think of problems, but why can't so many of us professionals take them into consideration? Really? I am worrying too much? Li Zicheng nodded, who will guide it? It can't be me, right? That's almost like sending me to death. Of course not. We have other people. As for who that person is, you will know when the time comes. Facing Li Zicheng's probing gaze, Captain Zhang shook his head, clenched his fists and said, our goal this time is to wipe out the Kinmen group and SYNOPSIS in one fell swoop. After saying that, he looked at Li Zicheng aside, the time when I need you hasn't come yet. Get ready to fight the SYNOPSIS. This is the last time. Regardless of success or failure, you will return to the police force after this time. The last time? Li Zicheng was full of doubts. He had heard it too many times, and every time it was not for nothing. Captain Zhang patted him on the shoulder and nodded heavily. The last time. Li Zicheng stared into Captain Zhang's eyes, looked at each other, and sneered. He turned around and left without saying a word. You damn old bastard. That was what he most wanted to say to Captain Zhang at that moment. If Ding Qing could find hackers in China to hack into the police intelligence department, then Wang Yan could certainly do even better. In fact, he himself was a highly skilled and well-rounded computer expert. Even without computer skills, just through his money, he could accurately locate the special task force within the police station responsible for the SYNOPSIS World Society case, the superiors of some of the SYNOPSIS undercover agents. Just like Chief Kui, who is now sitting humbly in front of him. So, you, Fushun, Shower, and other local police stations, are joining forces to incite the SYNOPSIS Society and the Jingmen group to fight to the death, and then take me down with you? Section Chief Kui nodded, that's right, Mr. Wang. Wang Yan asked, do you know the specifics of how it's going to work? Mr. Wang, my knowledge is limited. This is a matter for higher authorities. I heard from the chief that there are even people from the Shower and Fushin High Prosecutor's offices involved. Section Chief Kui didn't finish his sentence, and instead said worriedly, Mr. Wang, this time it's really. Before he could finish, Wang Yan waved his hand to interrupt. Tell me what you know. Section Chief Kui didn't dare to say more and quickly stopped talking. The police station and Shower has moles in the Jingman group, and their moles are of a very high rank, and there's more than one. So they plan to have one of their moles persuade other mid to high-level officials in the Jingman group to provoke a large-scale conflict with the Xiangxia society. Furthermore, they have other methods, though some are vague. But according to my analysis, because of Shi Dongchu's sudden death, they simply want to use their high-level undercover agents to control the Jingman group. Wang Yan nodded and asked, any other information? No, that's all. I had a meeting at the police station all night, and I came to see you as soon as it ended, afraid of delaying your important business. Good, thank you for your hard work, Chief Kui. I'm very grateful for the information you provided. Wang Yan looked at his subordinate standing in the distance. Come, see Chief Kui out. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Section Chief Kui bowed and followed his underling off to have some fun. Wang Yan lit a cigarette, leaned back on the sofa, and exhaled a smoke ring. This year was 2006, and in a few months it would be 2007, and in a few more months, South Korea would be entering a new round of political maneuvering. He had long expected this day to come, but he hadn't expected it to arrive so soon. Xiangxia and Sihe Group, one a powerful gang that dominated the South Korean mafia, the other a newly emerging internet tycoon, and both were firmly under Wang Yan's control. He also had close ties with some members of parliament and political figures. How could anyone believe he had no problems? Of course, there were indeed problems. From the moment he took control of Fushin, Wang Yan had been scheming and manipulating these people. Even if Wang Yan himself didn't want to participate, he couldn't stop himself. Because of his status and influence, countless stakeholders would bind him to this game. Not participating meant certain death. Wang Yan didn't know about Captain Jiang's. The rhetoric was laughable. If he knew, he'd be laughing his head off. Catch them all in one fell swoop. At this point, before he could even catch them all, his entire family would be dead. Section Chief Kui understood, the key was control. Actually, Shi Dongchu's death was unexpected, because they must have already made arrangements with him. Given their past cooperation, everyone knew the details. Now that Shi Dongchu is dead, they had to change their plans, and it just so happened that everything happened at the same time. So the incident escalated directly, and everyone decided to have a little fun off the front lines. Although Wang Yan hadn't anticipated their opportunistic move, he just needed to keep an eye on things. After all, if everything went smoothly, he'd already infiltrated behind enemy lines. If they suddenly backed out, he could easily outmaneuver a bunch of idiots. Thanks to brother, book friend 20170119035544366, for the 100 coin reward. Thanks to brothers, 0723, and, for their continued support. Daily thanks to all the good brothers who voted for monthly tickets. Thank you to all the brothers who voted and recommended this book, and thank you to all the brothers who quietly read it. Chapter 129 Another one dies. Wang Yan's goal was to throw the Jingman group into chaos, while his opponent's plan was to unite the Jingman group against him. It was estimated that someone had already contacted Ding Qing, Li Hongjiu, and others, beginning with coercion and enticement. Wang Yan didn't care whether he participated or not, but he absolutely couldn't allow unity. If the Jingman group were united and aggressively attacked the Xiangxia society, wouldn't Shi Dongchu's death have been in vain? After thinking for a while, Wang Yan picked up his phone and called his subordinate. He simply wanted him to take advantage of the fact that Shi Dongchu was still alive and find an opportunity to kill that old bastard who favored Li Hongjiu. He already knew about the car accident scene last night. Comparatively, Li Hongjiu was more extreme than Ding Qing. With this preconceived notion, no matter how much Ding Qing argued, it would be useless. Li Hongjiu wouldn't believe a word he said. Besides, whether he believed him or not wasn't important, because it was in his favor, and he believed Li Hongjiu would make the right choice. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Located on the left of Jaya Airport and the right of Huangquan Expressway, this large cemetery is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, forming a U shape in a shady area. It's clearly a feng shui treasure land, believed to gather auspicious energy and bring blessings to future generations. The only downside is the sheer number of tombstones. With so many people hoping to bring blessings to their descendants, the dead are probably fighting every day for that little bit of good fortune, and there might not be many left. This is the best cemetery in Shower, the final resting place for people of status, position, and most importantly, wealth. From the cemetery entrance to the main mourning hall, young people in black suits and black leather shoes stand upright on both sides of the road. The mourning hall is filled with wreaths and elegiac couplets. In the center of the hall, surrounded by chrysanthemums, stands a portrait of Shi Dongchu. Standing on one side are Shi Dongchu's family members and a group of high-ranking executives from the Jinmen Group, thanking friends from all walks of life who have come to pay their respects. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance, and a subordinate entered, whispering something to Ding Qing. Standing beside him, Li Hongjiu noticed his furrowed brow and asked, "Hey, what's up? The Xianxia Society is here." With that, Ding Qing walked out. The Xianxia Society? Li Hongjiu paused, then followed Ding Qing. Shibboleth, they dare to come? Reaching the outside of the mourning hall, they saw a group of Jinmen Group henchmen surrounding the three men. Some mourners who hadn't left stood quietly watching the scene, not daring to point or whisper even if they had 8 lives. The man in the center, protected by 2 henchmen, wore a mocking smile, looking contemptuously at the surrounding crowd. Ding Qing stepped onto the steps, looking at the noisy henchmen below, and shouted, "Spread out. What do you look like huddled together like this?" The henchmen turned around and, seeing their 2 bosses had arrived, quickly moved aside, making way. The man surrounded patted his 2 henchmen, signaling them to step aside. He calmly straightened his slightly wrinkled coat from the shoving, smiled, and shook hands with Ding Qing, who was walking down. He laughed, "Hello, Director Ding. The Jinmen Group's hospitality is quite impressive, haha." With a sarcastic remark, the man continued, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Shiji, the Vice President of the Xianxia Society. Since the President couldn't come in person, he sent me to offer condolences for President Xi." Before Ding Qing could speak, Li Hongjiu, standing to the side, scoffed, "Does the President's affairs have nothing to do with you? Coming here to offer fake condolences? Aren't you afraid you won't get out of here?" And Shiji, unperturbed, smiled at Li Hongjiu. "What are you talking about, Director Li? After all this time, you should know that our Xianxia Society is upright and honest. We never engage in such underhanded tactics. And I must remind you, I encountered the police at the entrance. Please watch your words and actions, Director Li, or something bad might happen. Isn't that right, Director Ding?" Li Hongjiu remained expressionless, not speaking. He disliked verbal sparring. Since they dared to come, they must have something to rely on, even if this was Shower. Ding Qing patted Li Hongjiu's shoulder and laughed, "Of course, we are all law-abiding, legitimate businessmen. What could possibly happen? Guests are guests, Mr. N, please." And Shiji followed Ding Qing into the mourning hall with a smile. Li Hongjiu squinted at their backs and followed, wanting to see what this vice president of the Xianxia Society was up to. He had indeed received pressure from his superiors these past 2 days, instructing them not to cause trouble and to unite against the Xianxia Society. He didn't believe the world society was unaware of what was happening here. After all, if they had one group, the world society must have another. The reason there hadn't been a large-scale conflict these past few days was simply because they were using the chairman's funeral as an opportunity to accumulate strength. It was the calm before the storm. Now, in this situation, if they still dared to send people over, he'd have to think carefully. The entire mourning process went very smoothly. And Shiji bowed respectfully, muttering a few unintelligible words. Then, he symbolically shook hands with the monk Shidong and the Jinmen Group executives before leaving. Due to his status, Ding Qing sent Li Zichen to politely see Shiji off. During the exit, Shiji and Li Zichen exchanged some polite words before leaving. After a while, a henchman came over and whispered something to Li Hongjiu. After listening, Li Hongjiu suppressed the urge to curse and went outside to smoke a cigarette. That damned Shiji brought a convoy of over 20 cars. How little did he trust the Jinmen Group. Of course, his distrust was understandable, since he had indeed sent men to intercept Shiji. But that was secondary. The main question was, what was Shiji doing here? As the vice president of the Xianxia Society, he couldn't just drink and chase women, especially now, with countless things to do every day. So, for someone from a rival gang to take time out of his busy schedule to come and mourn their dead president? It was utterly ridiculous. People like them always acted with a strong purpose, so what was their purpose? Li Hongjiu was completely baffled. Night fell at the clubhouse of the Beta sect amidst the swirling smoke. Ding Qing frowned and asked, "What do you think in Shiji's purpose is in coming here today? Is he really here to pay his respects to the chairman?" Ding Qing's lawyer and strategist, Wu Liang, glanced at Li Zicheng and said, "The Xianxia Society never acts according to convention. Perhaps they consider Xu Guangzhu a worthy opponent, and coming to offer their condolences is understandable. Damn it, is Wang Yan out of his mind?" Ding Qing irritably scratched his head. "Shouldn't they be preparing to fight us at this time?" Li Zicheng calmly smoked without saying a word. Han Yongzheng, a newly promoted core member, glanced around at everyone present, thought for a moment, and said, "Brother, I think Mr. Wu is right. They might really be here to mourn Shidong Chu. I've been fighting on the front lines against the Xianxia Society, so I know them quite well. Putting aside everything else, they take rules very seriously. Never mind, let's not talk about that." Ding Qing waved his hand. "A counselor we've been cooperating with called, asking us to cooperate with Li Hongjiu, together." At this point, there was a knock on the door, forcing Ding Qing to stop and give Han Yongzheng a look. As the lowest-ranking person here, Han Yongzheng very sensibly got up and went to open the door. "Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb us unless it's necessary." The man didn't care about anything else and quickly went inside to Ding Qing and said, "Brother, I just received news that Director Quan died in a car accident, and the driver was drunk." "What?" Ding Qing was stunned for a moment, exchanged glances with the others present, and waved his hand, saying, "I know, you can go now. Send someone to keep a close eye on Li Hongjiu's movements." "Yes, brother." The underling bowed, turned and left, knowing the seriousness of the matter. Watching Han Yongzheng close the door, Li Zicheng said, "It must have been the Xianxia Society. They want to use this opportunity to provoke a conflict between us and Li Hongjiu. Then it seems they also killed Shidong Chu." Wu Lian clapped his hands and said, "The methods of killing are exactly the same both times. This is a provocation. Now it seems that's the case. Just like I said before, if a counselor contacts us, then someone must have contacted Wang Yan." Ding Qing nodded, "But that doesn't make sense. Just like Zicheng analyzed before, we are no match for them in a head-on confrontation. So why would he go through all this trouble?" Han Yongzheng knew what was going on. The key was still with Li Hongjiu. But since Ding Qing had suspicions, he went along with it. If it's not the Xianxia Society, then it's Li Hongjiu. He wants to use today's opportunity to shift the blame onto us or the Xianxia Society, so he can use it as an excuse to cause trouble. Wu Liang thought for a moment. "What you said isn't impossible, but isn't he afraid those people will kill him? You have to understand that the power those people control is far beyond what our small gang can compare to. And if this whole thing goes wrong, we won't just defend one or two people, but a whole group of powerful figures. Has he gone mad?" Ding Qing lit a cigarette, took a long drag, and exhaled smoke, saying, "Is it possible that he already made a deal with Wang Yan?" Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Some smoked, some drank, and everyone was thinking about how to best act in Li Hongjiu's position. After a long silence, Li Zicheng spoke up. "We considered this when Shidong Chu died, and now it seems very likely. But..." He glanced at the others and said, "Have we overlooked someone else?" "Someone else?" Ding Qing frowned. Thought for a moment, then looked at Wu Liang. The two exchanged glances and said in unison, "Zhang Ziuji." "That's right, it's him," Li Zicheng said. "Ever since our three families merged to form the Jingmen group, we, along with Shidongchu and Li Hongjiu, have already divided up his Imperial Japan faction, making him a powerless figurehead. How could he possibly be content with that? And this time, it's definitely a good opportunity. He's already nominally acting as chairman. If we take advantage of the existence of the Xianxia Society as an external enemy, slowly win him over, divide him, and then kill us, he might be the ultimate winner." Ding Qing seemed to agree, letting out a long sigh. "We were too careless. We overlooked such an important person. Regardless of whether it's Zhang Ziuji or not, we can't let our guard down. He's still useful now, so we need to keep him around for a while. We need to send someone to thoroughly investigate his background and see how much power he has." Han Yongzheng, who knew the truth from beginning to end, was stunned. From suspecting the Xianxia Society, to suspecting Li Hongjiu, and finally suspecting Zhang Ziuji? He could only say that his boss was amazing. Of course, this boss was Wang. Just sending someone over for a stroll resulted in the death of another old bastard, making the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. He secretly warned himself that no matter who became the boss, whether it was him or Li Hongjiu's brother, he had to behave himself, or he would die a very unjust death. At the same time, Li Hongjiu also received news of the death of the entire council member. Li Hongjiu kicked over the low table in front of him. Kai Saiji, Ding Qing, you've gone too far. There was no other reason than that Ding Qing was the first person who came to his mind. After all, he had a friendly conversation with Director Quan just yesterday, so how could he be killed today? And in the same car accident as Shidong? This is ridiculous. Once Li Hongjiu calmed down, one of his trusted henchmen said, "Brother, is it possible that the SYNOPSIS Society did it?" Li Hongjiu remained non-committal, glancing indifferently at the other two present. "What do you think?" One of the henchmen thought for a moment. It could be the SYNOPSIS Society, or it could be that Ding Qing is connected to them. He knew, of course, that Ding Qing had once sent assassins to kill members of the SYNOPSIS Society, but only interests matter. What does a puppet chairman matter? Lin Mins, a newly promoted core member, said, "Brother, I don't think it's very likely that it's the SYNOPSIS Society. Their vice president came to pay his respects to our president today, and we lost a veteran on the same day. That's just too much. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that they're doing the opposite, but that's highly unlikely. So, I think there are only two possibilities. One is that Ding Qing wants to frame the SYNOPSIS Society to weaken our power. Although we haven't made a big move yet due to other reasons, we and Ding Qing have long been enemies, and we'll definitely have to settle things in the future. It's reasonable for him to make some moves beforehand. Another possibility is," Lin Mins glanced at everyone present, "that a third-party force wants to take advantage of this situation. No one present was stupid. Even without Lin Mins, they would probably have figured it out themselves after a little more thought." "You mean Zhang Ziuji?" Lin Mins had barely finished speaking when Li Hongjiu frowned and said, "It's not impossible for him. The situation is quite complicated right now. We're caught in the middle, and it's hard to tell who the hunter is. Keep a close eye on everyone. Send people to keep a close eye on Ding Qing, Li Zichen, and Zhang Ziuji. Especially Zhang Ziuji, investigate him thoroughly." "Yes, brother." Li Hongjiu pondered for a moment and said, "As for the death of Director Quan, we can't just let it go. But we can settle this score later. After all, this is an opportunity for us." Li Hongjiu had been in the underworld for a while, and he used his brain, not just brute force. He had to seize such a good opportunity. So regardless of whether Ding Qing did it or not, it had to be Ding Qing. The blame had to be pinned on Ding Qing. For gang scum who pride themselves on morality, harming fellow members is a major taboo. This is a good opportunity to manipulate Ding Qing. Don't need others to believe him, just shake their resolve and make them suspicious. "Alright, you can go do your work now." "Yes, brother." Thank you to 3687 for the 500-point donation and continued support. Thank you to and for their continued support. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who voted for recommendations, and to all the brothers who quietly read the book. Chapter 130 Wounded. Wang Yan was aware of the Golden Gate Group's reaction, given that they had two informants. He also received word that after Shi Dongchu's funeral, they would be holding a major meeting the next day. If all went according to plan, they would make their move within the next couple of days. A large-scale conflict involving most of South Korea's cities was about to erupt, and Wang Yan couldn't afford to let it fester. The reason they hadn't acted before was because Shi Dongchu had just died, and the entire area was in mourning. If the world society acted rashly, what would others think? So, for the sake of the world society's image, and for Wang Yan's own image, everyone tacitly agreed to truce. Now that Shi Dongchu's funeral was over, and Wang Yan had even sent his vice chairman to offer condolences today, and with fighting imminent, what was there to wait for? It was best to strike first. With Wang Yan's order, on this peaceful day following Shi Dongchu's funeral, South Korea, which had only been calm for a few days, descended into chaos once more. The world society's main members, in terms of individual qualities, were far superior to the Golden Gate Group and other gangs. Moreover, the main force's primary role is expansion. The rest of the time, it's like a job, just physical exercise. So even if half of the Xiangshui's main force was redeployed, with the remaining main force leading the charge, plus the peripheral underlings, they could easily put up a fight against the Jinmen group, even if it was a bit of a struggle. Kings Hao and Hongcheng, on the front lines, immediately launched attacks to seize territory after receiving orders. They beat them before they could react. In the areas already controlled by the Xiangshui, the peripheral underlings would storm into Jinmen group's territory, driving away all the customers and then attacking their underlings. With Wang Yan at the helm, the Xiangshui wasn't short of money, and with countless shady businesses, they had a huge number of peripheral underlings. Other gangs could put up some resistance on the front lines, but in the rear, they could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Wang Yan's order was to fight once a day, nothing more, just for fun. Besides, so many peripheral underlings wanted to become full members, which could easily lead to trouble if it went on for too long. This also opened up a path for advancement, giving these people an opportunity. Not only that, his sudden action today also diverted the attention of Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu. It shifted their focus to the other side in Zhang Ziuji, eliminating the Xiangshu society. The most unlikely might actually be possible, and possible might actually be impossible. The more chaotic the situation, the better. And indeed, things developed in the direction Wang Yan had hoped for. Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu, upon receiving the news, didn't pay much attention, even expressing understanding. After all, the two sides were rivals, mortal enemies, and this time it involved a wide range of people. One wrong move could mean death. The Xiangshu society had been kind enough by keeping quiet for a few days. Now was the Xiangshu society's proper way of doing things. Even if the Xiangshu society was incredibly powerful, even if their official personnel hadn't been redeployed, they couldn't possibly take over two cities overnight. Don't be fooled by the current tacit approval from the higher-ups. To actually mobilize thousands of people for a street battle, that would depend on how many lives Wang Yan had. Therefore, they acted in unison, instructing their subordinates to hold the line and wait until tomorrow to discuss everything. The next day, shower, Jinmen Group headquarters, large conference room. Because Shi Dongchu died, the first position was vacant, followed by a group of old bastards led by Zhang Ziuji. Then came the Tiger faction and the North Gate faction, with Feng Bai led by Li Hongjiu and Ding Qing, each in a row. They all looked respectable, sitting upright with serious expressions, listening to Zhang Ziuji's speech. I believe everyone has received the news. Last night, our director Quan was in a car accident, killed by a drunk driver. We have to consider whether this is related to Chairman Shi's case. Zhang Ziuji glanced at Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu. What do you all think? An elder slammed his fist on the table, shouting, it was the Xiangshu society. Last night they suddenly attacked us, catching us completely off guard. And if we fall into chaos, it will benefit the Xiangshu society the most. Who else could it be? Yes, Chairman Shi's death is most beneficial to them. Now they've killed Director Quan, they want us to fight amongst ourselves. A group of people below were indignant, loudly denouncing the Xiangshu society's crimes. But some remained silent, watching the drama unfold. The two factions led by Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu remained silent, simply observing. Watching the group putting on their show, Zhang Ziuji nodded in satisfaction, patted the table to signal for quiet, and looked at Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu. Director Ding, Director Li, what do you two think? Li Hongjiu gave Zhang Ziuji a playful look and said with a smile, I think what they said makes a lot of sense. It's probably the Xiangshu society that did it. Director Ding, what do you think? I think so too. Now it seems like it can only be the Xiangshu society. After all, we're all family. How could family members attack each other? Isn't that right, Director Li? Li Hongjiu hadn't expected Ding Qing to fire first. Could he let that go? He had to retort, Director Ding is right. Family members shouldn't fight each other. Of course, even though we're all family, there are degrees of closeness. My relationship with Director Quan is very good, we even had dinner together the night before last, and afterwards we did some activities together. At this point, Li Hongji looked at Ding Qing with a reminiscing expression. I never expected that Director Quan would still be so vigorous for his age, almost as good as a young man. It's just that I never expected that Director Quan would fall victim to the Xiangshu society's treachery yesterday. It's only because that driver got arrested that I would have torn him to pieces. Looking at the group of elders in front of him, And then at the other neutral participants, Li Hongjiu chuckled and said, the Xianxia society has become so ruthless, everyone should be careful. With all this traffic, what if you run into a drunk driver? What do you say, Director Ding? Ding Qing glanced around, meeting a group of probing eyes, and frowned at Li Hongjiu. His words were practically accusing him of killing Director Quan. We all didn't want to see Director Quan die, and Director Li shouldn't be too sad. Ding Qing paused, as if suddenly remembering something. Hey, Director Li. I wonder if you've ever read the 36 Stratagems of China? What are you trying to say? I remember there's one called the Bitter Flesh Stratagem, but I don't remember the specifics. It's roughly about using self-harm to confuse the situation and achieve a certain goal. Li Hongjiu smiled dismissively. He might be reckless, but he wasn't a madman. To be honest, his subordinates were treated much better than Ding Qing's. Saying this sounded like a joke. Before Li Hongjiu could open his mouth to mock, Zhang Ziuji smoothed things over. Director Ding and Director Li are absolutely right. We're all one family. Now that our families have been hurt, we can't just let it go. Besides, we've long been sworn enemies with the Xianxia society. It's either them or us, so this time, we must fight the Xianxia society to the bitter end. We not only want to reclaim the territory that was seized, but we also want to drive them back to Fushan, or even kill them. Good, I agree. Yes, the Xianxia society is too arrogant. Do they really think we're made of clay? Fight them. Zhang Ziuji gestured for silence and looked at Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu, asking, Director Ding and Director Li, do you have any different opinions? No. Support. This was all agreed upon beforehand. The Xianxia society was something they had to do, there was no room for discussion. Besides, even without this incident, they would still have to fight the Xianxia society. Zhang Ziuji nodded, alright, it's settled then. From today onwards, we and the Xianxia society will fight to the death. After the heated crowd quieted down, Zhang Ziuji gave a wink to someone opposite him. That person understood and clapped his hands, saying, we definitely have to fight the Xianxia society, but before that, there's one more issue to resolve. That is, the position of chairman is currently vacant. We agreed before that Director Zhang would temporarily act as chairman. Now that Chairman Shi's funeral arrangements are complete, shouldn't we discuss this issue? No matter what, we need an explanation. Before Zhang Ziuji could ask a hypocritical question, Li Hongjiu impatiently waved his hand. Let's leave it at that for now. Director Zhang will act as chairman for a while. We'll discuss it further after we have a result with the Xianxia society. He then stared intently at Ding Qing. I agree. What could Ding Qing say? The current situation didn't allow them time to decide a winner, they could only trust Zhang Ziuji as a figurehead. It was just that this figurehead had developed some inappropriate thoughts, which was rather irritating. Seeing that even the eldest brother had spoken, the man's goal was achieved. Does anyone have any different opinions? After waiting a while, no one spoke. The man turned to Zhang Ziuji, since everyone has no objections, Director Zhang, then we can only trouble you for a while longer. Oh, what trouble? It's all for the group, for our business. What I do is what I should do. Zhang Ziuji waved his hand with a smile, stood up, and bowed to everyone. Thank you for your recognition. I will preside over the meeting for a while longer. I hope everyone will cooperate. After some polite words, Zhang Ziuji announced the adjournment of the meeting, and everyone prepared to fight the Xianxia society. That day, the Jingmen group dispatched a large number of people to Qingzhou and Hongcheng, and a large-scale conflict broke out with the Xianxia society that night. In the entertainment venues, fighting broke out every corner. Wang Yan really underestimated the strength of the Jingmen group. With so many people they brought, they really gave the Xianxia society a hard time. It seems that internal strife had weakened their strength in the past, otherwise they could really stand on equal footing with the Xianxia society. Of course, that was after the World Society had transferred 3,500 of its elite troops. The World Society couldn't just take the beatings without fighting back, so Zhang Dongru, following orders, transferred another batch of peripheral hunchmen to fill the gaps. According to Wang Yan, they couldn't be too strong or too weak, they should fight at a balanced strength. They also gave the peripheral hunchmen opportunities to rotate, slowly wearing down the Golden Gate group. Actually, compared to the sheer number of henchmen, the Golden Gate group wasn't very effective. Wang Yan had intentionally influenced more people from the beginning, keeping even some unqualified scum around. He didn't care about their character, or whether they lived or died. Money talks, so they just did it. This also provided a good opportunity to sift out another batch of people through this battle, further expanding the ranks of official henchmen. As for the areas already under their control, they routinely picked out the Golden Gate Group's henchmen and gave them a beating. These people were getting beaten up, and Shower's side certainly couldn't just ignore it. Medical expenses and compensation couldn't be neglected, otherwise, their underlings would scatter, and they'd lose a huge market. Although business wasn't great right now because of the fighting between the two sides, these were cash cows in peacetime. So Ding Qing and Li's Hongjiu could only grit their teeth and spend money to appease them. Getting beaten up every day was pointless. It was good for them to practice their resilience. It wasn't that they didn't want to send people, but the Xianxia society had too many peripheral underlings. Sending too few was useless, and sending too many would cause the front lines to collapse, so this was the only option. The Xianxia society and the Jingmen group maintained a tacit understanding. During the day, they conducted legitimate business, and at night they organized their forces to fight. Of course, it wouldn't be large-scale, that would be suicidal. Instead, they controlled and divided the large battlefield, creating chaos as fighting broke out all over the city. And after each fight, both sides sent some people to the police station, where no one cared, and the fighting was even more brutal than outside. This high-level power struggle, this gang warfare, was like a complete joke. As for the fighting, Wang Yan only needed to keep things under control occasionally to prevent them from going astray. Zhang Dongru did a good job. His main focus was still on the Sihe group. A group of people had mobilized their forces, making the Sihe group quite disheveled. Logistics were subject to various investigations and obstacles. The internet company was also restricted under various pretexts, and other businesses were also hindered by strong competitors. In short, both the political and business circles were involved, doing whatever was most disgusting. Fushan, a super-duper unbeatable ocean view villa on a hillside. The villa was no longer as luxurious as it once was. It was full of potholes and dilapidated. And the air was thick with gunpowder smoke. Wang Yan, enduring the pain, limped along, leaving bloody marks on each foot, carrying his gun and firing shots into the heads of the foreign strongmen lying on the ground, their lives hanging in the balance. After blowing a circle of heads to make sure no one was missed, Wang Yan made a phone call to his subordinates. Bring men over to collect a body, 18 of them. Also, find a surgeon and his tools to come over. He hung up immediately, ignoring the anxious greetings on the other end. He grabbed a bottle of strong liquor that hadn't been broken and took a large gulp, then lit a cigarette and took a long drag. Too much comfort, a bit rusty. Wang Yan muttered to himself, limping to the steps by the door and sitting down, facing the bright moon and the slightly fishy wind blowing from the distant sea. When was the last time he was riddled with machine gun fire, even shot? It must have been before he went to Hong Kong in the Grandmaster, when he was fighting the Japanese all over the country. Now, it's been about 70 or 80 years, hasn't it? The long-lost pain. He had been assassinated again. No, not assassinated, not shot, but brutally murdered. The attacker's purpose was clear, their target precise, to take him down in one fell swoop. These people, having learned from Ding Qing's experience, were well prepared. 18 burly foreign men in tactical uniforms, each with several fully loaded magazines and grenades, and wielding submachine guns. They were clearly from the Middle East. I was just short of blasting them with RPGs, otherwise, they probably wouldn't have survived. Thanks to Miyazaki Hayao, and I Am a Wandering Swordsman, for their continued support. Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who recommended the book, and to all the brothers who silently read it. Chapter 131 Pretending to be a grandson. More than half a month has passed since the start of the conflict, and it's no longer just a matter between the Xianxia Society and the Jingmen Group. Like a fuse, the conflict on one side triggered a chain reaction, drawing in the ruling party, the opposition party, large conglomerates, and even some people from the United States. Not only is the Sihe Group suffering, but the Jinmen Group is also in dire straits, since Wang Yan has taken sides and has powerful backers. A prolonged stalemate benefits no one, so it's inevitable that other ideas will emerge. As the vanguard, Wang Yan is the pillar upon which both the Sihe Group and the Xianxia Society depend. It can be said that killing Wang Yan would cause the Sihe Group and the Xianxia Society to collapse instantly. Therefore, killing him is undoubtedly a quick and easy option. Wang Yan understands this. He might do the same if you were in his shoes. After all, why bother with so much unnecessary trouble when there's an easy way? So, the result was that he was shot in the calf, the bullet still inside, and grazed in the arm, tearing off a piece of flesh. It was only because the villa was large that he had room to maneuver. Otherwise, no matter how good he was at fighting, it would be useless. With so many guns pointed at him, he'd probably be dead today. He hadn't been sitting on the steps for long when the sounds of sirens and ambulances grew louder. Wang Yan knew these people were there to clean up the mess, which was why he hadn't called the police. Besides, where did he live? In one of the most upscale villa districts in Fushan. To ensure the privacy of the residents, the villas were spaced quite far apart. But even with such spacing, in the dead of night, gunshots and explosions couldn't be completely concealed. The residents here were all people of status and position, who value their safety above all else. It was no wonder they couldn't sleep soundly. Making a call to the police was perfectly normal. After all, the police were there to serve them. Moreover, they knew the higher-ups in the Fushan local police system, and they were aware of the recent turmoil. A quick inquiry would give them the gist of the matter, and they were all waiting to see what happened. A short while later, a fleet of police cars and 2 ambulances arrived, completely blocking the road outside. Amidst the slamming of car doors, a number of people emerged, regular criminal police and a number of mobile combat police. These officers, guns in hand, scattered and sealed off the villa. Another group, armed, stormed into the villa. The chief of Fushan town got out of the car with an air of authority, straightened his clothes, and glanced at the 2 suit-clad corpses at the entrance. "Let's go in and see." He was furious that his superiors had called him at the last minute, ordering him to respond to a call in the middle of the night, and that he, the chief, had to lead the team himself. But what could he do? He was the one doing the work. The boss was at home with his young lady, waiting for his report. As soon as the chief and his men entered, they saw Wang Yan sitting calmly on the steps, smoking, surrounded by a group of armed police. The chief's face stiffened. He hadn't expected Wang Yan to still be alive. He gave his secretary a look, signaling him to notify the necessary people. The chief turned back and hurried a few steps forward, looking anxious. "What are you all doing? Do you know who he is? Huh? Put your guns down." After his men put down their guns and dispersed the encirclement, the chief stepped forward and said, "Mr. Wang, you've been frightened. We rushed over as soon as we received the report." "Oh, Mr. Wang, you're injured?" As he spoke, the chief turned and shouted, "Where's the doctor? Doctor, come quickly and check on Mr. Wang's injuries." As for why the chief was so eager, it was because he'd been paid. He was about to be transferred, a promotion, but it was a sinecure, basically an early retirement. He might as well take advantage of his power while he was in it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to get any later. Besides, Wang Yan hadn't asked him to do anything, it was just a matter of doing him a favor in daily life. He could still do his research on the world society as usual. What a good thing. Not to mention Wang Yan's status, he's associated with the Sihei Group and the Xiangxia Society, and has connections with many political figures. He also has connections within the Fushan Police Department, not to mention the local prosecutor's office. His connections are incredibly powerful. A mere police chief wouldn't be qualified. Wang Yan remained silent, allowing the medical personnel who had accompanied him to remove his makeshift bandages and treat his wounds. Seeing that Wang Yan ignored him, the police chief knew he was suppressing his anger. Not wanting to embarrass himself, he gave the medical personnel a few instructions and then went into the villa to assess the situation. Corpses were everywhere, heads were blown off, red blood mixed with white brain matter lay on the ground, the house was riddled with bullet holes, and the air was thick with gunpowder smoke. The police chief went in for a quick look and then rushed out, suppressing his nausea and breathing in fresh air to save face. He'd been a policeman for years, but he'd never seen anything like this before. The police chief's gaze towards Wang Yan turned hostile. He had personally witnessed the firepower of those people. Even after all that, they didn't kill Wang Yan. How much of a beast is he? After the medical staff finished treating him, the chief inquired about the situation and cautiously stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Wang, the doctor told me there's a bullet in your calf. The conditions here aren't convenient. Would you like us to go to the hospital for treatment?" "Thank you, but my men will be here soon. I have my arrangements." The chief didn't dare say much more. He waved for his men to disperse and stand back, then thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Wang, I have no right to interfere in matters concerning someone as important as you. I was woken up by a phone call while I was sleeping. I had no choice. I hope you'll be magnanimous and not take offense. He knew perfectly well that Wang Yan, having almost been killed, wouldn't let it go. If he really got angry and wanted revenge without restraint, even if he wasn't the police chief, the entire head of the Fushun police department would be dead. That's no exaggeration. Wang Yan stared into his eyes. Who called you? The chief hesitated for a moment, then became conflicted, his expression shifting several times, his eyes darting back and forth as he weighed the pros and cons. Just then, the sound of brakes came from outside, followed by an argument. Your time is running out. The chief gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and whispered, it's Chief Song from the Fushun Police Department. Compared to vague and unattainable promises, tangible benefits were what mattered. Wang Yan nodded in satisfaction and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad, let them in. The chief gave a stiff smile, wiped his sweat, and shouted back, let them in. Rank matters, and although the others felt the chief's humble attitude towards Wang Yan was detrimental to police authority, they dared not say anything. Soon, a group of well-dressed members of the SYNOPSIS society entered, accompanied by 2 doctors. Boss. Those whom Wang Yan had summoned were all shrewd. No one was stupid enough to shout and threaten to kill someone in front of a large group of police officers. Seeing that Wang Yan was alright, they all respectfully stood still, greeted him, and that was it. The leader stepped forward and whispered something to Wang Yan, who nodded in understanding. There was nothing secret. Zhang Dongri was also there, and he hadn't gotten out of the car despite the large number of police present. Whether someone knew about him or not was one thing, whether they saw him or not was another. One had to be mindful of that. Wang Yan looked at the director standing to the side. Do we still need to understand the situation? Mr. Wang, normally you should cooperate with us in explaining things, but you're injured right now, so your health is the priority. We can understand the situation after you've recovered. However, the director looked at Wang Yan cautiously. We need to send some people too. Wang Yan waved his hand and said, okay. As for understanding the situation, contact the legal department of SYNOPSIS Group later, explain things to them first, and then come back to me. After speaking, without anyone's help, Wang Yan limped out and got into the car, heading to the hospital that SYNOPSIS was cooperating with. Wang Yan didn't feel comfortable anywhere else. What if they saw he wasn't dead and did something to him in the hospital? That would make his death somewhat unjust. Watching Wang Yan slowly get into the car, the director waved to his subordinate, Section Chief Jin, you take some men and go with him. Be careful, or I can't save you from death. Apart from a few idiots who rely purely on connections, most people who rise to power have some skills. As a leader, the most important thing is to have a sufficient understanding of your subordinates. The chief was like that. He knew which of his 2 section chiefs was more capable. At times like this, there was no room for carelessness. If things went wrong, he'd be the one to die. Section Chief Jin nodded in agreement and ordered his men to follow in their car. He knew the usually shrewd chief was doing it for his own good. It could really kill him. He didn't know about the higher-ups, but as the main force behind the investigation to take down Wang Yan, he knew how powerful Wang Yan was. For those who had been following him closely, Wang Yan's situation was no secret. So, the moment Wang Yan arrived at the hospital for surgery, many people received the news. The police station was like a sieve. A little inquiry revealed what had happened. Some were disappointed, some were happy, and some were worried. Why were they worried? Because within the rules, they couldn't touch Wang Yan. And having failed outside the rules, facing Wang Yan's retaliation would be difficult for both allies and enemies. Wang Yan wasn't weak. He possessed considerable power, all within the rules. Take, for example, his more than 7,000 regular troops, belonging to several different security companies. The SYNOPSIS way might be found to be illegitimate, but what about the others? They're legitimate businesses, even handling some bank cash escort services. The SYNOPSIS way's other shady dealings have nothing to do with Wang Yan. The SYNOPSIS Group is a perfectly legitimate logistics company. Aside from normal tax avoidance, there's nothing wrong with it, and it even supports a considerable number of people. Wang Yan's only connection to the SYNOPSIS Group is his status as a specially hired consultant, receiving a legitimate salary and insurance. As for the car, house, and bodyguards, those are company benefits. He pays substantial taxes annually, making him a model citizen of South Korea. Those outside the rules are out of the question. They're definitely terrorists. Therefore, It wouldn't be good if Wang Yan directly sabotaged the operation. It would harm others and himself. No one would benefit. As for Ding Qing and Li's Hongjiu, after learning about the group that would kill Wang Yan, besides reaffirming their commitment to honest work, all they could do was mourn for Wang Yan. The next day, afternoon. On the top floor of the hospital, in the best VIP ward, Wang Yan lay quietly. There weren't many people guarding the entrance, just 2 henchmen at the door. Wang Yan was busy that morning, with both his own and the opposing side trying to gauge his thoughts and plans. Frankly, while Wang Yan was powerful, in terms of power, he couldn't compare to those in high positions. In terms of influence, compared to the Samsung-led conglomerate, he was just a nobody. So, in their eyes, Wang Yan was nothing special. They might not care, but they had to consider their underlings and their families. Wang Yan couldn't destroy them, but he could destroy their underlings and their families. They were familiar with the traditional methods of the underworld, and they were afraid of a desperate, all-or-nothing attack from Wang Yan. Now, their plan had backfired, creating an atmosphere of fear. If the leader didn't step in and resolve the situation, who would follow? In this entire power struggle, Wang Yan wasn't at the top, but he wasn't at the bottom either. Therefore, his attitude was both important and unimportant. Politics is the art of compromise. First, see what he's thinking, then the two sides meet to communicate, and finally, use a bit of coercion and manipulation to control him. That's basically it. The only slight loss is the 2 bullets Wang Yan took. They'll never find them elsewhere. You're good, I'm good, everyone's happy. Of course, the mastermind will definitely be alive and well, since Wang Yan's strength isn't so great that someone would have to pay with their life. Will Wang Yan accept? Of course he will. They've already given him face and respect. If Wang Yan doesn't accept, he'll be unreasonable, and both sides will have to deal with him. Revenge is a must. Wang Yan definitely can't let it go like this. Once he investigates the whole story, no one will escape. Another way to say playing the grandson is to be both tough and soft, a gentleman who can bend and stretch. Wang Yan is such a gentleman, a master of playing the grandson. He definitely won't take action in the short term. If you were powerful enough to fly and disappear, then needless to say, he'd slaughter them all. But he didn't have that kind of strength. So it could only be a matter of 10 years. Wang Yan shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and told his men to help him into a wheelchair and go out to get some sun. His recovery speed far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he didn't have any of the usual post-operative fuss. Taking this opportunity, he took out his phone and called his subordinates, ordering them to kill Zhang Ziuji. He had several cell phones and several anonymous SIM cards in his storage space. Whether it was wiretapping or planting listening devices in the hospital room, he was confident that someone could do it. He was too lazy to make a fuss about it. That was a matter for later. The purpose of killing Zhang Ziuji was simple, to make Ding Qing and Li's Hongjiu fight each other. His undercover agents, Han Yongzheng and Lin Mins, had already rapidly infiltrated the core of their respective gangs. Once he had killed all the old bastards in the Jingmen group and figured out who Ding Qing and Li's Hongjiu were, there would be basically no obstacles left. In the end, who would become the boss would depend on who had the stronger abilities. Moreover, this time the reason was perfectly legitimate, to vent his anger, and at the same time, to send a signal to the outside world that he had admitted defeat. This way, it would be easier for both sides to accept. The death of Zhang Ziuji was no big deal. So, that night, Zhang Ziuji and his 2 close associates, along with their entire families, disappeared. Thank you to brother, for the 4,500 coin reward for continued support. Thank you to brother, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to brother, for continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who voted for recommendations, and to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 132 Provocation. Because this wasn't a car accident, but a complete family disappearance, and it happened at night, the people at Jingmen Group didn't discover Zhang Ziuji's disappearance until the next day when he wasn't at work, despite his usual cheerful demeanor. After some investigation, they discovered something terrible. Zhang Ziuji's entire family was gone, and not only that, 2 other veterans were also missing, neither alive nor dead. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the underlings quickly reported to Ding Qing and Li's Hongjiu. The 2 instantly understood the situation. If things went wrong, Jinmen Group would collapse. After all, everyone knew that Zhang Ziuji was merely a figurehead to maintain balance. The future leader would be chosen from the two. Being a figurehead wasn't easy, nor was it something anyone could do. One had to meet certain criteria: status, position, and seniority. There were many veterans in Jingmen Group, but only Zhang Ziuji truly qualified to be a figurehead. There was another one before, but he had served under the previous leader, the Tiger faction, and had long been killed by Wang Yan. Even if Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu both promoted the others, the underlings and the other elders wouldn't be convinced. After all, being a mascot is proof of strength, and everyone's level is roughly the same. No one is significantly better than anyone else. Anyone with common sense wouldn't put themselves in a position of being the target of everyone's criticism, where they gain very little. Therefore, it's crucial to elect a chairman now. Currently, only 2 people are considered qualified, Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu. Externally, the powerful Xiangxia society is eyeing them covetously, and now an internal power struggle is brewing. Beset by internal and external troubles, this is a true moment of life and death. Therefore, Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu spoke on the phone, exchanged information, and decided to hold a high-level meeting to establish a charter. The meeting took place in the main conference room on the top floor of the Jingmen Group headquarters building. A veteran straight man, acting as the moderator, said, "I believe everyone knows why we've been urgently called to this meeting. Last night, Director Zhang Ziuji, along with 2 other veterans, disappeared. Who did it? I don't need to say, everyone knows. How Zhang Ziuji and the other 2 veterans disappeared wasn't the main issue, and nobody cared about their lives. Besides, they weren't always clamoring to take over the world society. Whether Zhang Ziuji was dead or alive, they had to do it. This wasn't due to any one person's personal reasons, but rather the shared interests of the entire Jingmen Group. It was business, it was money. In any case, the selection of the new chairman shouldn't be delayed too long. I think we should make a decision as quickly as possible. What do you all think?" After speaking, the veteran straight man looked around, indicating that everyone should speak freely. That's right. No matter what kind of organization it is, if the leader's position is vacant, the organization loses its soul and its power. Now is a critical moment in the battle against the world society. If we can't make a decision quickly, without a good leader, our strength cannot be exerted. If this continues, our territory will be gradually squeezed, and the group's businesses will also suffer losses. Yes, that's right. The position of chairman cannot remain vacant indefinitely. It's just that Wang Yan is injured and hospitalized, and doesn't have much energy. We can take this opportunity to elect a chairman. Shibboleth, he injured his leg, not his brain. I agree to determine the chairman as soon as possible. The crowd below was in a chaotic uproar, but the central idea was the same. An election must be held, and it must be held quickly. The elder, who was playing the supporting role, pressed his hands down to quiet the scene and said, "Since everyone's opinion is relatively consistent, there's no need to delay. Let's make a decision at next week's temporary council meeting. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the others buzzed and whispered among themselves for a while, and finally all their eyes were focused on Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu. Once everyone quieted down, Ding Qing looked around. "I agree with everyone else. What do you think?" He then looked at Li Hongjiu sitting opposite him, and everyone else's gaze followed. "What do I have to object to?" Li Hongjiu stared at Ding Qing. "The position of group chairman has been vacant for too long. It's not good for anyone, or for the group." The veteran, who had been playing the straight man, waited a while, and seeing no one speak, cleared his throat and said, "All right, since everyone is silent, that means we agree. Let's discuss it at next week's temporary council meeting. If the discussion is almost over, I'll take my leave." Li Hongjiu stood up and looked at Ding Qing. "I'm a bit busy with work. Hey, everyone's here today, let's go out for a meal together?" With internal and external troubles, too much internal strife would only benefit the Xiangxia society. Therefore, Ding Qing still wanted to sit down and have a good talk, hoping to resolve the matter peacefully. Even though he knew it was unlikely, he still wanted to try. There's always a chance of something going wrong. "No need, our relationship isn't at the point where we can sit down for a meal and drinks together." Li Hongji looked at Ding Qing like he was an idiot. "In this situation, how can you even eat?" His goodwill rebuffed, Ding Qing gave an awkward laugh. "Why are you saying that?" "Hello everyone." Li Hongjiu interrupted him rudely. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He then led his men away without even looking at the others' reactions. He understood Ding Qing's meaning, but how could that be? He was confident in his abilities, no less than Ding Qing's, but his position in the group was inferior. The result would definitely be a group of people trying to force him to submit. But why be the second in command when you can be the eldest? Therefore, there was no possibility of a peaceful resolution between them. They had to fight. Li's Hongju had ruined the atmosphere, so when Ding Qing invited them, everyone said they were busy and would meet another day. If everyone went, no one would say they wouldn't eat anything, but this was a sensitive time, and everyone had different thoughts. If they formed cliques and ate with Ding Qing, it would easily give the impression of taking sides. Jinmin Group is a legitimate company operating in compliance with regulations. Many of its founding members and other mid to high-level executives hold a certain number of shares. Therefore, the key to the rivalry between Ding Qing and Li's Hongju lies in how they gain the support of the majority. For the sake of their own well-being, they cannot easily take sides. Instead, they must wait for Ding Qing and Li's Hongju to offer their terms before acting accordingly. Ding Qing didn't press the issue and simply adjourned the meeting, planning to contact them separately later. In the underground parking garage of the Jinmin Group building, a large group of people emerged from the elevator. Ding Qing glanced at his watch, clapped his hands, and said, "Call the other brothers later, I'll treat everyone to drinks." Everyone laughed and agreed. Li Zichen frowned and said, "What time is it now? Drinking and eating? Shouldn't we be trying to win over the other founding members and prepare our strength to deal with Li Hongju?" Ding Qing grinned and put his arm around Li Zichen's shoulder. "Let's boost the morale of the brothers first, the coming days won't be easy." Since he had said that, what could Li Zichen say? After his underlings arrived in their car, the group got in and headed to the restaurant. Li Zichen drank with Ding Qing and the others, his mind heavy with worry. His mood worsened when he received a text message halfway through the drinks. As a longtime friend, Ding Qing keenly noticed Li Zichen's unusual behavior, but he brushed it off. Given the current dire situation, he assumed Li Zichen was worried about their lives and fortunes, so Ding Qing didn't think much of it. With a situation so dire, it was impossible for Li Zichen not to be preoccupied. What was the current situation? A power struggle between the two major gangs that constituted the Jinmin Group was about to erupt. Either he would die with Ding Qing, or they would kill Li Hongju. There was no third possibility. Did he want to relinquish power like Zhang Ziuji and enjoy wealth and comfort? Absolutely not. Zhang Ziuji's situation was special. The three major gangs had just merged, and while the Tiger and Beatman factions could absorb the D-Re faction, that was because Zhang Ziuji lacked the ability. But if Zhang Ziuji died, it would be like discarding a used tool. The newly united hearts would instantly crumble. In the time that followed, Zhang Ziuji remained relatively obedient and didn't engage in any underhanded tactics, which is why he survived until yesterday. However, the situation was different for Ding Qing and Li Hongju. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot share one mountain. They were both now the leaders of their respective gangs, wielding influence and control over their subordinates. Regardless of who won, neither was willing to let such a person live and invite trouble. Therefore, as the second in command of the Beta faction, his fate was intertwined with Ding Qing's. As an undercover police officer, he had 7 days, perhaps even less. If he won, he would be the second in command of the Jinmin Group. If he lost, he would be a missing person. But he didn't want to be the second in command, much less a missing person. He just wanted to be a law enforcement officer. Of course, this was based on his undercover identity. After all these years, to say he had no feelings for Captain Zhang would be pure nonsense. After all, he was the second in command of one faction. Captain Zhang constantly bossed him around and threatened him with his police status. Not only that, but they kept trying to fool him, saying he'd be back in the gang after finishing this job, and back in the gang after finishing that job. He was about to be back in the second in command position of the Jinmin Group, the largest violent organization in South Korea, composed of 3 major gangs, and he still hadn't been back. Anyone would find this humiliating. When the pressure became too much, he would think that if it weren't for Captain Zhang and his gang having solid evidence that he was a policeman, he might have actually killed those old bastards. He might as well have just gone straight into the underworld and lived a carefree life. At least that was much better than being suspected and threatened by his own people all the time. So after finishing his meal, and after forcing himself to discuss the breakup with Ding Qing, lawyer Wu Liang, and other core members of the gang for a while, he drove off alone to that abandoned building complex once again, and pushed open that dilapidated, rusty iron gate. Captain Zhang was smoking a cigarette, patiently fishing with a small, broken stick tied to a line in a puddle of muddy water. Without turning his head, he asked, "No tail, right? I circled around several times before coming here, no problem." Li Zicheng calmed himself down, took 2 steps forward, and asked, "What's going on? You must have already received the news. Wang Yan killed Zhang Ziuji, and a new chairman will be elected at the temporary council meeting next week. Can we close the net now? I've submitted information on Ding Qing, Li's Hongjiu, and some illegal operations by the Jingmen Group over the past 2 years." Captain Zhang knew what Li Zicheng was thinking and turned to stare at him. "Things didn't develop as we imagined, so we made some changes to the original plan, so..." Li Zicheng stared coldly at Captain Zhang. "So the last time you said was just bullshit? Hey, kid, is this how you talk to your superiors? After hanging around with the gangsters for over 10 years, have you really become a thug?" After saying that, he stopped looking at him and continued fishing. Clenching his fists tightly, Li Zicheng now truly harbored murderous intent towards Captain Zhang. He took a deep breath to control himself. "Tell me, what do you want me to do this time?" Unseen by Li Zicheng, Captain Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile, followed by a long sigh. "According to the original plan, once the Xianxia Society and the Jingmen Group finished their battle, you could almost rejoin the team. Unfortunately, Wang Yan went mad and killed Zhang Ziuji, forcing us to change our plans. Now our plan is..." Captain Zhang stared intently into Li Hongjiu's eyes, "to help you become the next chairman of the Jingmen Group." In fact, their previous plan was the new world from the original drama. They had Li Zicheng pave the way for Zhang Ziuji, while they controlled Zhang Ziuji to take control of the Jingmen Group. But Wang Yan killed Zhang Ziuji, and now their highest-ranking undercover agent in the Jingmen Group is Li Zicheng. They had no other choice, and if they wanted to achieve the same goal, this was the only option. And Captain Zhang, having mentored Li Zicheng for so many years, didn't he know who Li Zicheng was? He did. This was why they were supporting Zhang Ziuji at the expense of Li Zicheng. Although Captain Zhang bears primary responsibility for Li Zicheng's current predicament, why would he admit it? They have the evidence that Li Zicheng is a police officer. They can manipulate him at will. Hearing this, Li Zicheng was stunned, not expecting their ambitions to be so grand. Then, his mind raced. Captain Zhang meant that, assuming everything went smoothly, he would be the boss of the Jingmen Group. In that case, they certainly wouldn't mention taking down the Jingmen Group anymore, since everything was under control. That meant he could never return to the police force. He would be their lackey for life. If things didn't go smoothly, it meant death, with no way out, and the possibility of failure was high. Li Zicheng understood, this was a gamble with his life. Success depended on the operation, and even more so on how tough his life was. "You're telling me to die?" Captain Zhang snorted in dissatisfaction. "What kind of talk is that? We haven't even started, how do you know you'll die?" Li Zicheng's eyes were red, and he kicked a broken plastic bottle at his feet. "I can't do this anymore. Find someone else. And please remember our agreement from back then." "Can do it? Can do it." Captain Zhang didn't even look at him. "Fine, then quit. Write me a resignation letter later. Then, you can be a good gangster boss. Being a cop isn't easy, unlike you guys, drinking, eating meat, and hooking up with girls every day, making tons of money. This life is good." Li Zicheng felt wronged. He had been an undercover agent for so many years, and this was how Captain Zhang described him? After rambling on about the blissful life of a gangster boss for a while, Captain Zhang lit another cigarette. "Hey, I suddenly remembered something. You know, if they found out you were actually a cop and betrayed a lot of their criminal evidence, what would they do?" Li Zicheng, his eyes red, grabbed Captain Zhang by the collar and pulled him up, demanding sharply, "What are you doing? What do you want?" Captain Zhang was adept at manipulating Li Zicheng, staring calmly into his eyes. "Look at you now, what's the difference between you and a thug? Let go." Li Zicheng struggled internally for a moment, knowing he had no other choice, and released Captain Zhang, sitting down weakly. Captain Zhang calmly flicked his cigarette ash, straightened his clothes which Li Zicheng had torn out of shape, and then sat down. "Do you think it's easy for us? Once things are exposed, do you think I'm much better off than you? Think positively, be optimistic. It'll be over in a week. By then, we'll have a result, whether you live or die. You've come through so much, can't you even hold on for a short week?" In the time it took to say these 2 sentences, Li Zicheng had calmed down a bit. Too lazy to listen to Captain Jiang's hypocritical nonsense, he said, "What do you need me to do?" He understood that things had come to this point, and he had no choice. If he didn't do it, he would die. Captain Jiang chuckled and patted Li Zichen's shoulder. "That's right. Now everything is on your shoulders, including my life and Chief Gao's." Then his expression turned serious, and he continued, "The current candidates for chairman of the Jingmen Group, ranked by strength, are Ding Qing, Li Hongjiu, at the hospital in Fushan. At night, Wang Yan, who had been pushed out for a walk by his subordinates, casually hung up the phone. He already knew what the Jingmen Group was up to. After the meeting, unlike Ding Qing's feigned morale boosting, Li Hongjiu was much more direct. He immediately gathered the veterans who had previously supported him, promising them benefits and giving them warnings to prevent them from betraying him. He also assigned a group of people to protect them. Then, in the afternoon, Li Hongjiu invited some neutral individuals to dinner, using the same tactics of coercion and enticement. These people were slippery and didn't give a clear answer, but Li Hongjiu didn't care, knowing they would see the consequences of non-cooperation. After lunch, Ding Qing dealt with some matters and then invited his supporters for drinks in the evening. They negotiated terms over drinks and parted happily. Ding Qing knew things were different now, so he even sent men to escort them home. Li Hongjiu received the news and sent men to intercept them, intending to politely invite them over. He didn't intend to kill them, he just wanted to have a pleasant chat. After the conflict, Li Hongjiu only managed to get 2 people to come. After a friendly conversation, he sent them home. Those 2 had just gone missing. Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu not fighting wouldn't benefit Wang Yan. After all, only in chaos would there be more opportunities to maneuver. So, he first pinned the blame on Li Hongjiu and saw how things would react. He knew Li Zicheng had met with Captain Jiang, and even knew the specifics of their discussion. With a determined search, finding a dilapidated building complex wasn't difficult. After confirming there were no unusual arrangements around or inside, Wang Yan had someone install listening devices. Thanks to, and, QQQ, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, thanks to the brothers who recommended the book, and thanks to the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 133 Taking Control of the Golden Gate. Actually, Wang Yan hadn't originally planned to kill Zhang Ziuji. He wanted them to fall into a cycle of suspicion, while he waited for them to die. But since he was shot again, he decided to use the opportunity to kill Zhang Ziuji, making Ding Qing and Li Hongjiu fight each other and die even faster. Sitting in his wheelchair, Wang Yan summoned a henchman, lit a cigarette, and looked up at the starry sky, secretly plotting. The higher-ups should know about today's events, there should be a result by tomorrow. Otherwise, they really don't take him, Wang Yan, seriously. As for the 3,500 men previously transferred, they had all been dispatched to Japan and Thailand in batches, and were doing quite well. Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan, upon hearing of his assassination attempt, clamored to return for revenge, but he scolded them away. Still so brainless. Did he need them for revenge? However, those 2 were doing quite well now, one working in a Japanese brothel, the other in Bangkok's Red Romance, pretty good. The next day, Captain Jiang and his men arrested Li Hongjiu on suspicion of murder, and took Ding Qing away under the pretext of assisting in the investigation. After all, Ding Qing had treated someone to dinner the night before, and then Li Hongjiu had abducted him and disappeared after returning home. It was hard to believe that the 2 of them had nothing to do with it. Ding Qing looked at Captain Jiang sitting in front of him with a gloomy face. I've said it before, the disappearance of those 2 people has nothing to do with me. They disappeared after meeting with Li Hongjiu. You should have gone to find him. Instead, you've been keeping me locked up, not even letting me see a lawyer. What are you trying to do? Huh? I have a lot of business, I'm very busy. Will you compensate me for the delay in making money? He was furious. Yesterday, after learning that the people had been abducted by Li Hongjiu, he vented his anger but didn't do anything. If someone dares to do something, they must have made thorough preparations. He had originally planned to contact those who supported Li Hongjiu and those who were neutral today. But what happened? The police barged in and told him that the 2 elders from yesterday were missing? Missing my ass. Li Hongjiu is really crazy about climbing the social ladder. He'll kill anyone who doesn't cooperate? Now even the police are acting like scoundrels, not letting him leave or see anyone, damn it. Captain Jiang waved his hand, don't be so impatient. I know the disappearance of those two people has nothing to do with you. I'm looking for you because of business. I want to talk to you about it." As he spoke, he handed over a folder. Ding Qing took the folder with suspicion and opened it to look at it. What he saw made Ding Qing frown, because it contained information about Li Hongjiu, his forces, and some arrangements made yesterday. "You guys are pretty impressive, managing to get such detailed information," Captain Zhang said nonchalantly. "So, what do you plan to do?" Ding Qing calmed himself, figuring out the key point, and said, "So, you want to help me get rid of Li Hongjiu?" "That's right. You've seen the information. Fighting him will surely kill you. You underestimate us too much. Jinmin Group isn't some bunch of thugs." With a disdainful smile, Ding Qing leaned forward and said, "You want me to hand over the information that can convict Li Hongjiu? You're mistaken. No matter how bad our relationship is, no matter how much of a scoundrel I am, I wouldn't do such a despicable thing." Captain Zhang raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. "Is that so? Then take a look at this." He handed over another folder. Ding Qing took it and glanced at it before suddenly looking up at Captain Zhang. Seeing his victorious smile, Ding Qing was afraid he might kill him, so he lowered his head and carefully began to look through it. After a long pause, Ding Qing closed the file in his hand. "This information is really detailed, damn it. You guys have a lot of undercover agents. You don't necessarily need to be an undercover agent to get detailed information from you, do you?" Hearing this, Ding Qing paused for a moment, then laughed. "What you said is true. But since you already have such detailed information, you don't need me anymore, right? Isn't it a good thing for us to cooperate and benefit each other? Besides, before a doctor performs surgery, doesn't he still need the patient's family's consent signature?" Ding Qing glared at Captain Zhang. "Is this a consent signature? This is a notification." Captain Zhang didn't care. "Alright, that's enough. You still have business to do, so I won't waste your time. But I advise you to think it over carefully." Ding Qing stood up, nodded to Captain Zhang, and left without looking back. After leaving the police station, Ding Qing found his most trusted Chinese lawyer. Just like in the original drama, he wanted to dig out the undercover agents lurking in the Jinmin Group and kill them all. At the same time, he also wanted to take advantage of Li Hongjiu's arrest to win over the others. Since Captain Zhang was already framing him, he couldn't refute it no matter what. So, instead of passively accepting it, he might as well take the initiative. Captain Zhang knew Ding Qing meant to target him, but would he be afraid of Ding Qing's threats? Obviously not. After Ding Qing left, Captain Zhang directly charged Li Hongjiu with a series of crimes, including engaging in organized crime activities, involvement in multiple murders, money laundering, loan sharking, and operating a casino. It was quite a coincidence. Ding Qing had barely left when Li Hongjiu was immediately indicted. It would be a miracle if Ding Qing had no connection to this. Did the reason even need to be considered? Ding Qing believed that Li Hongjiu had killed his two founding members, so it was only natural that he would target Li Hongjiu today. Therefore, Li Hongjiu's men were unhappy, but Li Hongjiu had given them instructions not to act rashly, which is why they restrained themselves. Otherwise, this would be the beginning of an internal war within the Jinmin Group. Li Hongjiu's core subordinates met, and Lin Min's and another subordinate, accompanied by a lawyer, went to visit him to see what Li Hongjiu meant and whether he could be released. In the detention center where Li Hongjiu was temporarily held, after Li Hongjiu finished talking with his lawyer, Lin Min said, "Brother, Ding Qing betrayed us, we can't let him get away with it." Li Hongjiu frowned and said, "This matter is suspicious. You know whether we did anything or not. How did that person die? It couldn't have been Ding Qing himself, could it?" Lin Min nodded seriously. "Brother is right. But I think now is not the time to focus on that. Compared to that, we should focus more on Ding Qing's betrayal of you. He just left the police station. And then you were prosecuted. To say it has nothing to do with him, neither I nor the brothers believe it." Ignoring Lin Min's rudeness, the matter was indeed as described. Regardless of anything else, Ding Qing had disregarded all the rules of the underworld and betrayed him. He's being prosecuted now, and he just spoke with his lawyer. The situation isn't good. He might end up in jail. What good is it if he knows who attacked those two people? Li Hongjiu gritted his teeth and said, "You're right, Ding Qing is truly despicable. That son of a bitch dared to betray me." "That's more like it," Lin Min said. "Brother, what do you plan to do?" Li Hongjiu stared fiercely into Lin Min's eyes. Of course, if I don't have a good time, he won't have one either. Yes, brother. I'll be going now, and I'll come see you again later. Some things don't need to be said. Lin Mins understood Li Hongjiu's meaning perfectly. Besides, he was with Wang, and no matter what Li Hongjiu said, using this opportunity to go back and falsely convey the imperial edict was what he needed to do. Moreover, this was a police station detention center, full of police officers, and the security was quite tight. Bribing the police would easily be exposed. If this were a prison or somewhere else, Li Hongjiu would be dead already. Meanwhile, Wang Yan also got results. After a bunch of old bastards finished their investigation, they sent a henchman to inform him. Nothing special, just some permits for the Sihei group to enter other profitable industries, and they even got him a legitimate casino license in Jeju Island. To put it bluntly, they were just making him eat some chaff from the chaebols, essentially giving him some money to get rid of him. Perhaps Wang Yan's gesture of giving them a way out was taken as a sign of submission. These bastards were definitely no match for him, Wang Yan, and it would be a real headache if he didn't take them down. However, Wang Yan didn't complain or lash out. Instead, he cheerfully had his underlings send the messenger away. He could deal with the messenger later. Yelling at a messenger was useless. Afterwards, Wang Yan had his underlings process his discharge from the hospital. Staying there wasn't comfortable. Being someone with the system, his physique was special, and his recovery ability was strong. Normally, it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, but for him, it only took a little over a month, less than 2 months, to fully recover. Because his previous villa had been destroyed, he had his men buy another one on a different hill, but it still needed time to be cleaned up before he could move in. So, Wang Yan returned to his old 2-story villa. The first thing he did upon arriving home was to call his 2 underlings who were infiltrating the Jinmin group. He already knew about what had happened that morning. Now one was in jail, and the other story was unclear. What were they waiting for if not to kill them? After instructing his 2 underlings, he called Zhang Dongru, telling him to intensify the offensive and push forward relentlessly. Currently, there was infighting within the Jinmin group, and the people involved had differing intentions and weren't very motivated to fight. Wang Yan had no time to play with them slowly. He just wanted to finish things quickly, focus on development, and eventually take down both sides. Following Wang Yan's instructions, Lin Mins went back and immediately reported Ding Qing, along with a mule of incriminating evidence. Not to mention that Li Hongjiu, as an adversary, had already been collecting information on Ding Qing, and Wang Yan had also been studying the Jinmin group for over a year, gathering enough information as well. Ding Qing had only been back for a short time, still figuring out who the undercover agent was, when he was taken away by the police again. Captain Zhang hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. He'd only used a small framing trick that morning, and Ding Qing was already in jail in less than a day. In this situation, as long as they favored the Peking University faction and suppressed the Tiger faction, what could possibly stop second brother Li Zichen from rising to power? Smiling, Captain Zhang entered the interrogation room and sat opposite Ding Qing. "We meet again." Ding Qing had no interest in small talk and said loudly, "I want to see a lawyer." "See a lawyer?" "Of course." Captain Zhang raised an eyebrow. "I wonder if the lawyer you're talking about is a Chinese man named Wu Liang?" "Yes, that's him." "I want to see him, and I have the right to see him." "Of course, you certainly have the right. But I have to apologize, you'll never see this lawyer named Wu Liang again. Shortly after we took you away, Wu Liang died in the underground parking lot of the Jinmin group. The murderer has already turned himself in." Ding Qing paused, frowning, and asked, "What about Li Zichen? How is he?" "Well, he's still alive. I heard he's trying to save you. Oh, and to get revenge on Li Hongjiu, he even sent over some information about him." Captain Zhang then added, "But I advise you to give up on that idea. Look, this is all about you. In my experience, it'll be at least 40 or 50 years. If you're lucky, you might get out of prison alive." He handed over a folder. Ding Qing frowned, flipping through the documents. After a long while, he pushed the folder aside and sighed. "Actually, it's not so bad to be alive, is it? Perhaps. The Procuratorate has already filed a case, and will probably have results soon. Reflect on your life as a hoodlum." After saying this, Captain Zhang hummed an unknown tune and walked away smugly. Unbeknownst to him, Li Zichen, whom he described as living a good life, was also nearing his end. In a clubhouse under the Beta sect, Li Zichen trembled, watching in terror as Han Yongzheng repeatedly struck Shi Wu's head with a stick. To be honest, he was somewhat pleased when Ding Qing was taken away, because it meant their plan was more than half successful, and he was about to become the boss of the Jingmen group. But fate had other plans. After Han Yongzheng summoned him and Shi Wu under the pretext of discussing matters, and then threw several documents in his face, his joy vanished. Shi Wu was already dead, but Han Yongzheng continued to swing the stick fiercely. The stick seemed to be aimed directly at Li Zichen, who trembled with every swing. Only after Shi Wu's head was smashed and deformed did Han Yongzheng casually throw the stick to the ground, take a wet towel from his henchman, wipe his hands, and sit down in front of Li Zichen. Director Li, is Attorney Wu's information correct? This information was, of course, provided by Wang Yan. Wu Lian couldn't have been that fast. But since he was dead, let's give him credit. Li Zichen trembled, trying to explain. But all he could manage were hollow sounds squeezed from his throat. He couldn't utter a single complete sentence. His mind was blank, he just trembled uncontrollably, gripped by the fear of death. Han Yongzheng shook his head. I never expected that Director Li, who followed Big Brother all this way, would turn out to be an undercover agent sent by the police. Well, considering how many years he's followed Big Brother, let's not make things difficult for him. After all, Big Brother and he have such a good relationship, he probably wouldn't want to torture him. Let's not make things hard for him, let's send him on his way. A henchman came up with a knife and, without a word, grabbed Li Zichen by the hair and slashed his neck. Blood gushed out, and Li Zichen collapsed to the ground, convulsing for a while before finally breathing his last. Watching Li Zichen stop convulsing, Han Yongzheng carefully wiped the blood from his fingers and casually said, now that our eldest brother is in jail, and Director Li is an undercover agent, what are your thoughts? That night, a large-scale conflict broke out between the Tiger faction and the Northgate faction, resulting in the deaths of several gang elders, Captain Zhang, and Section Chief Gao, who died in a car accident. As for Song Zinayu from the chess club, she was doing quite well, because Wang Yan thought she was quite. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the internal strife within the Jingmen group, Zhang Dongru seized the opportunity to occupy Shower and Engine, gaining a foothold overnight. The next day, the Jingmen group held a meeting immediately. It was imperative. If the chairman's issue wasn't resolved soon, the Jingmen group would be finished. After a day of negotiations, clarifying their respective interests, Han Yongzheng was finally appointed chairman, and Lin Min's as vice chairman. A month later, as the judge's gavel fell, Ding Qing and Li Hongji were both sentenced to 45 years and immediately sent to Fushan prison. This was Wang Yan's operation. Ding Qing couldn't die, so couldn't he at least cause trouble for him? In Fushan, Wang Yan was the king. He had long since woven a dirty net of interests, let alone Fushan prison. Wang Yan had already planned that once the two of them were in place, he would directly kill the arrogant Li Hongjiu, and as for Ding Qing, he would have two strong men scout the way first before slowly studying him. This month passed, and with Han Yongzheng regrouping the power of the Jingmen group, the Xianxia Society and the Jingmen group were now evenly matched. They fought every day anyway, and no clear winner could be determined. As for the affairs at the top, the last incident served as a catalyst, and they began competing in other areas. Wang Yan now had nothing much to do, except for women and studying and conducting research. For this purpose, he opened a private laboratory and invited many experts. He wasn't aiming to make money, he just wanted to learn. So, as long as the experts he invited could clearly define the future direction, they could research however they wanted. After all, Wang Yan was wealthy and didn't care about the money. At the same time, he registered a health product company in China, established a laboratory, and invited many experts in both traditional Chinese and Western medicine. He once again presented the formulas from the Grand Master for them to improve. 2 of the precious medicinal herbs had already been replaced, and now they continue their research. When they developed a product that was effective, low cost, and without side effects, that would be Wang Yan's rise to prominence. If he wasn't mistaken, this research could continue until around 2019 or 2020, a decade or so. At least some progress should be made. To be honest, Wang Yan hadn't thought about this before. It was only after being with Wei Lan, coupled with his previous desire to participate in the war in reality, that he remembered this matter. It had somewhat delayed things, considering the 2 worlds he had experienced combined spanned over 60 years. However, there's a saying that's true, the best time to do something is now. Fortunately, He has plenty of time. The past 60 years or so weren't a big problem, and it's not too late to start now. He'll research anything in the modern world from now on. He's sure he can figure it out. A daily thank you to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who recommended the book, and to all the brothers who quietly read it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 134 Return. In February 2008, after 27 years working in Hyundai, the old bastard, born in Osaka, Japan, took over as the boss. Wang Yan's power was limited, and he had no crucial influence on matters of this level. So what was bound to happen would happen, and the old bastard still rose to power. Of course, he also gained some benefits, making some loyal and reliable friends. Although his power didn't leap forward, it was still a step further. In the past year, the SYNOPSIS society had gained a foothold in major South Korean cities, and various traditional industries were booming. It not only provided a lot of cash but also a lot of free labor. After all, loans must be repaid. Under Wang Yan's covert control, the Jaemin Group underwent a major reshuffle. After all, the Jaemin Group used to be a united organization with some people holding shares, which wasn't good for Wang Yan. So he slowly filled the Jaemin Group with people and used some means to take away those people's shares. At the same time, all the positions at all levels were changed, completely transforming the Jaemin Group into a centralized organization. Then, following the SYNOPSIS society's model, he opened up the upward channel and carried out layer-by-layer screening. What did the old Jaemin Group want to do? As a leader, Shi Dongchu must have thought this way from his position. However, this approach involves a redistribution of interests, a major reform within the organization. Since it's a reform, it requires breaking the old rules and establishing a new order. This approach is essentially self-destructive to the entire Jaemin Group. Within 3 days, he'll either be in a car accident or disappear. He'll meet a terrible end. Wang Yan's approach is much better. After all, Han Yongzheng and Lin Min's, representing two factions, seized power, eliminating many veterans and essentially breaking the original community of interests. Later, after consolidating the entire Jaemin Group, they further eliminated many more. Those who didn't understand were basically all dead, and the remaining ones couldn't cause much trouble. With the cooperation of Han Yongzheng and Zhang Dongru, Wang Yan's order to play both sides was perfectly executed. They were all brothers, and Zhang Dongru and Han Yongzheng didn't understand why they had to fight to the death. Wang Yan had power and substantial benefits, but he still showed them some respect and patiently explained. He wasn't afraid of these two rebelling. Leaving aside the increased security forces he'd gained after 2 assassination attempts, the several villas he'd recently purchased on another mountain, the weapons in his special storage, and his own extraordinary martial prowess, just consider the people he'd secretly and openly planted. More likely, Wang Yan already knew when they were contacting people. Moreover, he had another force at his disposal, the one that had always worked for him. Those were people he'd carefully selected, sifted through meticulously. He had complete control over everyone's information, a master of the art of both persuasion and manipulation. Obedience meant a life of luxury and wealth. Disobedience was simple. Besides, aside from occasionally checking on the situation and maintaining control, Wang Yan didn't interfere. These two were rich and powerful, completely autonomous except for occasionally taking orders. Giving up their existing wealth and status to gamble on an uncertain future was an incredibly difficult choice. Wang Yan believed they were sensible and wouldn't make a rash decision. One thing that must be mentioned is Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan. As subordinates assigned by the system, Wang Yan had been quite kind to the two of them, taking good care of them over the years. In comparison, Li Quan was a complete failure. Actually, in terms of achievements, he was far superior to Zhang Guangshan. But because of this, the immense sense of accomplishment, coupled with the surrounding environment, led the bastard to become addicted. After Wang Yan discovered this, he had him brought back and, without a word, broke one of his legs. After the surgery and 2 days of observation, confirming there were no major problems, just some minor after effects, Wang Yan assigned 2 henchmen to take care of him and then threw him into Fushan prison. In short, if he couldn't quit, he'd be killed. Speaking of Fushan prison, one has to mention Ding Qing. Apart from the unpleasant experience of being shown the way by a strong man who was confirmed to be healthy when he first arrived, the rest of his life was pretty good, except for occasional beatings. Wang Yan wasn't afraid of anything else, except that Ding Qing might get sick or die. If he did, Wang Yan, would be the one to suffer. So, after the first disgusting incident, he let it go. As for the SYNOPSIS Group, its logistics network now covers all of South Korea, and under normal circumstances, delivery is guaranteed within 1 day. Moreover, its international business is no longer limited to 2 small, dilapidated ships, but rather a new ship with sufficient tonnage and 8 smaller, worn-out vessels. It has also transitioned from cross-border logistics to large-scale import and export trade. Simultaneously, leveraging the convenience of logistics, it has built an online shopping website, which is currently performing well. Its communication software, after all, is difficult at the beginning. Once it survives the initial phase and gains a certain number of users and brand awareness, further development becomes much smoother. Furthermore, Wang Yan's ability to consistently iterate the product is unparalleled. Besides, he's not short of money, his advertising is everywhere, and the results are naturally maximized. It's now expanding into Europe and America, and is in contact with some investors who have been waiting for a long time. Other industries are also developing well. Last year, Xiaopao released the groundbreaking AI Pao, officially opening the door to the smartphone era. Anyone with a brain knows what the next big trend is, and everyone's investing in smartphones. Wang Yan is no exception. He's also invested in building a factory. Whether it's good or bad, once it's produced, it's money. It's practically like getting something for nothing. As for the research on the secret medicine formula, after more than a year, he's only replaced 1 mid-grade herb. Meanwhile, foreign experts synthesized one of the elements, but it was useless. All the formulas Wang Yan presented were essentially the same: to replenish qi and blood, strengthen muscles and bones, and consolidate the foundation. However, the effects of so many formulas naturally varied in strength, and each formula involved dozens to hundreds of herbs, with strict measurements for each ingredient. A slight difference could lead to a huge difference in results. The variations were immense. So, was the separately synthesized element that thing? Besides that, other industries were also booming, especially in the last 2 years with the American subprime mortgage crisis. In short, it all boils down to 3 words: making big money. In the seaside villa on the hillside, Wang Yan put down the phone, frowning in deep thought. It was the second day of the new president's term, and the call had just come from a cooperating official. This old bastard, on his very second day in office, immediately proposed a rectification plan. Anyone with eyes could see it was aimed at the Kim Group and the SYNOPSIS World Society. The next day, the old bastard issued the order. The power of a nation is no joke. When it gets serious, it's not something an individual or a small group can withstand. On the day the order was issued, at least several thousand establishments across South Korea were shut down, and thousands were arrested. The atmosphere on the streets changed dramatically, the loitering crowds were gone, and even the air seemed cleaner. The public felt this action was excellent, as they had long been annoyed and fed up. This was a welcome relief. As a result, Lee Myung-bak's approval rating rose slightly after only a few days in office. But was it really that simple? Leaving aside other small factions, the Kim Group and the SYNOPSIS alone had over 100,000 peripheral members. How many could they possibly arrest with such a massive crackdown? The remaining members, out of fear, might leave the gang and stay home for a while. But old habits die hard. Once the storm passes, those who have been cooped up for so long, without the constraints of a gang, will only become more chaotic. Considering his development back in the real world, Wang Yan established an artificial intelligence lab. Leaving aside the wisdom and experience he's accumulated from reading so many books, being a gang leader so many times, and experiencing so many things, just look at the massive amounts of money being poured into it by domestic and international giants. Isn't that obvious? Moreover, he has a significant advantage compared to other companies, which have numerous projects. He's relentlessly pursuing various directions in artificial intelligence, autonomous driving, deep learning, biometrics, data mining, and so on. With so much money, he's confident he can outcompete them. As for the criticisms about huge R&D investment and limited application scenarios, that's irrelevant to Wang Yan. Frankly, he's made an immeasurable amount of money in the film and television world, and he doesn't care at all. He could bankrupt his entire company and just keep throwing money at it. Therefore, he focused on two main areas: artificial intelligence and the improvement of the secret medicine formula. The stars and moon turned, seasons changed, and in the blink of an eye, it was November 2019. His logistics company and internet company were both spun off and listed on the stock exchange, becoming internationally renowned multinational behemoths. Gradually, he raised a considerable amount of money, and combined with the profits from other businesses within the SYNOPSIS group, all of it was poured into those two projects. Over the past 10 years, the formula had been modified intermittently, replacing one expensive ingredient with three mid-range ones, reducing its effectiveness considerably. Side effects still existed, and it wasn't cheap either. The side effects Wang Yan mentioned were always those that could be eliminated by the body's natural metabolism within a certain time frame. After all, he was a professional traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, and he understood this principle. Now, it seemed that progress was still far off. Artificial intelligence, on the other hand, had made significant progress, with its various branches achieving remarkable results. In the current world, saying it was world-leading would be a bit of an exaggeration, since he didn't specialize in everything, but saying it was among the world's best was certainly accurate. Putting everything else aside, just look at research and development funding. In terms of investment in artificial intelligence, he's been number one for years, far ahead of second place. He's also spent money or shared resources to acquire technology from other top companies. Of course, it's not comprehensive, but having that direction makes things much easier. Of course, he's also used some underhanded methods, but the results haven't been great. After all, if it were that easy, the real world wouldn't be like that. There are only 2 months left until the Lunar New Year, and if I'm not mistaken, he should be leaving soon. So, he's been spending most of his time in the lab reviewing data. He already remembered the prescription, and the changes weren't significant, so memorizing it wasn't too difficult. The only problem is that he can't remember the detailed experimental data. Otherwise, he'd avoid many pitfalls in the future. As for artificial intelligence, there's just too much information. It's unrealistic to expect to remember it all. He doesn't have a photographic memory, and his brain capacity is questionable. Therefore, he needs to memorize as many key algorithms and development directions as possible within 2 months. Then, he'll go back and try to reproduce them bit by bit from memory. He hadn't wasted the past 10 years. His computer skills were already at level 5, and through years of dedicated study, both his software and hardware skills had improved. Once he finished writing the core code, he could start a company and find people to help him write it. The technology wouldn't be as advanced as it is now. After all, it was the collective wisdom of a large group of experts and professors. Even he, as a beast, couldn't reach that level. But he could work at it step by step. It wouldn't take long. New Year's Eve, Wang Yan had a drink with Zhang Guangshan and Li Quan. Zhang Guangshan was fine, but Li Quan, whose leg he had broken, walked with a slight limp. Wang Yan didn't care whether Li Quan held a grudge or not, as long as he remained respectful to him outwardly and didn't do anything underhanded, it didn't matter. As long as he couldn't see those things, whatever Li Quan thought in his heart, it meant he didn't hold a grudge. Li Quan had lived peacefully all these years. After drinking the two of them under the table, Wang Yan went to the mountaintop and looked at the sea. There was nothing in this world worth staying for. The only thing he hadn't managed to take all the data with him was. As for Ding Qing, Wang Yan hadn't bothered with him for 2 years. At first, things were alright, he knew how to resist and even attempt suicide. Later, his entire spirit and energy were shattered, leaving him completely broken. Wang Yan no longer had the will to manipulate him. The price had been paid, so he had lived a life of plenty, becoming incredibly obese. Shaking his head, Wang Yan stopped thinking about it. He pulled up the panel and selected return. A flash of blue light. Daily thanks to the kind brothers who voted with monthly tickets, thanks to all the brothers who voted with recommendations, and thanks to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 135 Daily Life. He opened his eyes, shook his head, got up, poured himself a glass of water, and sat down again. Wang Yan drank the water and pulled up his panel to check his attributes: Strength 25, Agility 25, Constitution 25, Spirit 39, Unallocated points 4, Storage space 2 meters. The mission to keep Ding Qing alive had given him 4 attribute points, the rest remained unchanged. Regarding skills, to understand the progress of the secret medicine, He inevitably needed to absorb some pharmacological knowledge, and his traditional Chinese medicine skills had improved slightly. His computer skills had improved considerably, but at LV5, the system no longer provided specific measurement standards. He relied entirely on his own intuition. His skills in Chinese classics and philosophy were initially learned in infernal affairs to address his excessive bloodlust, and later, after a period of self-cultivation in the Grandmaster, he hadn't actively studied them again, knowing his intelligence was somewhat lacking. His innate abilities couldn't be compensated for. The heights of the pre-Qin philosophers like Laozi, Zhuangzi, Confucius, Mencius, Mozi, Yangzi, Buddha, Plato, Aristotle, and so on were beyond his reach. But he also had advantages. He'd lived long enough, seen enough, and read countless books. Even casually pondering things in his spare time was beneficial, so he'd broken through to LV4 in both areas. Given the time available, he might be able to impress those influential figures with his boasting. After all, they were focused on height, while Wang Yan's height was built on breadth. Besides, he'd lived in South Korea for over 10 years, and his Korean language skills were at LV3. After reviewing the code, he put away the control panel and started working on the computer in front of him. He wanted to extract the core code. Even though he was incredibly diligent, this wouldn't be done quickly. It was a serious undertaking. With everything in his head, he wrote code just like on TV, clattering away. Except for a quick noodle lunch downstairs, Wang Yan stayed home coding until after 4 p.m. He'd arranged with Wei Lan that morning to eat out together tonight and then go shopping for some household goods. Wang Yan said that waiting until he had time off wouldn't work, so he wanted to get everything sorted out as soon as possible and move in. After tidying up, Wang Yan went out for a stroll towards Wei Lan's company. Actually, the distance wasn't too far. It would only take about 10 minutes by bicycle, but he strolled along at a leisurely pace and arrived in about an hour. Wei Lan finished get-off work at 5:30, so he arrived just in time. Besides, having lived in South Korea for over 10 years, walking around would give him a feel for the place. He strolled to Wei Lan's company building, arriving just in time for rush hour. There were already many people leaving the office building in groups, and on the road in front of the building, there were many ride-hailing cars and taxis with their hazard lights flashing, as well as cars driven by family members picking up passengers. Horns blared frequently, and the road conditions weren't great. He found a place where he wouldn't get in the way, and after a while, he saw Wei Lan, carrying a small bag, walking out with a colleague, chatting and laughing. "Wei Lan," Wang Yan called out, gesturing with one arm. Hearing the shout, Wei Lan looked in Wang Yan's direction, waved happily, then said a few words to her colleague beside her before walking up to Wang Yan with a smile, linking her arm with his. "Have you been waiting long? My colleague recommended a newly opened Sichuan restaurant, saying the food is pretty good. Let's go try it." Wang Yan nodded. "Let's go." The two chatted and laughed as they hailed a taxi and headed straight to their destination. It was lunchtime, and being a newly opened restaurant, it was bustling with people eager to try it out. A waiter came over with a menu. "What would you two like to eat?" Wang Yan handed the menu to Wei Lan. "You can choose whatever you like, I'm fine with anything." Wei Lan didn't stand on ceremony. They had been sleeping together for several days, and she knew Wang Yan's tastes. This one. Wei Lan looked at the pictures and ordered 3 dishes and a soup, then asked Wang Yan, "Do you drink alcohol?" Wang Yan, who was pouring tea, shook his head. "No, tea is fine with me." Wei Lan nodded, closed the menu, and looked at the waiter. "That's all then, thank you." The waiter politely declined, took the menu, and turned to leave. "Aren't you bored at home all by yourself?" Wei Lan asked, taking the tea Wang Yan offered. Having known him for several months, she knew what Wang Yan was like before, what kind of life he led, truly free as the wind. Now, being with her, alone at home every day, must be a little uncomfortable. "Hey, what's boring about it? You know, a day isn't as long as you think. Checking stock trends, learning about domestic and international markets, and it's over. Besides, I've been researching artificial intelligence lately. Maybe I'll start a company and start a business in a while." Wei Lan asked in surprise. "You're very stable in the stock market. I remember you said you could earn 10 or 20,000 a month. Why are you thinking about starting a business? And in artificial intelligence, no less?" As someone working in the internet industry, although she was a product manager, not really involved, she knew that artificial intelligence was a field with a very unbalanced input and output. She knew some of Wang Yan's experiences and family background. He didn't have any capital to support him. She didn't know how much money Wang Yan had, but given his previous wanderings, he probably didn't have much to cause trouble. Wang Yan put down her water glass. Investing in stocks is alright, but we still need a career. Besides, we'll need to buy a house later. How can we manage without thinking of other ways? Wei Lan understood, and was somewhat excited. She said shyly, I don't need a house. My parents don't have any requirements, as long as we're doing well. Besides, I earn over 10,000 a month. If we save up, we can quickly save enough for a down payment. Taking a sip of water to ease her shyness, Wei Lan pondered, I know a little about artificial intelligence. We don't have capital, technology, connections, or resources. It'll be very difficult to succeed. I think we should seriously reconsider. You're right. I also have some technical skills. I'll try it in my spare time. Wang Yan didn't explain further. She didn't. I'll understand, he said, changing the subject. By the way, you're a products manager, so when you're slacking off, you can think of some good projects, and I'll develop them. If they become a hit, we'll get funding, go public, make a fortune, and we'll both be rich. Wei Lan couldn't help but laugh out loud at Wang Yan's earnest boasting. Stop dreaming. Good projects aren't that easy to come up with. If I could really think of something, I'd be rich by now. Wang Yan laughed. Can I even dream? You need to have that much confidence. Who knows, one day your clever little brain might have a flash of inspiration. Haha, that's right, it's wisdom. You just wait and see. Wei Lan smiled and cleared the table, telling the waiter to put the dishes down. Stop joking, let's eat. After their meal, chatting and laughing, they went straight to IKEA. Women, most of them like flashy things, and Wei Lan was no exception. Wang Yan was very patient, smiling throughout as they shopped with Wei Lan until it was past 8 o'clock and they were about to close, before finally choosing some tables, chairs, and other odds and ends. She paid, filled in her address on the form, took a taxi home, and that was it. For the rest of the things, Wei Lan mostly bought online, and for some miscellaneous items, she'd just go to the supermarket later. Whether shopping in person or browsing on her phone, Wei Lan always asked for his opinion before buying anything. His opinion was simple, and clearly, it contradicted Wei Lan's own ideas. So his response was to expand on Wei Lan's ideas and agree with them. The central idea was that whatever she said was fine, but he would never say it aloud, because that would be too dismissive. Although Wei Lan was a normal woman, she still had some little thoughts when she first fell in love. In the car, Wei Lan rested her head on Wang Yan's shoulder and pondered, Wang Yan, do you like small animals? Just say it, cat or dog? Wei Lan looked up and chuckled, I want both. I've had this idea since I was little, but my parents thought it was too noisy and always disagreed. After I started working, I either shared an apartment or lived in a small apartment, which was too small to keep them. This time we just moved to a bigger house, so, Then let's go out and look around this week when you have time off. Wei Lan was very happy and gave Wang Yan a kiss on the cheek. Great, it's settled then. After a moment of happiness, Wei Lan realized, by the way, does the landlord allow pets? If not, then forget it. It's okay, I already asked, and it's allowed. Wang Yan had thought of this beforehand, to say the least, he had this idea all along. He wouldn't say he liked them, but his main enjoyment of cats and dogs was watching them fight. It's just that he had a hard time supporting himself before, let alone taking care of cats and dogs. After all, pet dogs and cats aren't like the stray dogs and cats in his village when he was a kid, before he moved to the city. They could be fed leftovers and occasionally go out for a treat. Compared to those, pet dogs and cats are much less durable and cost more. Very thoughtful, I'll give you credit. Wei Lan nodded seriously and patted Wang Yan's arm. Wang Yan whispered in her ear, shall we get a reward when we get home? Wei Lan glanced at the driver ahead and playfully punched Wang Yan, annoying. Wang Yan laughed and didn't say anything more. They drove in silence until they got back to the apartment. Without a word, they started preparing for their reward. They went from the bathroom to the bed and back again, taking an hour and a half to finish. It was only a little past 11 when they were done, still early for bed. So they each went about their own business. Wang Yan was typing furiously at his computer, while Wei Lan, her face still flushed, lay on the bed, half revealed, scrolling through her phone, browsing items. She just felt something was missing. Seriously, Wang Yan could understand Wei Lan's Teo Bao shopping, but it was still unbearable to look at. Dozens of items in her cart, another dozen or so awaiting delivery, and they were still considered low quality. She wouldn't buy anything unless she was buying a whole bunch. According to Wei Lan, she was a junior, there were plenty of people much more capable than her. Wei Lan's attention was drawn to the rapid clatter of keyboards after only a few scrolls. Looking up, she saw Wang Yan intently working, lines of code flashing across the screen, making it look quite professional. She put on her glasses, quietly got up, and walked behind Wang Yan, glancing at the interface. She recognized it, VS Code. Several programmers in her project team used it. But that was about it, she couldn't understand anything more. She knew the programmers in their project team couldn't possibly code at that speed. Wang Yan's movements looked more like random typing. But she knew Wang Yan was always a man of purpose. Besides, there was no need to show off in front of her. It seemed Wang Yan was truly impressive. Taking a glass of water from the side, she poured some for Wang Yan and placed it on the table. Wei Lan said, "Stop for a moment, have some water, relax your fingers. I really didn't realize you were just a little technically skilled." Wang Yan picked up the glass and asked, "Am I bothering you?" He was using the laptop's built-in membrane keyboard, which was relatively quiet, but even that couldn't keep up with the speed of typing. "No, I was just curious because your typing speed is so fast." Wei Lan blinked. "By the way, what level are you at?" Wang Yan took a sip of water and smiled faintly. "A little better than the best programmer in your company." Wei Lan wasn't stupid, even the best programmer in their company wasn't that good. "Oh, be honest, don't tease me." If she didn't know anything about the industry, that would be one thing, but she did know a little, but not very much, just a superficial understanding. Wang Yan thought for a moment and said, "Simply put, I'm pretty good at almost anything related to computer software." He wasn't exaggerating, after all, his professional skills were undeniable. He was proficient in network security, databases, programming, operating systems, and so on. He was incredibly well-rounded. "Then why didn't you do this before, and instead went to sell houses?" Wang Yan shook his head. "I don't like being managed, selling houses is more free." He had actually worked as a programmer before selling houses. Back then, he had just graduated from university and was tricked into going to training. "Yeah, that's true." Wei Lan nodded. "Hey, since you're so good at technology, why don't you take on some freelance work? My colleague does it, but his level is far below yours. And I have friends I can introduce you to. The money is definitely reliable." "Forget it, too much work, too much fuss." Wang Yan closed his laptop, got up and hugged Wei Lan. "All right, stop researching. It's getting late, let's get settled, my love." Wei Lan was amused and giggled, then laid down in bed with Wang Yan. But they didn't fall asleep, and this time they ended up lying in bed playing on their phones together. Wei Lan continued browsing online shopping sites, while Wang Yan started reading papers on artificial intelligence. The following week, the two of them settled into their new place and moved in on Saturday. On Sunday, the two went to several flower and bird markets, bought some green plants, and got a small orange tabby cat and a golden retriever, both male. Wei Lan's hobbies differed from Wang Yan's. She preferred chubby, lazy animals. The orange tabby was named A Mao, cat, and the golden retriever A Gu, dog, names Wang Yan had chosen. At first, Wei Lan thought it was a bit odd, but compared to her own names like Wuke, Lucky, and Fuge, Wealthy, and the names of famous pets online, they were quite unique, exceptionally simple and direct, so she decided on those names. After that, their life became warm and their relationship grew stronger. During the day, Wei Lan went to work, while Wang Yan stayed home, frantically writing code and taking care of the cat and dog. In the evenings, Wang Yan cooked, and after dinner, they would wash the dishes and take a walk together. Then, Wei Lan would spend her days cuddling with the cat and dog, taking all sorts of photos. She would also exercise, read books, and play on her phone, and the days would pass by. Until, more than half a month later, another system message arrived unexpectedly. "She's Yameng from Beijing Love Story, smooth it out." This drama used to be quite popular. Wang Yan had seen it. But it's been years, and he'd forgotten most of it. However, Wang Yan didn't care. He wanted to write down everything he remembered now. Otherwise, after wandering around in there for a few years, He wouldn't remember anything at all. Besides, this was a modern world. He would inevitably continue researching after going in, and then there would be a ton of stuff when he returned. It was better to sort out what was in his head first. Without further ado, Wang Yan went all out, forgetting all about sex with Wei Lan, and wrote day and night. Another half-month passed, and Wang Yan finally typed out the key algorithms he had memorized. To be honest, he could guarantee the accuracy of the earlier parts, but he was a little unsure about the later ones. But it wasn't a big problem. He could just mark the problematic ones and study them later. After finishing this, it happened to be Wei Lan's day off. Wang Yan didn't do anything but stay with her. He had neglected her somewhat these past few days, so it was a good opportunity for her to rest and clear her head. Wei Lan could understand Wang Yan's perspective. After all, according to his explanation, inspiration was like a sudden burst of urine, and you had to seize it. She didn't complain much, and she got along well with the cats and dogs. After accompanying Wei Lan for 2 days of rest, once she went to work, Wang Yan turned on his computer and started watching a TV series. The series had 39 episodes and mainly told the story of a group of abnormal people's love, hate, and grudges in Beijing. It took Wang Yan 2 days to finish watching it. After watching, he realized that only Shi Xiameng was a normal person, and he even turned himself in. He searched online for information from that time, not caring about anything else, mainly focusing on domestic and international stock markets. He didn't know what configuration the system had given him, but stocks were like picking up money, making things easier. He also looked at some netizens' comments on the series. Some were about power struggles, some about boxing. It was quite lively. For now and for who knows how long, his main goals were improving the secret medicine formula and developing artificial intelligence. As for the system's tasks, wouldn't it be enough to just play around with Shi Xiameng? Whether it's logical or not, in the film and television world, Shi Xiameng, a mere advertising designer, later rose to a management position in a listed company with a market value of several hundred billion, and even participated in the struggle against the shameless rich second-generation Chang Feng's father, playing a significant role in it. This ability is definitely sufficient. To be fair, Shi Xiameng should indeed have a smoother path. Wang Yan simply finds him agreeable. Even if the mission wasn't his, Wang Yan would still make sure he got along smoothly. It was just a side job. Wang Yan took a sip of water, pulled up the panel, selected the operation, and with a flash of blue light, Wang Yan disappeared from the spot. Thank you to brother, Fifile, for the 1,500 coin reward for continued support. Thank you to brother, Pangxilionian, for the 100 coin reward. Daily thanks to the good brothers who voted with monthly tickets. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for recommendations, and thank you to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 136 First Meeting with Shi Xiameng. A cold wind blew in his face, and the noise filled his ears. Wang Yan looked around. He was standing next to a bus stop, surrounded by people bundled up in thick cotton-padded coats and down jackets, stamping their feet and breathing out warm air. Some were constantly pulling out their phones or glancing at their watches. After confirming everything was alright, Wang Yan stopped by a nearby utility pole and began receiving his identity information. Wang Yan, 28 years old, from Beijing, from a wealthy family. Unfortunately, his parents had died in a car accident 8 years ago, leaving him only with their inheritance. After graduating from university, he started an internet company, a decent size with about 100 employees. His main business was researching artificial intelligence, but as the saying goes, the input and output of AI are disproportionate. So, to make a living, he also took on some freelance projects to earn extra money, barely breaking even. In addition, he owned a 3-courtyard house on the shore of Bihai Lake, the one featured in the TV series Fleet of Time. Not counting the house, his assets were probably 200 or 300 million yuan. The current time was December 2010. After receiving the information, Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh. His system daddy was becoming increasingly considerate, knowing his thoughts and directly assigning him the right thing. Perhaps the system daddy also found it troublesome. After all, Wang Yan's own abilities, coupled with the difference in eras, made him an absolute master at making money. Rather than wasting time, it was better to just assign him the right thing in one go. After fantasizing about his system daddy for a while, Wang Yan finally started to focus on serious matters. His current location was a bit baffling. Why was he being dumped on the roadside instead of given a 900 square meter house? Just as Wang Yan was pondering this, a bus full of people pulled up at the stop. With a hiss of the air brakes, the rear door opened. Before anyone near the door could react, someone in a hurry at the back helped him off the bus, nearly falling over. "Why are you pushing? Are you in a rush to be reborn?" the person shouted in dissatisfaction. No one paid him any attention, and the group of people who had gotten off the bus dispersed in a large group. It was time for work, and being late would result in a deduction in pay. Besides, it was so cold outside, it wasn't worth wasting time on trivial matters over a few words. Wang Yan, who was leaning against a telephone pole, heard the noise and turned around. In just one glance, he saw Chen Jiang, who had just gotten off the bus with his hands in his pockets, a bag slung across his shoulder, and a cardboard tube. "She's a man." At this point, he understood that the system had arranged an opportunity for him to meet Shi Xiamen. After all, he had just finished watching the TV series, and the impression was still quite deep. The current situation was the beginning of the second episode, the scene where Shi Xiamen injured his arm while saving a child. The scene of jumping off the building at the beginning had already passed, and he hadn't caught up with it. Just as Wang Yan was thinking wildly, Shi Xiamen had already walked to within 2 meters of Wang Yan. At that moment, a little boy bumped into Shi Xiamen from behind and, without even looking, was about to cross the road to the other side. Shi Xiamen stumbled from the impact, and just as he looked up to speak, he saw a bus heading straight for the little boy in the road. Without thinking, he rushed forward, throwing away the paper tube that had slipped off his shoulder with a sudden movement, and tackled the boy who was standing motionless and seemingly lost in thought in front of the bus. Screech, screech, bang. With the bus's sudden braking, the tires screeched against the pavement, and then Shi Xiamen and the little boy in his arms fell to the side. Wang Yan quietly crossed his arms and leaned against a telephone pole to watch the show. After all, he knew that apart from Shi Xiamen's injured arm, he was perfectly fine. And Shi Xiamen's injury was just another trigger for Shen Bing's trip to Beijing, so he didn't do anything. "Are you alright? Oh dear, how could this kid be so careless? Yet, why were you in such a hurry? Get up quickly, young man. Check if you're hurt anywhere." Kind passersby saw the accident and rushed over to help Shi Xiamen and the child up, offering words of concern. I'm fine. Shi Xiamen had to present a proposal to a client today and was about to be late. He felt a sharp pain in his arm, forced a smile, waved his hand, and turned to leave. "Hey, buddy, wait a minute." Hearing someone call, Shi Xiamen turned around. Wang Yan held up a paper tube. "I forgot something." "Oh dear, if this were lost, it would have been a huge problem." "Thank you so much." Seeing the paper tube, Shi Xiamen quickly took it and thanked him. This was his livelihood. Losing it and being scolded was a small matter compared to losing money. "I saw you clutching your arm. Are you hurt?" "Hey, it's nothing serious," Shi Xiamen laughed. "Thanks again, but I'm going to be late for work, so I won't say any more. See you later." Wang Yan grabbed Shi Xiamen's arm. "Buddy, I think we should let you suffer after doing a good deed. Don't you think so, kid?" The little boy didn't say anything, still not fully recovered, just nodded blankly. Shi Xiamen understood, and shook his head vigorously. "Brother, I'm really fine, just a small injury. Let it go." The people around also understood, this was going to cause trouble for the child. Some people didn't speak, but looked at Wang Yan with strange eyes. Some people looked at him with disdain. Some people looked at the child, deep in thought. An elderly woman presided over the discussion, saying, "Young man, I don't think this young man is in any trouble, so don't make things difficult for him." "Yes, it's not a big deal." "Exactly. The person involved hasn't said anything. What business is it of yours?" This kind of thing, once it starts, everyone wants to join in the fun. Wang Yan ignored them and forcefully made Shi Xiamen take off his thick cotton-padded coat. Although Shi Xiamen was extremely anxious, he couldn't refuse Wang Yan's calm gaze. Wang Yan ran his hand over the arm a couple of times, asked about the situation, and then turned to the old woman who had spoken to him. "I have a basic understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, and I know a little about massage and bone setting. His condition isn't as minor as you say, it's at least a fracture. A simple checkup at the hospital, an X-ray, and some medication will cost 1,000 or 800 yuan. Why don't you pay for that?" "Hey, young man, how can you talk like that? I don't know any better. But I was thinking that everyone's going to work or school early in the morning, and I didn't want to delay them. It's just that I, an old lady, meant well but messed things up. Alright, I won't get in your way anymore. Wang Yan ignored the elderly woman and instead looked around at the young people who had spoken to him earlier. He didn't laugh or mock them, but their expressions made them feel guilty, lower their heads, and turn to leave. You seem quite anxious, so I won't bother you any longer. Give me your phone number, I happen to be free and can help you talk to the child's parents. Shi Xiameng, hearing Wang Yan's serious words, didn't suspect anything. After all, he was genuinely in pain. Moreover, he knew his own limitations. He could barely scrape together 500 yuan, let alone 1,000 or 800 yuan for medical expenses. Was he going to borrow money from Wu Di and Chang Feng again? Considering this, Shi Xiameng gave them a phone number and thanked them repeatedly. Brother, thank you so much. I'm going to a meeting, I'll definitely be done before noon. Thank you so much, Wang Yan used the currently trending get a shot for to call Shi Xiameng back, stopping him from continuing. Alright, save my number, I'll call you later. Go on, don't delay your business. Okay, brother, I'll contact you later, I'm off. Shi Xiameng didn't linger, quickly grabbed a paper tube and left. He'd already been delayed for a while, the meeting must have already started, he needed to get there quickly. The 80,000 yuan bonus, he'd been working day and night to pay the down payment, he couldn't afford to mess it up. Seeing Shi Xiameng walk away, Wang Yan ignored the onlookers and looked down at the bewildered child, saying, Come on, kid, I'll take you to school. The little boy didn't speak, just looked around pleadingly. He wasn't a child anymore, he understood what was going on. Hearing Wang Yan talking about thousands and hundreds, about communicating with the parents, it was clear he wanted money. Even a fool would know he'd caused trouble. An old man stepped forward and said, Young man, why don't you just call his parents right here? Just in case, everyone will feel at ease. Wang Yan was speechless. This just-in-case pause turned out to be a good thing, making him look like a child trafficker. He shook his head and looked down at the child, saying, A real man should be responsible for his actions. Kid, I'm not trying to scare you, but if it weren't for that person, you'd be in the hospital right now. Your teachers have always told you to use crosswalks and wait for the traffic lights when crossing the street. Was all the teaching for nothing? Did you waste your education? No matter how urgent the situation, you can't risk your life. Don't hold a grudge against me. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Don't let others bear the consequences of your rule breaking. That's not being a law-abiding citizen, much less a proud member of the Communist Youth League. Wang Yan didn't mean anything by it, he simply wanted to educate the child. Wang Yan, the fifth son, had plenty of money, he wasn't short of cash and could pay for it himself. But things weren't that simple. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, the child's parents would still have to pay the medical bills. Of course, they were mainly just bored. Otherwise, he could just pay for Shi Xiameng's trip to the hospital. Not only would there be no criticism, but all the onlookers, regardless of their true feelings, would give him a thumbs up and say, this kid's good, well done. Alright, enough rambling. Take it or leave it. Talking to a kid is really too boring. Wang Yan took out his phone again. Come on, tell me your dad's or mom's phone number. This time, the little boy, who was useless, obediently recited a phone number. What's your name? Zhang Zilan. Wang Yan nodded and dialed the number he had given. After 2 rings, the call was answered. Hello? Is this Zhang Zilan's parent? Shi Xiameng, clutching his aching arm, rushed to the company, grimacing all the way. Finding the conference room, he didn't think twice and just pushed the door open and walked in. Shi Xiameng's sudden intrusion disrupted the friendly atmosphere in the conference room. Everyone who had been chatting and laughing stared at the person who ruined the atmosphere. Facing the stares of everyone, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. The space seemed to freeze for a moment, until Shi Xiameng's apologetic words, "Sorry I'm late," broke the silence. Let me introduce you all. Huang Qiang paused, quickly suppressing his displeasure, and smoothed things over, gesturing vaguely. This is our company's most promising designer, Shi Xiameng. Xiameng, where's the design proposal? Shi Xiameng quickly took the paper tube slung over his shoulder. Mr. Hu, here it is. Show it to the client. Huang Qiang turned to the client beside him and smiled. Let's take a look at this design proposal first, then we'll discuss other matters. What do you say, Mr. Zhao? Mr. Zhao smiled and nodded, of course. What a load of crap. You've already let them show it to you, why are you still asking? Shi Xiameng opened the paper tube, took out the design drawings inside, hung them on the wall, took a deep breath, and bowed without saying a word. Everyone, I apologize again for my rudeness. I'm sorry. Straightening up, seeing the other party nod, Shi Xiameng pointed to the design drawings on the wall and began to speak eloquently. This time, my idea is. Having narrowly missed getting into Tsinghua University, Shi Xiameng, who later participated in the internal struggles of large companies, was quite capable. He rambled on for a while, discussing some details. During the conversation, the client asked what had happened, since Shi Xiameng's right arm hadn't been raised the entire time. It turned out he had saved a child crossing the road from being hit by a car, and everyone gave him a thumbs up in praise. In any case, he successfully saw off the smiling client. Xiaomeng, you're something else. Yesterday you were a hero saving a damsel in distress, and today you've saved a child's life? I'm not kidding, but your life is certainly eventful. You've saved 2 lives in 2 days. You've certainly learned from Comrade Lei's spirit, ha ha ha. Huang Qiang sat in his boss's chair, teasing Shi Xiameng. As a seasoned veteran, he was experienced. He knew there was potential when the design proposal was presented. The subsequent scrutiny of details only fueled the speculation. Although praising Shi Xiameng was just polite talk, it still left a strong impression. Therefore, he was in a good mood. After all, if they closed this deal, he'd make a fortune. It wasn't a bad idea to be lenient with the main breadwinner. Shi Xiameng was a little embarrassed. I'm sorry, brother Hu. This happened, there's really nothing I can do. But I can't just stand by and watch. Don't worry, I'll definitely come early tomorrow, I promise I won't be late. Huang Qiang waved his hand with a smile. Oh, what are you saying? I'm just worried about your safety. What if you accidentally get hurt? In the future, you should think twice before doing these things. I see your arm injury seems quite serious. How about this? I'll give you 2 days off to go to the hospital for a checkup. You can use your free time to study the client's requirements. Don't worry, you'll still get paid for these few days. Xiameng, you better work harder. As long as we close this deal, the 80,000 yuan bonus we agreed on last time will be directly deposited into your account. Hearing that the money was guaranteed, Shi Xiameng grinned from ear to ear. Thank you, brother Hu, don't worry, I'll definitely work hard and finish the new design in the next 2 days. Didn't you hear what the client said? They told you not to rush, your injury is the most important thing. Huang Qiang said, alright, that's all. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. Okay, I'll be going now, brother Hu. Grabbing the blueprints and packing his things, Shi Xiameng happily left the company. With the money secured, the house was secured, and then his girl could be secured too. Imagining the two of them living together in Beijing, in their own home, Shi Xiameng couldn't help but drift off into a daze. Hey, buddy. What are you thinking about? Don't you have any manners? Don't block the way. A man patted Shi Xiameng, who was lost in his beautiful daydreams, with an annoyed expression. Shi Xiameng snapped out of his reverie, quickly moved aside, and apologized to the man with a forced laugh. Sorry, I was just daydreaming. Daydreaming? Move aside. Why are you blocking the door? Really? The man waved his hand and walked away, grumbling. Shi Xiameng didn't care at all, he even wanted to laugh smugly. After this interruption, Shi Xiameng finally put aside his thoughts of the girl and remembered his serious business. He took out his phone, found the number saved as good person, and dialed it. A moment later, the call connected. Hello? Brother? It's me from this morning. Ah, yes. It's all done, all done. It went very smoothly, and I have to thank you, brother. Okay, brother. Wait a moment, I'll take a taxi over right away. Shi Xiameng hung up, looked up at the sky, and sighed that there were still many good people in the world. Then, smiling, he walked to the roadside, waved, and hailed a taxi. Thank you, for the 100-coin reward and continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, thank you to all the brothers who recommended the book, and thank you to all the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 137 The Old Place. At the hospital entrance, Shi Xiameng looked around before pulling out his phone and dialing the number of the good guy. Brother, I'm at the hospital entrance. Where are you? Over here. Hearing the voice, Shi Xiameng turned his head. Wang Yan, who was chatting with someone by the flower bed at the entrance, raised his phone, hung up, and walked towards Shi Xiameng. "Oh, brother. Thank you so much, really." Shi Xiameng put down the phone and reached out his hand from afar. "Alright, thank you so many times, don't be so polite. I just can't stand seeing good people suffer." Wang Yan shook his hand and patted the back of his hand. "Let's go, that kid's dad is queuing up to register inside." "Okay." Shi Xiameng nodded and followed Wang Yan into the hospital building. China, the world's most populous country, has extremely scarce medical resources. And in this vast land, the development of provinces and cities is uneven, with some developed and some underdeveloped, while medical resources are mainly concentrated in developed areas. Undoubtedly, Beijing, the capital city, is where China's medical resources are most concentrated. Every day, countless critically ill patients travel thousands of miles to seek medical treatment. All the talk boils down to 5 words: the hospital is packed. As soon as Wang Yan entered the lobby, the overwhelming noise hit him, making his head spin. He couldn't stand this kind of environment, it was too unsettling. Leading Shi Xiameng to the front of the registration line, Wang Yan patted a bespectacled man. "Mr. Zhang." The man turned around, saw it was Wang Yan, and smiled. "Mr. Wang, I don't know." He stopped mid-sentence, noticing Shi Xiameng beside Wang Yan, and quickly extended his hand. "You must be the gentleman who saved my son this morning?" "Oh, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Shi Xiameng said shyly. "It's nothing, it's what I should do. My name is Shi Xiameng. May I ask your name, brother?" The man grasped Shi Xiameng's uninjured hand. "Hello, brother Xiameng, my name is Zhangbo. I'm a few years older than you, just call me brother Zhang. This time, we owe you a great debt. If anything had happened to the child, what would my wife and I have done? Don't worry, brother Xiameng, this injury can't be in vain, this blood can't be shed for nothing. We'll do a full checkup later, and I'll take full responsibility for any problems." Shi Xiameng shook his head repeatedly. "Really, there's no need for that trouble, brother Zhang, just look at the arm, everything else is fine." Zhangbo said magnanimously. "How can that be? I know the details. If there's any damage to the internal organs or other parts, then it would be my fault as the parent of the rescued child. If others find out, they'll gossip about me." This implied a willingness to take responsibility, but Wang Yan knew it was more about preventing future accusations. After all, if they only checked the arm this time, what would they say if Shi Xiameng had other problems later? It would be a huge problem. So, it was better to get it over with directly and avoid future trouble. The way Wang Yan had treated this guy before, it was mainly because Wang Yan was being unreasonable. It had nothing to do with him, yet he insisted on stopping the child and demanding an explanation. Anyone would feel uncomfortable in that situation. Zhangbo was a decent person, a public servant. As a local figure, regardless of his position, he could easily pull some strings. Therefore, Zhangbo initially adopted a high-handed attitude. He was a reasonable person who could speak plainly. After a friendly exchange with Wang Yan, there wasn't much more to say. "Brother, really, it's not necessary. I know my own body, so don't waste money. Hey, health is important, don't back down. Right, Mr. Wang?" Wang Yan nodded, patting Shi Xiameng's shoulder. "Xiameng, just listen to Mr. Zhang, he just wants to do his part. Mr. Wang is right, give me a chance to do my part too. Brother Xiameng, don't refuse." Shi Xiameng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Brother Zhang, I'm really sorry to trouble you." "Hey, that's more like it. As long as you're healthy, everything else is trivial. Except for some tests that required fasting, they went through all the other tests from head to toe." Shi Xiameng's injured arm, as Wang Yan said, was indeed a minor fracture, only the external wound was quite large. In the end, it needed 5 stitches and was splinted and slinged. There were also a few bruises, but none of them were serious. Finally, a whole bunch of medicines for promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis, reducing inflammation, and promoting bone regeneration were prescribed, and the test results would be ready in a week. Wang Yan played the role of a helpful bystander, accompanying him from beginning to end. The tests themselves weren't too time-consuming, but the queues were incredibly long. By the time they finished, it was already past 5 o'clock. They had spent half the day on the tests. At the hospital entrance, Shi Xiameng and Zhang Bo were pulling and tugging at each other. "Brother Zhang, it's not a big deal, I'll be fine in a couple of days. I really can't accept this money. Brother Xiameng, this money isn't for any other reason than it's a small token of my appreciation. You can keep it without worry, and go back and buy some nutritional supplements to help you recover. Besides, this injury will definitely affect your work, and I really feel bad about it. Brother Wang, what do you think?" Shi Xiameng looked to Wang Yan for help. Wang Yan said, "Alright, Xiameng, don't refuse anymore. I can tell that Mr. Zhang won't sleep well if you don't take this money. Just accept it." "Of course, Brother Xiameng, I'm being sincere, it's not just a formality." Shi Xiameng hesitated, looking at Wang Yan. He didn't know why, maybe it was just a matter of getting along well, but he felt that Brother Wang was particularly reassuring and trustworthy. Wang Yan was also quite helpless, nodding in affirmation. Although he knew that Shi Xiameng really didn't want it, the scene looked like a child receiving New Year's money, wanting it but not daring to accept it. Looking at his parents, it was really a bit unpleasant. Having received his brother Wang's approval, Shi Xiameng awkwardly accepted the envelope containing the money. "Brother Zhang, thank you, I'll take the money." "Ah, that's more like it." Zhang Bo nodded in satisfaction. "That's settled then, my family is waiting. I'll be going now. Remember to call me anytime if you have any problems, Xiameng. I'll definitely help you if I can." "Okay, Brother Zhang. Take care, goodbye." Zhang Bo nodded to Wang Yan, said goodbye briefly, and left. "Brother, look, I've taken up your time all day. You didn't even have a proper lunch. If it's convenient, how about I treat you to dinner?" Shi Xiameng felt a little uneasy at this. Even if he was clueless, they had still spent a whole day together. His brother Wang always spoke softly and gently, his eyes always calm and unfathomable. This kind of person was either arrogant or pretentious. He believed it was the former. He already knew Zhang Bo's identity. Even a fool could tell that kind of person was not someone to be trifled with. He was just a migrant worker, barely scraping by. Why would anyone care about him, let alone offer a full-body check in money? "Sure, I didn't eat much at noon. The boxed lunch was a bit lacking." Wang Yan didn't refuse. He was hungry too. Besides, he'd only been there a day. What big deal could he possibly have? Shi Xiameng grinned. "Alright, bro, I know a really good restaurant. You'll see when you get there. It's guaranteed to be good. The only downside is the ambience might be." He really had no other way to express his gratitude. If it weren't for Zhang Bo's money, he could afford to treat him to a meal, but afterwards he'd be eating nothing but steamed buns and lao gan ma, a popular chili sauce, for a week. "Hey, no need for formalities. I'll listen to you, let's see how good it is. Let's go to the parking lot first." After all, being a big shot in Beijing, it's inconvenient without a car, so Wang Yan had already had his employees bring one over. The car, well, it's the same old story. Men, whether they like cars or not, generally know a little bit about them. Looking at the black Audi A8 with a Beijing A8 license plate parked neatly there, Shi Xiameng gained a deeper understanding of his brother Wang's wealth. Putting the car aside, the license plate alone was worth more than his small house. Although the lottery system hadn't started yet, it was confirmed that it would be officially implemented at the end of the month. Therefore, the price of Beijing A license plates had skyrocketed, let alone Beijing A8 plates. His brother Wang was absolutely awesome, incredibly powerful. Knowing him was a stroke of good fortune, if not a miracle. In his previous 20-odd years of life, the most impressive person he'd ever known was Cheng Feng, a vapid playboy, and now it was his brother Wang. His brother Wang treated him quite well, otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted a whole day with him. Since the man had helped him so much, he should show his gratitude in the future. Not for anything else, just as a token of thanks. He didn't need to be a valiant servant, but he should at least do his best. That guy is so amazing, and he helped him so much after just meeting him by chance, so he definitely can't be ungrateful. Wang Yan took out his keys, unlocked the car, and the two got in. After Shi Xiameng closed the passenger door, Wang Yan reminded him, "Seatbelt." Okay. Shi Xiameng's injured right hand was perfectly positioned to fasten the seatbelt with his left hand while sitting in the passenger seat, so it didn't bother him. Seeing that he had fastened his seatbelt, Wang Yan started the car, drove out of the parking lot, and merged into the traffic. Wang Yan had clearly seen Shi Xiameng's expression when he saw the car. There was surprise, curiosity, and struggle in his eyes, but more than anything, there was determination. Wang Yan knew that Shi Xiameng wasn't a mercenary person. After all, he had a rich second-generation friend like Cheng Feng, so he wouldn't have been so reluctant when Huang Qiang tried to trick him. He wouldn't even have needed Huang Qiang, he would have done it himself long ago. Influenced by their family background and upbringing, some people give up entirely, while others have a thunderous spirit and grit their teeth to move forward. The poorer and more difficult the situation, the more they have to rely on themselves. There's nothing else to it but pride. Shi Xiameng, from a poor area in Yunnan province, rose through the ranks on his own, clearly belonging to the latter category. As for his words to Wu Di in the drama, that his lofty ambitions had long since faded, perhaps there was still some sincerity, but it wasn't entirely true. The reason he could utter such pessimistic words was simply because after graduating from university, he was taught a lesson by society and couldn't immediately accept it. Add to that the struggle of buying a house, the endless stream of troubles, and he was just worrying. Once he recovers, he'll definitely work even harder than before. It's just that before he could recover and regroup, Cheng Feng took a liking to his girlfriend. Otherwise, while he wouldn't dare dream of great wealth, settling down in Beijing would certainly be no problem. Wang Yan believed that unless it was a matter of life and death, Shi Xiameng would never need his help. Of course, whether Shi Xiameng asked or not, Wang Yan would rush to help. After all, the mission was there. Following Wang Yan meant a smooth and uneventful journey. "Brother, turn right up ahead." Wang Yan signaled and changed lanes. "Xiaomeng, not bad. How long have you been in Beijing? You seem to know this place well." "I came here when I was in college, almost 7 years ago." Although there were only 2 people in the car, with Wang Yan leading the way, they chatted enthusiastically, though Shi Xiameng did most of the talking. He explained everything clearly in the half-hour drive. "Brother, we're here. That old restaurant up ahead is it." Shi Xiameng pointed to the sign, "Then to an open space, just park over there. I come here often, no tickets." Wang Yan drove to the spot Shi Xiameng pointed to, stopped, turned off the engine, and unbuckled his seatbelt. "Let's go, try it and see what you mean by definitely right, just so you know, if it's not good, I'll pick on you." Just you wait and see." Shi Xiameng laughed, unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and led the way to the restaurant, pushing open the door and going inside. "Hey, it's been a while since you've been here, I've missed you so much." A round-faced man with slicked back hair, clearly the owner, patted Shi Xiameng's arm with a smile. Shi Xiameng grimaced and quickly stopped him. Hey, big brother, be gentle, it hurts. "Oh, what happened? Why is your arm in a sling?" The slick back-haired owner also noticed Shi Xiameng's predicament. He had patted the sleeve first, then touched the arm. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Shi Xiameng still had a sling around his neck. Since Wang Yan was there, he didn't let Shi Xiameng take it down as he usually did. After all, he had 5 stitches, and it was a serious injury, so he had to be careful. "Hey, it's nothing, I just bumped into something accidentally." Shi Xiameng grimaced, still in pain. "Never mind, hammer bro, hurry up and get it done." "Bro, what do you want to eat?" As he spoke, Shi Xiameng turned to ask Wang Yan for his opinion. "Whatever you recommend, you can arrange it. I'm fine with anything." "Alright, hammer bro, bring it to me." Shi Xiameng skillfully ordered 4 dishes and a soup, then turned to Wang Yan and asked, "Brother, do you drink?" Wang Yan nodded. "Give me a bottle of Erguotao." "You've got it all written down, hammer bro?" "Don't worry, no problem. You guys sit down first, the food will be ready soon." This slick-haired male boss was also perceptive. He hadn't met Wang Yan before, but he knew he was probably some kind of client, so he didn't say anything more. The two sat down at a table by a wall covered in sticky notes. Shi Xiameng poured water for Wang Yan with his good hand. "That guy just now, that's the owner, nicknamed Copper Hammer. Always calling him Brother Hammer, I can't even remember his real name. When I was in college, my classmates and I used to eat here all the time, and even after we started working, we still get together here from time to time." Taking the hot water he handed him, Wang Yan said, "I can tell, they're all on the wall." Shi Xiameng chuckled, looking at the wall covered in sticky notes, and picked out a few interesting ones to share as jokes with Wang Yan. "Thank you, daily good deeds, for your continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, thanks to the brothers who recommended the book, and thanks to the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 138 requires even more money. 80,000 yuan. Relationships, from ancient times to the present, both domestically and internationally, are constantly reflected in daily life. For example, Wang Yan and Shi Xiaomeng had barely sat down and exchanged a few words when a table that had arrived before them was still waiting, their dishes not even fully served, while they were already eating. "Brother, try it and see how it is." Shi Xiaomeng eagerly invited Wang Yan. Wang Yan picked up a piece of beef, savored it, and nodded. "Not bad, not inferior to some big restaurants." The chef here was about his level. This culinary skill was a perfect match for such a small restaurant. Plus, the price wasn't expensive, and it was near a university, so it was only natural that Tongchu made money. Shi Xiaomeng laughed, "As long as I don't disappoint you." He then picked up a bottle of Erguo, a type of Chinese liquor, and was about to put it in his crotch. Because his arm was inconvenient, he wanted to use his legs to twist it open. "I'll do it myself, you just take care of yourself." Wang Yan quickly got up and snatched it away. Although it didn't affect anything, drinking it still felt strange. Seeing Shi Xiaomeng smiling and raising his cup towards him, Wang Yan said, "Don't drink. You just hate stitches, drinking won't help your recovery. There will be plenty of opportunities once you're fully recovered, it's not a big deal." "Okay, brother, then I'll drink tea instead of wine to thank you for your help today," Wang Yan said firmly. So Shi Xiaomeng didn't say anything more, poured himself a cup of tea and picked it up. "You've been saying the same thing all day, I'm tired of hearing it, enough already." He raised his cup and clinked it against Wang Yan's, taking a big gulp. Shi Xiaomeng didn't mind, and laughed. "You've helped me so much, it's only right that I thank you. Although my abilities are limited, brother, if you need anything, just say the word. Shi Xiaomeng will definitely go through fire and water for you." He made a matter of a few thousand yuan sound like he was raising a flag of rebellion. "I know how you feel, don't worry, I'll definitely come to you if I need anything." Wang Yan put a piece of meat on his plate. "You haven't had a proper meal all day, eat more meat and nourish yourself." Wang Yan sipped his drink, while Shi Xiaomeng struggled to pick up food with his left hand. The atmosphere was pleasant, with everyone chatting and laughing. "Brother, what do you do?" Seeing that Wang Yan had already drunk half a bottle of Erguo and his smile had broadened, Shi Xiaomeng finally asked the question he'd been holding back for so long. "In today's terms, I'm a rich second generation. I started my own internet company and just mess around with things," Wang Yan said with a chuckle. Shi Xiaomeng knew that Wang Yan's explanation was superficial. The truth was definitely not that simple. He had seen rich second generations before, and he knew what Changfeng was like. As for other, more successful, and legitimate rich second generations, although he hadn't met them, he could still make some guesses based on Changfeng. And his guesses were nowhere near Wang Yan's level. However, he didn't dwell on it too much, knowing he was impressive was enough. "The internet? I know a little about it." "So, what exactly do you do?" "Artificial intelligence, do you know anything about it?" Nodding, Shi Xiaomeng pointed to Wang Yan's phone on the table. "Mobile phones have developed to this level now, so in the future, I think artificial intelligence is a very promising area, but the investment is too high, and the effects aren't visible in a short time." Shi Xiaomeng rambled on about his personal insights into the internet and his views on artificial intelligence. Although Wang Yan felt that much of what he said was superficial, it was still much better than what others at his level would say. Actually, Wang Yan was just looking for an excuse. It didn't matter how Shi Xiaomeng said it, he just wanted to recruit Shi Xiaomeng. After he finished speaking, Wang Yan said, "What you said is quite good. Many of your ideas are quite novel. Are you interested in working with me?" Shi Xiaomeng was stunned for a moment, then waved his hands repeatedly. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I'd better not. I'm just talking nonsense. If we're talking about technology, I don't know anything. If I can't help you and instead hold you back, that would be repaying kindness with enmity. It's not like I'm asking you to do development, but to do management. Knowing technology is certainly a plus, but it doesn't matter if you don't. Look at the internet companies that have risen to prominence now, not all of them are tech people." Wang Yan smiled and said, "Of course, I can't put you in management right away, after all, your experience is relatively lacking. In the early stages, you'll focus on learning, But that period certainly won't be too long. My company will be launching quite a few projects soon. It's said that the most important thing in the internet industry is being able to brag, and in this respect, Wang Yan is definitely not inferior to anyone. In the following time, Wang Yan went on, painting a grand picture of the future, leaving Shi Xiaomeng completely bewildered. I won't give you empty promises. As long as you can keep up, you'll definitely find a suitable position, and the future is promising. As for the initial salary, it will definitely be higher than your current one. What do you say, Xiaomeng? Wang Yan took a sip of his drink, looking at the struggling Shi Xiaomeng. Jobs aren't something you can just change on a whim, let alone in a different industry. Shi Xiaomeng is currently focused on securing that 38 square meter job. He still has 80,000 yuan to pay off at his current job. Compared to Wang Yan's promises, one is tangible, the other intangible. Although they haven't known each other for long, he knows Wang Yan wouldn't lie to him, given his abilities. But now that Wang Yan is saying this, who can say what will happen in the future? Moreover, this choice is a crucial decision about his future life direction. Right, everything is negotiable. If it's a mistake, the wasted time and wrong path cannot be made up for. Shi Xiaomeng hesitated for a moment. Thanks, brother, but I'll think about it some more. Okay, then think it over carefully. You can decide any time. Wang Yan nodded, not pressuring him. After all, no one knows what the future holds before taking that step. Some people go all in, while others hesitate. It's normal. The two chatted for a while longer, but this time Wang Yan was more talkative. He talked about things in the internet industry and his future plans, which helped to deepen Shi Xiaomeng's impression. Once someone has an idea, it's like a seed sprouting in their heart, and Shi Xiaomeng was no exception. After finishing the last sip of his drink, Wang Yan said, I'm full, Xiaomeng, let's call it a day. Shi Xiaomeng nodded, brother, you've had quite a bit to drink today. How about I call you a designated driver? Without giving Wang Yan a chance to refuse, there was a designated driver advertisement on the table, and he dialed the number on it. Authentic Red Star Erguo Tao, 56 proof, a whole gin, 500 ml, all gone. Although the license plate AA was a bit impressive and generally not checked, he still couldn't disregard other people's safety. He didn't dare let Wang Yan drive. Wang Yan had no tolerance for alcohol and was fine, but he didn't refuse. It was still the same old saying, don't drink and drive. After hanging up the phone, Shi Xiaomeng poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wang Yan. Brother, I'll be back in a bit, have some water to sober up first. Wang Yan took the tea and took a sip. Can you manage by yourself in this condition? Hey, it's nothing serious. If it really comes to it, I'll call my friend and ask him to come and help. Shi Xiaomeng smiled nonchalantly. He had already planned to call Wu Di over when he got back. Since he was alone anyway, it would be good for the two of them to keep each other company. After the designated driver arrived and took Shi Xiaomeng home, Wang Yan returned to his three-courtyard house. Revisiting familiar places, Wang Yan strolled around inside and out. He couldn't help but think of his two children, Wang Jia and Wang Wei. After all, it was his first time becoming a father. Of course, this longing didn't last long. Parting and reunion are the norm in life, especially for him. Having experienced so much, he was practically heartless, if not cold-blooded. He had to be rational, he had to be ruthless, otherwise he would have already gone insane. Wang Yan shook his head, washed up, and then picked up his computer in his study and started coding again. This kind of repetitive work was incredibly boring, but there was no other way. The objective conditions didn't allow it, so he could only keep copying and pasting. Meanwhile, not long after Shi Xiaomeng returned home, Wu Di, having received his message, drove over. What happened? Wu Di's first words upon entering were concern for Shi Xiaomeng's health. Sit down first, Shi Xiaomeng said. Hey, it was this morning on my way to work. Okay, how's your injury? Shi Xiaomeng poured Wu Di a glass of water. Just a few stitches, nothing serious. What's going on here? You went bungee jumping yesterday, and I got injured today. How about we go to the Yang temple to pray tomorrow? I think that's a good idea. I've been having a lot of bad luck lately. Wu Di nodded, then remembered Shi Xiaomeng's injury and said, Hey, you went to the hospital by yourself during the day? Why didn't you call Chang Feng or the other guy? I was just about to tell you that. Today, I ran into some good people. Otherwise, I would definitely have contacted you. As for the madman, forget about him. Shi Xiameng said, "Don't bother him with this. You know, he covered the down payment of 20,000 yuan for my house." Wu Di nodded knowingly. In fact, that was what he meant when he asked Shi Xiameng why he didn't contact them. He knew Shi Xiameng's situation all too well. He was dirt poor. He didn't continue the topic, saying, "Say hello to him." Yes, say hello to him. You don't know, this morning, he even gave me 2,000 in the end, saying it was to help me recover. Shi Xiameng recounted the whole story of how Wang Yan helped him. Brother Wang drove a top-of-the-line A8. Guess what license plate it had? Beijing A8. It's the one you told me about a while ago. That license plate is worth as much as my little house. That's true. Wu Di nodded, realizing what he meant. Hey, no. You broke your arm and met such an amazing person, such a good thing. Why did you even go to the Yuan temple? To say hello to Brother Wang. Someone like him deserves a good life. Seeing his serious expression, Wu Di smiled wryly. He's practically a lifesaver. You should say hello. But now that you're like this, what are you going to do about your work? Huranqiang told me to rest for 2 days, but the proposal still needs to be submitted. The client is waiting. Today the client was quite satisfied, gave some feedback and asked me to revise it again. This time it shouldn't be a big problem, it should be done. Shi Xiameng laughed, and Huranqiang promised me an 80,000 yuan bonus once I secure this project. Of that, 20,000 will go to the madman, and the remaining 60,000 will be the down payment for my house. This house is crucial, it directly impacts my and my daughter's future happiness. With a house, we'll be settled in Beijing. So, I can't afford to be careless this time, you know? I understand. Right now, Huranqiang has the upper hand. Whether he gives me the money or not is entirely up to him. Actually, he should have given me the 80,000 a long time ago, but he kept saying things weren't going well, so it's only now. Wu Di nodded. That's how private business owners are, everything depends on what they say. It's not convenient for you, and I'm all alone anyway. How about I come over and help you these next few nights? Shi Xiameng rolled his eyes at him. Nonsense, what do you think I'd call you over for? I advise you to change jobs, Wu Di said casually, fiddling with a cup of hot water. Seriously, my grades are bad, so sales is fine. But you've always been the top student in our class, it's a waste of your talent to continue like this. You mean this? I've thought about it. And today, Brother Wang also told me to work for him, and I'm hesitant, Shi Xiameng said. Anyway, we need to get that 80,000 yuan first, right? He didn't say the fatalistic stuff from the drama, because Wang Yan's affirmation of his value had rekindled the spark of his unwillingness to settle for mediocrity. Beneath that spark was the image of a hard-working student, the Shi Xiameng of yesteryear. Wu Di nodded, frowning as he asked, what does Brother Wang do? Brother Wang works in the internet industry, mainly in artificial intelligence, and Shi Xiameng roughly recounted the story Wang Yan had used to persuade him. After listening, Wu Di stared at Shi Xiameng without saying a word. Shi Xiameng was taken aback by Wu Di's gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Wu Di sighed deeply and gave him a thumbs up. Xiameng, you're amazing, truly amazing. Just say what you want to say, stop being sarcastic. Who is this Brother Wang of yours? Although I haven't met him, from what you've said, he definitely wouldn't stoop to lying to you. Someone like him, even a small amount of his wealth would be enough for you and me to live on for a lifetime. And yet, he wants to promote you, wants you to be in management, and you're saying you'd even consider it? Wu Di clenched his fist and placed it in front of Shi Xiameng. Come on, comrade Shi Xiameng, let me interview you. Can you tell me what you're considering? Raising his left hand, he pushed Wu Di's fist aside and said, of course I know Brother Wang is promoting me, but right now I need the 80,000 yuan more. He had figured it out, perhaps following Wang Yan would be better. But right now, what was most important to him was definitely that 80,000 yuan. After all, the payment date for the apartment was fast approaching. And that small 38 square meter apartment was his biggest hope. As for the future, he hadn't even figured things out yet, so what was the point of talking about the future? Chapter 139. It doesn't matter who you give the bag to. No, this opportunity is right in front of you. Even if you don't take the 80,000, even if you lose your previous deposit, with that Brother Wang you know, will you still be short of money in the future? Forget it, I won't say any more. It's your choice. Seeing that Shi Xiameng was about to say more, Woody waved his hand listlessly, but to be honest, your current situation isn't suitable for you to be alone at home. It's not a long-term solution for me to take care of you, especially since I have to work during the day, and there will inevitably be things I can't take care of. You don't have the means to hire a nanny. If you ask me, why don't you ask crazy again and find a caregiver to get through this period? In a month or two, you'll be back to normal. I've been used to suffering for so many years. This is nothing, it's not a big problem. Yes, your glorious achievement of wearing only one pair of underwear for 4 years of college is still talked about by the younger students. She's sighed and smiled embarrassedly. It didn't feel good to be laughed at, and he didn't want to say more. Ignoring that, he continued, I owe you two enough, crazy. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't ask for anything. Woody laughed. Hey, don't talk about that. We're all brothers. If we can help, we'll help. What's this about owing each other? You know, I've been out of school for so long, and I'm still living off you guys. It's shameful, I'm embarrassed. I shouldn't be alive, I should just jump into the moat. Hey, why don't you bring Shenbing over? After saying that, Woody shook his head. Do you think she can come? Shenbing? When we graduated from university, she said she was going to come to Beijing. She's perked up and pondered, the problem is, I'm renting a place now. I need to have my own place before I bring her over, don't you think? Alright, we've come full circle. You decide what to do. Woody stood up and said, I think we should get to work. The cold wind blew down the withered yellow leaves from the treetops that hadn't yet faded with late autumn. After a good night's sleep, Wang Yan, full of energy, emerged from the main house dressed in sportswear and wearing earmuffs. Standing in the courtyard, he stretched briefly before beginning his daily morning exercise. After running a few laps around Bihei Park, he found a relatively quiet spot to practice his boxing. Within a 3-meter radius, Wang Yan moved with incredible speed and agility, sometimes punching, sometimes kicking, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes spinning, sometimes leaping. Having practiced martial arts for so many years, he had long since absorbed the strengths of various schools, no longer confined to a single move. In recent years, he had even revived his strengthening martial arts exercises, which, after years of simplification, were far more effective than his previous versions. Of course, his ability to single-handedly surpass the combined efforts of so many martial arts masters was primarily due to his extraordinary spirit. With a heightened spirit, his perception also improved. He could feel the stimulation of each movement on his body, constantly adjusting and refining his technique accordingly. This saved a lot of trouble compared to the previous method, where a group of people worked together to improve the treatment, which also required a lot of time to observe the effects. After exercising, he returned to his house, where breakfast was already prepared. His house was a large 3-courtyard house covering more than 900 square meters, with more than 20 rooms inside and out. He couldn't manage such a large area himself, so he definitely had a housekeeper. It was a couple in their 50s, both surnamed Wang, who had no children and lived in poverty, and were taken in by Wang Yan. The couple helped with cooking, washing clothes, cleaning the house, and tending to the flowers and plants. Although the place was large, it was quite clean after a few wipes, and the work wasn't tiring. He provided food and lodging and gave them 10,000 yuan a month. However, the system said that the couple donated all the money to help poor children go to school. After breakfast, Wang Yan washed up, wrote some calligraphy for a while, and when it was almost time, he drove to Zhongguancun. Zhongguancun, known as China's Silicon Valley, is now home to the headquarters of many internet giants from Beijing. Wangjing and Haohei Village, however, weren't as crowded as they are now. Upon arriving at the company, without a word, he immediately called a meeting with the HR manager, the development manager, and his hired legal counsel. Last night, while coding, he remembered that WeChat hadn't launched yet, and the trademarks hadn't been registered. Although even if he developed a product, it wouldn't be able to compete with Tencent, which relied on QQ for traffic. He had a lot of products. If he could develop them all, he could still gain a foothold in the instant messaging and mobile payment market. Moreover, it was still 10 years, and payment licenses were relatively easy to obtain. He could figure out a way and ask around. So, this meeting had 3 points. First, register that large number of trademarks. Second, discuss with the development manager how many people needed to be added and what kind of people they needed. Third, according to the second plan, start a massive recruitment drive. There was still over a month until Wechet's launch, and with his skill level and the team he led, it probably wouldn't be too slow. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's much slower, since we can't compete with them anyway, and probably no one will use it anyway. The main goal is to get the communication software out first, and then launch a decisive attack. That's how things get going. After explaining everything, Wang Yan went to the bank and mortgaged his house. This time, besides investing a portion in the company, most of it was invested in another financial company he owned to diversify his funds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to manage with just his 200 million. After finishing all this, the day was over. Back home, after dinner, Wang Yan sat in front of his computer and started typing away furiously. He had basically done nothing else but type for over a month before finishing. Now he had taken on a bunch of other work, so he had even more time and couldn't finish it anytime soon. Around 9 o'clock, Wang Yan stopped, tidied up, and drove to the hottest nightclub in Beijing. He hadn't been to such a place for many years, and on a whim, he decided to go and have some fun. Moreover, Wu Mei from the drama should already be in China by now. After all, according to the show, she was transferred from the headquarters of Wudi's company to serve as a sales manager. Usually, for personnel transfers like this, people are given leave in advance. This is partly to show humane care, and partly to allow them time to adjust. Judging from Wu Mei's behavior, she'll definitely go wherever the action is. If she happens to run into someone, she'll have some fun. If not, she'll find someone else to have fun with. To be honest, Wu Mei's looks are nothing special, but her flirtatious and provocative nature in the drama is quite something else. Wang, having been a tyrant for so many years, has experienced all kinds of beauty. If it weren't for the character's allure in the drama, Wang would have done the same. Besides, the things he's been suppressing are beyond what most people can handle. Physical intimacy is also a way to release those pent-up emotions. This is consensual, he's not forcing anyone, just do it. When he arrived, compared to the row of luxury sports cars on the street, his car was somewhat eye-catching. As he got out, he even received some booze from some brainless rich kids. Wang Yan didn't care, just smiled and waved at them. He tossed the keys to the valley outside and strolled inside. The energetic music was deafening, the colorful lights flickered, and lonely souls from the metropolis found a place to belong. They swayed their hips, twisted their thighs, and groped around to the music. Finding a seat at the bar, he casually ordered a drink and slowly sipped, his eyes casually scanning the room. One couple had just come out of the restroom. He saw them clearly, they came out together in the women's restroom. Several others were in a corner, embracing and kissing. Some were swaying wildly on the dance floor, some rubbing against each other. There was another man groping her, but the woman clearly didn't object, which emboldened him. Frankly, in this kind of setting, aside from a few people just there to see what's going on, everyone else is irregular. Regardless of gender, and by all accounts, they're generally not good people in our normal definition of humanity. Wang Yan scanned the area, not seeing the energetic Wu Mei, but he did spot others. In a large brothel not far away, a group of boisterous, obviously privileged people, along with a bunch of flamboyant, beautiful women, were loudly playing dice. A woman with long, curly hair, bangs, and a pouty face sat quietly in a corner, drinking from a bottle of wine, completely out of place in the cheerful atmosphere. Perhaps because she hadn't had plastic surgery yet, and given the 10-year difference in aesthetic standards, she appeared somewhat rustic in Wang Yan's eyes. But it wasn't a big deal, he could always groom her later. That's right, this woman was Yang Zixi. In Wang Yan's view, Yang Zixi, despite being a concubine, had one redeeming quality, her undisguised materialism. Right or wrong aside, at least she didn't disguise her pursuit of material things as love. As for her constant rehashing of past romances to manipulate Wu Di, and her double standards, let's not even mention them, they were utterly pointless. Wang Yan wasn't surprised to see Yang Zixi here. After all, it was perfectly normal for Andy, a wealthy playboy, to bring her to this kind of event. Wang Yan didn't try to show off, because that would be foolish. Although he considered these second-generation rich kids to be rather frivolous, dealing with them would be a waste of energy. He needed to go to the restroom, and this was his route. Yang Zixi would inevitably pass by. Even without knowing the plot, Wang Yan could tell that Andy wasn't a good person. In other words, he didn't take Yang Zixi seriously at all. What decent man would bring his woman to a place like this? Even a man's possessiveness wouldn't allow it. Unless they've truly come to terms with it, everyone's just doing their own thing. Andy's group of cronies clearly knew about Andy's character, so unsurprisingly, one of them came up with a bottle and wanted to drink with Yang Zixi. Wang Yan couldn't hear what they were saying, but he could roughly understand from their lip movements. It was nothing more than things like giving face, being happy, and having a drink. Yang Zixi was clearly resistant, but after Andy whispered a few words in her ear, she downed the whole bottle without a word. Then, after sitting for a while, she excused herself to go to the restroom. Seeing her hunched back, Wang Yan ordered another drink. A little while later, Yang Zixi, having touched up her makeup, came out. Wang Yan reached out and stopped her as she passed by. "Beautiful lady, interested in having a drink?" Yang Zixi frowned at Wang Yan, then turned to look at Andy, who was drinking with another girl while she wasn't looking, and readily accepted, of course. She then sat down on the high stool next to Wang Yan. Wang Yan knew what she meant. She was simply using Andy's carefree lifestyle and lack of regard for her to subtly prove her own charm. She wanted to express that she wasn't indispensable to Andy, hoping to gain some points with him. It seemed they had only recently started dating and hadn't yet figured out Andy's true nature, otherwise, Yang Zixi wouldn't have acted this way. After all, in the drama, when she saw Andy shopping with other women, she only offered a token protest and that was it. Did she not know Andy's character? Of course she did. Her outburst was just a calculated attempt to play the victim, gain sympathy, and make Andy feel indebted to her. But clearly, her charade was useless. This little bitch was no match for Andy. "I just ordered this for you." Wang Yan pointed to the glass of wine in front of her. "Come on, cheers." Yang Zixi only took a symbolic sip, tilting her head to look at Wang Yan. "Are you so sure I'd drink with you?" Wang Yan smiled faintly, not answering, but saying confidently, "You like money." Yang Zixi was stunned. She hadn't expected Wang Yan to be so direct. She scoffed. "Everyone likes money, doesn't they? What are you trying to say?" "I have money." "You have money?" Yang Zixi looked him up and down, then scoffed. "Excuse my poor eyesight, I really didn't see it." Wang Yan's clothes were mostly custom-made by the system, perfectly matching his low-key and reserved style, so there weren't any logos or anything like that. And he wasn't a fussy person. What the system provided was enough, so of course he wouldn't buy any big-name luxury goods. It was normal that Yang Zixi couldn't tell. "No matter how much I say, you won't believe me. You'll find out later." Wang Yan's gaze roamed brazenly over her, until Yang Zixi couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to slap him. Then he continued, "What difference does it make who you give the bag to? You just want money, you want luxury goods, don't you? You scoundrel." No matter how eloquent Yang Zixi was, she couldn't stand these words. This was blatant humiliation. She immediately picked up her wine glass and was about to throw it in Wang Yan's face. "Did I see through you? Getting angry?" Wang Yan reached out and stopped the glass. When he felt the pressure lessen, he removed his hand and took out a business card, handing it to her. "This is my business card." Yang Zixi stared at Wang Yan with a pale face, saying nothing. "I think you should accept it. With that kid's character, I think it won't be long before he's done playing around and dumps you." Wang Yan sipped his wine calmly. "Now, you should go back. He's been watching you for a long time." Hearing this, she glanced at Andy over there and saw him looking in their direction. Yang Zixi snorted coldly at the self-important idiot in front of her, turned around and left. She didn't take the business card on the table. Thank you to the three big brothers, Lee, and, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the good brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to the brothers who voted for recommendations, and to the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 140 Shi Xiaomeng invites me to dinner. Watching Yang Zixi return to her booth and hug Andy, explaining herself while pointing and whispering at him, Wang Yan, seemingly unconcerned, continued sipping his drink casually, his eyes darting around the room without any attempt to hide his feelings. He wasn't ugly, had a good posture, and was dressed neatly and cleanly. Everyone knew what was going on, and his gaze openly revealed his desire. So, if he found someone suitable, he would approach them. Others, finding him attractive, would also join in. A short while later, Wang Yan saw a woman in high heels and black stockings, tall and curvaceous, with long flowing hair and heavy makeup, gracefully approaching him. Wang Yan had excellent eyesight, He clearly saw that the stockings were the thin kind for summer, not black cotton pants. Keep in mind, it was below freezing outside. Handsome, alone? Wang Yan nodded to her without speaking. Aren't you going to invite me to sit down and have a drink? Shaking his head, Wang Yan said casually, your makeup is too heavy, I can't see your face. It wasn't that he was being pretentious, he was there for fun, not to unpack a mystery. With such heavy makeup, all the moles, freckles, and acne on her face were covered up. How was he supposed to know if she was beautiful or ugly? The woman was taken aback. She hadn't expected Wang Yan to be so direct, and she didn't even bother with a polite response. But people have that tendency to be self-deprecating. Women are especially prone to this, particularly those confident in their looks. The less someone cares about her, the more aroused she becomes. Without a word, the woman went back to her previous spot, grabbed her bag, and went into the restroom, giving Wang Yan a haughty snort as she passed. A moment later, the woman came out and stood in front of Wang Yan. Wang Yan glanced at her. Overall, she was quite attractive. Aside from her slightly pale complexion due to poor sleep, she was otherwise fine. She had even tied her long hair into a ponytail, which, unlike before, gave her a more youthful look. Sit down, order whatever you want to drink. The woman, without any formality, naturally sat on the high stool where Yang Zixi had just sat, skillfully ordered a drink, and said, not worse than the one you stopped earlier, right? Wang Yan nodded. In terms of natural attributes, you're a bit better than her. The woman took the drink from the bartender, raised her glass to Wang Yan, and said, thank you for the drink. After saying that, she drank it all in one gulp. After finishing the drink, the woman put down her glass, stared into Wang Yan's eyes, and with a beaming smile, used her index finger to lift Wang Yan's chin, slowly bringing it closer. Wang Yan didn't move at all, letting her do as she pleased. When her lips were about a finger's width away from Wang Yan's, she suddenly stopped, then turned her head away, flicked her ponytail, and left. She only sat down to prove herself. Everyone's out having fun, what difference does it make who you hang out with? This idiot might seem a bit something, but what does it matter to her? If she's not happy, she won't give a damn about you. Watching the woman's retreating figure, and then glancing at the bartender trying to suppress a laugh, Wang Yan shook his head helplessly. Quite an interesting woman, a self-proclaimed shrewd and worldly wise girl. Not after some rich guy's money, just simply wanting to have fun and feel good. Taking a sip of his drink, Wang Yan continued his previous actions, searching for a suitable target. The later it got, the more people there would be, the more lively the place would be. There was still plenty of time. Late at night, Wang Yan emerged from the nightclub with a girl in his arms. Just as the valet and the designated driver pulled up, they heard loud voices behind them. Wang Yan turned around and saw Yang Zixi, Andy, and the group. Andy remembered this person, looking down at Yang Zixi in his arms. Isn't he your friend? Aren't you going to say hello? Yang Zixi glanced at the woman Wang Yan was with but didn't speak. Wang Yan nodded to them, opened the car door, and got in with the woman. Andy looked at the car's emblem and license plate, and paused for a moment. Is he really your friend? Yang Zixi had also seen it and was still confused. So that idiot really was rich. Hearing Andy's words, she nodded blankly. Yes. The Beijing A8 license plate was impressive, but not as impressive as one might imagine. Most car owners were wealthy, that was common knowledge. Andy, acting all high and mighty, drove a sports car with a Beijing L license plate. His father's car was a Beijing A8, but that only further demonstrated that this guy's wealth was beyond the reach of these second-generation rich kids. Hearing Yang Zixi's admission, Andy took 2 steps forward and knocked on the back window. Once the window rolled down, he quickly pulled out a business card and handed it over. Hello, I'm Zixi's boyfriend, Andy. She said you're her friend, so let's get to know each other. Wang Yan didn't know if Andy was genuinely naive or just pretending. Why would he come up and introduce himself to them? If he was pretending, they were both men, didn't he know what he was thinking? If he was genuinely naive, why would he take the opportunity to make friends? Wang Yan glanced at Yang Zixi standing behind him with amusement, then took the business card. Hello, my name is Wang Yan. He then pulled out another business card from his pocket and handed it to her. This is my business card. Let's hang out sometime. Oh, by the way, Zixi. Wang Yan pulled out another business card and handed it to Yang Zixi. I don't use the old number anymore. If you want to contact me, Call this one. Yang Zixi looked up and met Wang Yan's amused gaze, remaining standing there without moving. Andy, not seeing Yang Zixi approach, turned back and frowned. Zixi, what are you thinking about? Oh, okay. Yang Zixi snapped out of her reverie and took the business card from Wang Yan. Wang Yan smiled slightly. I'm leaving now, see you later. After saying this, he rolled up the rear window, and the driver started the car, heading towards the nearest five-star hotel. The next day, because he had been busy until late the night before and had gone to bed late, Wang Yan took a nap, not getting up until almost 9 o'clock. After working out in the hotel's gym, having breakfast, and washing up in his room, Wang Yan glanced at the woman sleeping soundly on the bed, left 5,000 yuan, and turned to leave. Driving to the company, Wang Yan didn't do anything else but immediately start developing communication software with his team. He had already made things clear to the development team leader and other junior managers yesterday, and they had already assigned tasks. He would oversee the overall situation and handle the more challenging development tasks. Wang Yan worked diligently for 2 days. On the third day, in the morning, while he was intently coding at the company, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and answered. Hello? Xiaomeng? Lunch? When? Okay, I don't have anything else to do. I'll come over tonight. Send me the address. Hanging up, Wang Yan continued working. Meanwhile, Xiaomeng happily hung up the phone, typing a text message as he nodded to Shen Bing beside him. Brother Wang agreed, he'll come over tonight. He had taken the design drawings he and Wu Di had worked on to the client today, and since everything else, money, promotional plans, etc., had been agreed upon, the client happily signed the contract. With the contract signed, the 80,000 yuan bonus was practically guaranteed. He returned and shared the good news with Shen Bing, sharing their joy, as they would soon have their own home in Beijing. Hearing his good news, Shen Bing suggested inviting Hu Rongqiang to dinner, and also inviting Shi Xiaomeng's good friend who had been taking care of him. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaomeng immediately thought of his brother Wang, hence the scene. Shen Bing lowered her head to wash clothes. Okay, then let's cook more dishes to properly thank brother Wang. Absolutely, use your best skills, brother Wang has been really good to me. Shi Xiaomeng wrapped his arms around Shen Bing's waist from behind, and since I met brother Wang, things have been going really well lately. How so? Shen Bing playfully slapped Shi Xiaomeng's restless hand. Look, that day I got injured, and it was all thanks to brother Wang who retrieved the blueprints for me. Otherwise, I was in such a rush that I definitely would have forgotten about them. If brother Wang hadn't picked them up, the client and Hu Rongqiang would definitely have blamed me. It wouldn't have gone so smoothly like this. And brother Wang helped me find that student's parents, otherwise I would have had to pay for my own medical treatment. You know, I don't have any money. I would have had to ask Wu Di and Crazy for help, which would have made me indebted to them. The key thing is that you came to help me when I was injured. The project is done, and I'll soon get that 80,000 yuan bonus. Then our good days will begin. All of this happened after we met brother Wang. Don't you think we should thank him, girl? After listening to his analysis, Shen Bing nodded. We should definitely thank him properly. Hey, Xiaomeng, what does brother Wang like to eat? Shi Xiaomeng thought for a moment. He has a good appetite and eats everything. He just needs a larger portion because he can eat a lot. You know, last time we ate at our usual place, 4 dishes and a soup, I barely ate any, brother Wang ate it all. Brother Hammer was really generous with the extra portions. Okay, then I'll make more. What about Wu Di and Cheng Feng? Hey, they don't have that many requirements. Just make what you need, it's fine. This time it's mainly brother Wang and Hu Rongqiang, of course, brother Wang is the most important. If it weren't for the fact that Crazy organized this welcome party yesterday, and it wasn't appropriate for me to invite people, we should have treated brother Wang to dinner yesterday. Shen Bing didn't agree with Shi Xiaomeng's words. She felt that Hu Rongqiang, the boss, should be the most important. Brother Wang only picked up a blueprint and helped find the child's parents. He didn't do much else. It wasn't as extraordinary as Shi Xiaomeng described. But since Shi Xiaomeng was taking it so seriously, she couldn't say anything. It was just a meal anyway. Okay, then we'll go to the nearby market to buy some groceries and prepare a big meal tonight. Shi Xiaomeng smiled and pushed Shen Bing aside. Don't wash, I'll do it. While we're at it, Chef Shen, think about the menu. Shen Bing pulled out paper and pen, seriously considering what to cook, occasionally asking Shi Xiameng, who was bent over, vigorously scrubbing his clothes with one hand, before writing down the ingredients on the paper. The two chatted and laughed, very harmonious. Around 5 p.m., it was already getting dark. Wang Yan saved his coat, put on his coat, grabbed his car keys, and walked out amidst the envious gazes of his programmer subordinates. As always, overtime was unavoidable, but Wang was absolutely generous with benefits. Commuting allowance, food and accommodation allowance, snacks and drinks, whatever you wanted, and overtime pay strictly adhered to labor laws. Whatever was written on the form, he paid. His salary wasn't low, not top tier in the industry, but not bad either. Add in the various benefits, and it was better than many large companies, quite generous. Moreover, he was quite lenient with the developers, with no KPIs or clocking in-out systems. The work was extremely flexible. There was only so much work, they could do whatever they wanted, as long as it was completed within the allotted time. As for not completing it, Wang Yan had done everything he could, so it wasn't his problem. He got into his car in the underground parking lot and drove towards Shi Xiameng's house. He had been there before and knew the way. The reason he asked Shi Xiameng for the address was because he didn't know their house number. Wang Yan left around 5 p.m., and the evening rush hour was already underway. Shi Xiameng's place was definitely not in a great location, it wasn't close. People of similar skill levels to Shi Xiameng lived in the same direction, so the roads were quite congested. Even though Wang Yan was a skilled driver, he didn't arrive until after 6 p.m. After parking, Wang Yan took out the things his subordinates had bought earlier from the trunk and headed towards the address. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yan, smelling the aroma wafting out, knocked on the slightly old iron door of Shi Xiameng's rented house. Just as he lowered his hand, the door was pushed open. Sorry, Xiameng, I'm late. Hey, brother, what are you saying? It's good you're here, haha. Come in, brother. Shi Xiameng noticed what Wang Yan was carrying and said, Brother, you said you'd come, why did you bring anything? It's my first time visiting, I couldn't come empty-handed. I brought 2 bottles of wine and some tonics for you, a sick person, to help you recover. From now on, if you want anything, I won't bring it. Wang Yan chuckled and stuffed the things into Shi Xiameng's hands, then closed the door behind him and went inside. How is it going? Is your arm feeling better? Much better, it doesn't hurt as much as before. Shi Xiameng quickly put the things on the table and introduced Shen Bing, who was cooking in the kitchen, to Wang Yan. Brother Wang, let me introduce you. This is Shen Bing, my girlfriend. Shi Xiameng beckoned Shen Bing over. Come here, this is the brother Wang I've been telling you about. Shen Bing subtly glanced at Wang Yan, then smiled. Hello, brother Wang. Excuse me, I'm cooking right now. To be honest, she didn't sense anything special about this brother Wang. What made Shi Xiameng call him brother Wang so often? Daily thanks to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, thanks to all the brothers who recommended the book, and thanks to all the brothers who silently read the book. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 141 Mr. Hu, you have to be kind. Hello. Wang Yan nodded to Shen Bing, then turned to Shi Xiameng and said, if I didn't know, I'd think she was some big star. Xiameng is so lucky. Shi Xiameng's greatest pride was his childhood sweetheart, Shen Bing. Yang Zixi, Lin Xia, and even those Chang Fen flirted with, none of them could compare to his girl in his eyes. Of course, he couldn't say it aloud. Shi Xiameng waved his hand and laughed, haha, just an ordinary person, just an ordinary person. If your mouth wasn't so wide open, I might have believed you. Shi Xiameng chuckled and then greeted them, come on in, brother. It's a bit small, please don't mind. Don't be so formal, this house is so clean. I'm not saying this to criticize you, Xiameng, but don't be so polite, it's too distant. As they spoke, they arrived at the living room. Cheng Feng, Wu Di, and Hu Ronqiang were already there, and they all stood up when they saw the two of them. Shi Xiameng smiled and didn't say much, extending his hand to introduce, let me introduce you all, this is my brother Wang, the savior who saved me a couple of days ago. Turning to Wang Yan, he introduced, brother, This is Huang, also my boss. He's always been very kind to me. Wang Yan nodded and shook his hand briefly. Hello, boss Hu. Because Wang Yan hadn't arrived yet, Cheng Feng had complained earlier. Wu Di repeated what Shi Xiameng had told him, which Huang had overheard clearly. Huang quickly extended both hands, his chubby face beaming. Mr. Wang, hello, hello. I heard Xiameng mention you before, and it's really thanks to your help, otherwise our company's project wouldn't have gone so smoothly. We should have a couple of drinks later so I can express my gratitude. No problem, it was nothing at all. Wang Yan chuckled and released his hands, turning to look at Wu Chengfeng and Wu Di standing to the side. Shi Xiameng's voice rang out at the opportune moment. These are my two good buddies, Wu Di and Chengfeng. He pointed to the two men as he spoke. Hello, Wang Yan said, shaking hands with each of them. Wu Di said, Brother Wang, hello. I really appreciate your help, otherwise, things might have turned out differently. He had a good impression of Wang Yan. After all, such a capable person, a complete stranger, had helped Shi Xiameng and even given him a job, quite considerate. Cheng Feng chimed in, Brother Wang, right? Xiameng thanks you for your help. This revealed the difference in their attitudes. Wu Di was speaking from Shi Xiameng's perspective, while Cheng Feng's was a step above, carrying a sense of superiority. Perhaps he had heard something about Wang Yan and was resentful, or perhaps he simply didn't take Shi Xiameng seriously. It's nothing, no big deal. I just feel a connection with Xiameng, Wang Yan said, merely going through the motions. He looked down on these two. Wu Di, and his half-brother Wu Wei, are two big sycophants. And since he's already got his eye on Yang Zixi, they're bound to become enemies. As for Cheng Feng, he's definitely not going to escape either. Wang Yan has only been here a short while, and he's already been seen glancing into the kitchen several times. What's next? After introducing himself, Shi Xiameng warmly greeted everyone. Alright, don't stand there, sit down, sit down. The plastic stools were moved around, and the group sat down around the table. Wang Yan said, there are already quite a few dishes on this table, that's enough. Call your girlfriend over for dinner, don't let her do all the cooking, this is quite a feast. Shi Xiameng smiled, it's all home-style cooking, I was worried you wouldn't be satisfied. Ring, ring, ring. Before the group could exchange pleasantries, Shi Xiameng's phone rang. He took it out and glanced at it. You all chat first, I'll take this call. Wang Yan knew it was a call from the sales office urging Shi Xiameng to pay the down payment. Looking at Shi Xiameng, who was nodding repeatedly with a smile on his face, Wang Yan could only silently mourn for him. Even with his help, he didn't have high hopes for Shi Xiameng and Shenbing. Even if Huang gave Shi Xiameng the 80,000 yuan, Cheng Feng would still go for it. It would only change the course of the story, not have a significant impact. Even if he bankrupted Cheng Feng's personality had already been formed, and he would still pursue her. If he directly killed Cheng Feng, there would still be other people eyeing Shenbing, just like that Qin emperor. The most important thing in a relationship is the two of them, the worst thing is distrust. As long as Cheng Feng kept causing trouble, even without Cheng Feng's father showing off, their relationship would fall apart sooner or later. After all, Shenbing was beautiful, Cheng Feng was rich, Shi Xiameng lacked confidence, and Cheng Feng was always trying to gain attention. It would be strange if things didn't go well. In modern society, does true love that is stronger than gold and lasts forever exist? It seems so. It's just that Wang Yan hadn't seen such people in the nearly 200 years he'd lived. Here, Brother Wang. Wu Di handed over the bowl and chopsticks. Wang Yan took them and placed them on the table. Okay, thank you. Huang Qiang, standing nearby, shook his head and sighed. Oh dear, I never expected Xiaomeng to know people like you and young Master Chang. He was quite sad, to be honest. Over the years, he'd traveled all over, flattering and fawning, making friends with so many people, but none of them had the weight of someone like Shi Xiameng who casually tripped and fell, and that Cheng Feng too. If he had that kind of luck, he wouldn't be where he is now. Where can he even complain about this? Hey, I'm nothing. Xiaomeng told me Cheng Feng is the only son of the chairman of Dada Group. Compared to Dada Group, what I have is nothing. Cheng Feng shook his head. Oh, don't say that. Dada Group belongs to my dad. He's him, and I'm me. Huang Qiang chimed in. It'll be sooner or later. Ah, haha. Wang Yan smiled silently. On one hand, He's spending his dad's money to show off and flirt with girls, and on the other hand, he's so clear about his relationship with his dad, flaunting his individuality and independence. It's really. Xi Xiameng hung up the phone and happily went to the kitchen to hug Shenbing from behind. Girl, how much longer? Ugh, it's all smoky. You should go out. Shenbing rolled her eyes. This is the last one. It'll be ready soon. You guys eat first. Xi Xiameng kissed Shenbing on the cheek, chuckled, picked up the wine he had prepared earlier, and walked into the living room. Come on, the wine's here. The dishes will be ready soon. Let's have a drink first. This is a special wine my wife brought from her hometown, homemade rouge red. Really? Huang Qiang said in surprise. Then I'll have to try it. Come on, pour it quickly. Xi Xiameng explained from the side. Brother who is also from Yunnan province. He's been here for years and hasn't been back much? That's right. In all these years in Beijing, I've never tasted authentic rouge red. Wu Di said, then brother who must drink more. Huang Qiang smiled warmly, I must drink more. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk. We won't leave until we're drunk. After everyone poured the wine, Shenbing also came out with the dishes. The dishes are served, be careful. Cheng Fen quickly helped move the dishes on the table. Come on, slow down, slow down. Shenbing smiled sweetly at Cheng Fen and steadily placed the dishes on the cleared space. That one smile left Cheng Fen completely stunned. He stood there motionless, lost in his own imagination of a warm bed with his wife and children. Xi Xiameng, having Shenbing sit beside him, raised his glass and said, well, let me toast everyone. You're all my good brothers, my good older brothers. Thank you for taking care of me, and thank you all for coming to support me. Wu Di said, we're all family, no need for formalities. Come on, let's drink, let's drink. Huang Qiang also raised his glass, you should be the one taking care of me. This deal went so smoothly today, it's all thanks to you. Wang Yan said, it's fate that we met, let's drink. Cheng Feng was staring blankly at the dish Shenbing had just served. Wu Di, seeing that Cheng Feng hadn't joined in, patted him, hey, crazy guy. What are you thinking about? Drink up. Huh? Ah. Come on, let's drink, let's drink. Cheng Feng looked up at Shenbing, who was looking at him curiously, and quickly looked away, picking up his glass. Everyone drank a glass together. Shenbing also raised her glass, I'd like to toast everyone too, to thank you for taking care of Xiaomeng. Hey, we're all brothers, it's only right, it's only right. Cheng Feng raised his glass and clinked it with hers. Wang Yan and the others also drank another glass. Eat, eat. Putting down his wine glass, Xi Xiameng called to the group, try my wife's cooking and give us your feedback. Cheng Feng picked up a piece of the dish Shenbing had just served, smacking his lips. This is really delicious, what is it? Xi Xiameng glanced at it, red 3 chop, a famous dish from our area. This is quite well made, it's my first time eating this dish. Cheng Feng looked at Shenbing, this cooking skill is enough to open a restaurant. If you open a restaurant, I'll definitely eat here often. Huang Qiang squinted and looked around, then laughed, yes, yes. You two should open one, and Cheng Guangzi, oh, and Mr. Wang will also invest, the 3 of us will contribute money. Of course, no problem. Wang Yan also tried it, level 2 beginner, no higher. Of course, he didn't say that. He laughed and said, this is also my first time eating Yunnan cuisine. With a skill, I could definitely open a restaurant. I've really eaten all the Yunnan cuisine in Beijing, Huang Qiang said with a sigh. None of them taste as good or as authentic as yours. Shenbing was a little embarrassed by the praise. I'm not as amazing as brother who makes me out to be. I'm just a home cook. Not at all. You'll know once you try a few places, Huang Qiang said with a smile and waved his hand. This rouge red wine tastes good too. Let's drink more today and not waste this good wine and food. Come on, let's have a drink, haha. Wang Yan raised his glass with a smile and drank. Rouge red wine is a fruit wine made by adding some fruits from Yunnan to Baijiu, Chinese white liquor. It's not very strong. He had drunk so much wine before, and this one that Shenbing brought was just so-so. After all, if you want really good wine, you still have to look at the quality of the Baijiu. Wang Yan had just tasted it and thought it was okay. After everyone had finished their drinks, Xi Xiameng raised his glass to Wang Yan. Brother Wang, let's toast you. We really don't know what we'd do without you. Xiaomeng, I told you as soon as I walked in, don't be so polite, it's too formal. Look, here we go again. Wang Yan said sternly, you have to drink it yourself, otherwise I won't drink it. Fruit wine is also called a beverage, but it's still alcohol, not a real drink, and any amount will affect recovery. However, it wasn't a big problem, so Wang Yan didn't say anything more. Besides, Xiaomeng is an adult, he knows his place. Wang Yan isn't his father, so why should he say so much? Xiaomeng pretended to pat his face. Look at me, brother, I'll drink it. He then raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp, then poured himself another glass. Ah, that's more like it. Come on, let's drink. You two don't need to say much more, I know your feelings. Like I said, it's fate that we met, and that's all in the drinks. Cheers. Since Wang Yan had said that, what could Xiaomeng and Shenbing say? They laughed and drank. Hu Rongqiang raised his glass again, looking at Wang Yan. Mr. Wang, I'd also like to toast you. I still want to thank you for helping Xiaomeng, that's why this deal went so smoothly. It's nothing, no need to be polite, Mr. Hu. Let's cooperate sometime in the future. That's great. I'd love to. It's a deal then. I'll drink mine, you can drink as you like. Wang Yan didn't really drink casually, he also downed his drink. Brother Hu, let me toast you too. Seeing the two finish their drinks, Xiaomeng took the bottle and poured Hu Rongqiang a drink. Brother Hu, we signed the contract for this project today, right? I wanted to ask, about my bonus, is there a problem? He paused 4 or 5 times, hoping Hu Rongqiang would bring it up himself, since Chinese people are still shy about discussing interests in front of others. Who would have thought that Hu Rongqiang, being so clueless, would just smile and watch Xiaomeng finish speaking. Wang Yan ate silently, watching the show with a heavy heart. He knew Hu Rongqiang wouldn't make promises easily. Hu Rongqiang had a silly grin on his face, his eyes blinking, he definitely had something on his mind. Even if he hadn't discovered Chang Feng's little scheme, he wouldn't have given a definite answer directly. After all, Xiaomeng's 80,000 yuan bonus should have been given last year, but now almost a year has passed and it still hasn't arrived. How could he possibly give it to him so readily? Actually, the original purpose of today's meal has changed because of his appearance. We initially approached Hu Rongqiang because the deal hadn't been finalized and we were unsure of the outcome. Now that the deal is done, we invited Hu Rongqiang primarily to thank our fellow villager for his help, and secondly, to confirm that the 80,000 yuan is actually being paid. After all, it's never truly secure until the money is in hand. It shouldn't be a big problem. Hu Rongqiang's eyes darted around, glancing at everyone present, and he laughed. Why are you in such a hurry for money? To get married, huh? Haha. Hey, Mr. Hu, you can't say that, Wang Yan said calmly. You know, Xiaomeng came all the way from Yunnan to Beijing, what was it all for? It was to stay in Beijing, wasn't it? And to stay in Beijing, what doesn't require money? Take housing prices, for example, they're changing every day. These days, people want a house, a car, and a dowry to get married. I don't think Shenbing is like that. But as a man, Xiaomeng can't let the girl suffer. If he really wants to get married, he needs to buy a house and settle down first, right? You know, Xiaomeng works himself to the bone every day, what else is it for if not money? Don't let him work so hard and end up with nothing, while you, Mr. Hu, get a car, money, and a girl. Mr. Hu is even from Xiaomeng's hometown, you have to be a little more considerate. Thank you to Ivan Wang for the 2,000 coin donation. Thank you to for the 500 coin donation. Thank you to 202105161405083111 for the 500 coin donation. Thank you to for the 100 coin donation. Thank you to 160,425,124,516,526 for the 100 coin donation. Thank you to for your continued support. A daily thank you to all the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who voted with recommendations, and to all the brothers who silently read the book. P.S. Regarding why I haven't updated earlier. Because I've been working too hard these past 2 days. Yesterday I thought I'd go to bed early and get up early to finish writing before noon today. But bad habits have already formed, and my sleep schedule is already messed up. My brother tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, and only woke up around noon. So, I advise you guys to go to bed early and get up early. Take care of your health. Your lives are the most important thing. Chapter 142 Yang Xixi's Call. Wang Yan spoke very bluntly, practically pointing his finger at Hu Rongqiang and berating him. This was only because of Shi Xiaomeng, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken up. After all, working for someone else, being manipulated is normal, isn't it? The world doesn't revolve around any one person, and few people have empathy or consider others' difficulties. Actually, Cheng Feng should have said this, since their relationship was closer than Wang Yan's. But the reality was, Cheng Feng was focused on researching Shenbing. He had no time for such trivial matters. Even if he weren't researching Shenbing, he might have thought money was useless, since she came from a wealthy family and didn't care much about money. After Wang Yan finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly turned cold. At this moment, Shi Xiaomeng wanted to stand up and shout good 3 times. His brother Wang was truly capable, his words had hit the nail on the head. That's exactly what he was thinking. He wanted to settle down in Beijing, marry his girl in his own little house. If possible, he even wanted to bring his parents from his hometown over to enjoy their retirement. Why was that damned Hu Rongqiang still shamelessly asking for money? That was his thought, but this was a setup he'd orchestrated, and he still had to work for Hu Rongqiang. He couldn't let things fall flat and leave Hu Rongqiang feeling awkward. But he couldn't think of anything to say, and he didn't want to say anything. Cheng Feng, on the other hand, thought Wang Yan was right and sided with Shi Xiaomeng. Besides, expecting a young master like him to smooth things over and give someone a way out was wishful thinking. Wu Di was even simpler. Compared to Cheng Feng, he was actually closer to Shi Xiaomeng. Lately, whenever he contacted Shi Xiaomeng, he'd always mention the 80,000 yuan, the 38 square meter apartment, and their future happy life together. So he supported Wang Yan's words and remained silent for a moment. Shen Bing, on the other hand, looked at Wang Yan, thinking that Shi Xiaomeng's brother Wang's title wasn't for nothing. Wang Yan genuinely considered things from Shi Xiaomeng's perspective and spoke up for him. Otherwise, given Hu Rongqiang's outrageous remarks, they would have just laughed it off. Rich people are the least concerned about their reputation. They can spout nonsense with great bravado and shamelessness. Conversely, the poorer a person is, the more they care about their reputation, because that's all they have left, self-respect. There are some things they simply can't bring themselves to say. Just like Shi Xiaomeng's hesitation when he first mentioned the bonus. If it weren't for the current situation and Hu Rongqiang's past record, he might not have been able to bring himself to say it. In the end, it was Hu Rongqiang's years of experience in the underworld, having served as someone's doormat countless times, that gave him the nerve to back it up. After a brief change in expression, he laughed and said, "Mr. Wang is right. I misspoke, haha. I'll punish myself with a drink." With that, he picked up his glass and downed it in one gulp. He has no idea how many people he's licked the boots of to get to where he is today. He's basically fearless about it. To put it bluntly, even if Wang Yan slapped him twice, he'd still smile and offer a drink as an apology. This is Beijing, after all, the rich and powerful are everywhere. Wang Yan is a local. And I heard he's from a wealthy family. Who knows what kind of people he might bring up? He didn't get where he is today easily, so there's no need for him to antagonize Wang Yan. After finishing their drinks, Hu Rongqiang looked at Shi Xiaomeng. "Xiaomeng, the money is definitely not a problem, so just relax and be down to earth." Haha. "Hey, I was just asking." Shi Xiaomeng raised his glass and said, "Come on, brother Hu, I'll toast you." Wang Yan also raised his glass and said, "I'll have a drink with you, boss Hu. It's not easy for anyone, let's be considerate of each other, don't you think?" Hu Rongqiang smiled and clinked glasses with the two of them. Of course, I also came from nothing, I understand all too well." "Enough said, Mr. Wang. Xiaomeng, come on, bottoms up." Putting down his glass, Wang Yan said, "Boss Hu, this wine isn't very strong, it's a bit lacking, how about we change to something else and have a proper drink? Of course, I also want to get closer to Mr. Wang and young Master Cheng." When Cheng Feng heard Hu Rongqiang mention him, he glanced at the smiling Shen Bing and said, "I'll drink as much as you want today, we must have a good time." "Alright, Xiaomeng," Wang Yan said to Shi Xiaomeng, "bring me the 2 bottles of wine I brought. I still have some in my car, I'll get you 2 more when I leave." "Hey, bro, look. Shi Xiaomeng instinctively wanted to say a few polite words, but after meeting Wang Yan's eyes, he quickly stopped himself, slapped his mouth twice, and said, "Bro, look at my mouth, I'll get them right now." After saying that, he stopped Shenbing, who was about to move, and got up to get the wine. Shenbing didn't know much else, but she knew she couldn't let the atmosphere get cold, so she immediately raised her glass. "Brother Hu, I've been calling you Brother Hu since I've been following Xiaomeng. Thank you for taking care of Xiaomeng all these years, allowing us to establish ourselves in Beijing. I'll drink this, you can drink as you like." Hu Ronqiang raised his glass and drank it all in one gulp. "You're too kind, too kind. We're all from the same hometown. It's only right for someone from the same hometown to look after each other when they're away from home. Xiaomeng, you're capable, no wonder you graduated from a prestigious university. What's important is this." Hu Ronqiang looked at Cheng Feng and Wang Yan. "The important thing is that he has a good friend like young Master Cheng, and recently he's made a good brother like Mr. Wang." At this moment, Shi Xiaomeng returned with 2 bottles of wine and sat down. "Brother Hu is right. I'm where I am today thanks to my 2 good brothers, Wu Di and Cheng Feng. As for Brother Wang, that's just my good luck. We'll get to know each other better in the future, brother." He was quite shrewd. Hu Ronqiang hadn't mentioned the relatively unknown Wu Di, but he brought him up to prevent him from being neglected. To be honest, Wu Di helped him more, since he was too embarrassed to ask Cheng Feng for money for such a small thing, which was one of the reasons why the two were closer. Hu Ronqiang noticed the wine in Shi Xiaomeng's hand and exclaimed, "This is good wine, Mr. Wang." "Oh? Mr. Hu knows about it? I like to have a couple of drinks when I have free time. A friend gave me this wine once before, a 15-year-old Maute, right?" Hu Ronqiang thought for a moment and said, "The market price for this wine now is at least 5,000 a bottle, Mr. Wang is very generous." This was a man who knew how to handle people. Pointing out the price wasn't to let Shi Xiaomeng know anything, but to let Wang Yan know that he had revealed the price for him, making Wang Yan feel respected. Otherwise, wouldn't Shi Xiaomeng know that he had never drunk Maute before and would definitely think it was just an ordinary wine costing 1,000 or 100 a bottle? Sure enough, upon hearing the price, Shi Xiaomeng quickly stopped opening the wine and looked at Wang Yan, about to speak. Wang Yan waved his hand to interrupt. "Open it up, wine is for drinking, don't worry about so much. Isn't that right, young Master Cheng, boss Hu?" Cheng Feng raised an eyebrow. "Does it have any other use?" Hu Ronqiang was stunned for a moment, then quickly gave a thumbs up. "Young Master Cheng has a broad perspective, haha. That's right, wine is for drinking." He didn't believe that Cheng Feng didn't know about Maute, but this nonchalant display of knowledge was quite dashing. Thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. Let alone 15 years, even 30, 50, or even 80 years, it's just an ordinary bottle of wine to him. What's the big deal? "Here, let me pour you all some wine." As he spoke, Shi Xiaomeng opened the bottle and poured wine for each of them with heartache. It seemed that what was flowing out wasn't wine, but his blood. "Young Master Cheng, thanks to Mr. Wang's fine wine, let me toast you again," Hu Ronqiang said with a smile. "We'll probably have to look out for each other more often in the future, won't we? Brother Hu, and Brother Wang, don't be so polite. No need to call me young Master Cheng, just call me crazy like they do." "Crazy?" Hu Ronqiang asked in surprise. "Crazy, that's a nickname we gave him, just for fun. He's gotten used to it after all these years. I suggest we toast the biggest contributor today." Wu Di, who had been relatively low-key, raised his glass and looked at Shenbing, saying, "A formal welcome to Beijing." Except for Wang Yan and Hu Ronqiang, everyone knew what formal meant. Yesterday, Cheng Feng hosted a welcome party, and that guy caused quite a stir with all the fighting and jealousy, making it very unpleasant. Now that Wu Di said it, they all understood. Wang Yan and Hu Ronqiang didn't bother to find out what formal meant, they just drank along with him. After drinking, Wu Di teased Cheng Feng, "Envious, aren't you? You might have a harem of 3,000 beauties, but that's nothing compared to Xiaomeng having this one flower." Cheng Feng looked at the laughing Shi Xiaomeng and said, "Brother, today I've come to understand a saying, to have one chibi Maruko-chan in life is enough to die for. Come, let me toast you." "One chibi Maruko-chan? What does that mean?" Hu Ronqiang looked at Cheng Feng and Shi Xiaomeng, who were drinking, with a puzzled expression. "It's like this," Chibi Maruko-chan is the nickname he gave her. Wu Di pointed to Chengfeng and Shenbing to explain to Hu Rongqiang. Hu Rongqiang suddenly understood, and looked back and forth with a smile. Oh, is that so? Haha. Come on, let's drink. Wang Yan, who was standing to the side, saw clearly that Hu Rongqiang's eyes were darting back and forth, indicating that he had made a plan. They were just strangers, and he didn't know the depth of their relationship. He, Wang Yan, didn't have that much influence. Shi Xiaomeng probably still wouldn't get that 80,000 yuan, after all. It was an effective tool for Hu Rongqiang to manipulate Shi Xiaomeng. Everyone was preoccupied with their own thoughts, drinking heartily. Wang Yan, aside from saying a few words in support of Shi Xiaomeng, mostly ate quietly. Of course, his comments weren't rude, he'd chime in occasionally, always on point, giving the impression of full participation. To be honest, he wouldn't have come if it weren't to make a lasting impression on Shi Xiaomeng, so he'd know to turn to him if he needed anything. Although they weren't his enemies, they were destined to be adversaries, so there was no point in it. Ding, ding, ding. Halfway through the meal, the 4-shot firecracker Wang Yan had placed on the table went off. Glancing at the caller ID, an unfamiliar number, Wang Yan apologized and answered, "Hello? Yes. Have you decided? Okay, wait for me there." Wang Yan hung up and said, "Sorry, Xiaomeng, something came up. I'll treat you to dinner another day. I have to go now." "It's okay, brother. We can drink again sometime, it's the same thing." Leaving halfway through the meal is a bit of a downer. I'll punish myself with a drink. After finishing the rest of his drink, Wang Yan exchanged a few polite words with him before being seen out by Shi Xiaomeng. Downstairs, Shi Xiaomeng accompanied Wang Yan. Seeing that Wang Yan had finished contacting the designated driver, Shi Xiaomeng said, "Brother, thank you so much for today. Look at you, here you go again. How many times have I said it? Brother, I'm really speaking from the bottom of my heart. I just really want to thank you. I really don't know how to do it. Don't mention it, I helped you because I like you." Wang Yan opened the trunk and took out 2 bottles of wine. "I drank the previous ones, these 2 are to make up for it." "Okay, stop being so girly, here you go, just take them." "Hey, then I'll keep them." Wang Yan patted Shi Xiaomeng's shoulder. "That's right, call me if you need anything. The designated driver will be here soon, I'm just getting some fresh air to sober up. You don't need to stay here with me, go back, it's getting cold. Don't catch another cold, that would be my fault." Shi Xiaomeng had figured out his brother Wang's ways. He didn't need to pretend or do anything useless, just do what he was asked to do, so he didn't stand on ceremony. "Okay, brother, I'm going back now, be careful on the road. If you don't have anything to say, then don't say anything. What's there to be careful about in a car?" Wang Yan waved his hand with a wry smile. "Stop dawdling and hurry back." Shi Xiaomeng chuckled, waved to Wang Yan, turned around, and left with his wine. Wang Yan wasn't really going to stand there, so he leaned against the car, lit a cigarette, and shared the cold wind with it. Shi Xiaomeng's place was a bit out of the way, but that was relative to Wang Yan's house. It was actually near the South 4th Ring Road, where property prices were several times higher. There were plenty of designated drivers nearby. Just as he finished his cigarette, the designated driver arrived. Wang Yan gave the driver an address and sat in the back, silently watching the neon lights outside the window. The theme song inexplicably popped into his mind, laughing here, crying here, living here, and dying here. The call he just received was from Yang Zixi. He thought it would take at least a week, but Yang Zixi was so quick, calling after only 3 days. Why did she act this way? It's not hard to guess. It's simply that Yang Zixi discovered Andy was seeing other women. She made a scene, but found it made no difference. And now there's a more powerful alternative, and she's only given 10 days. Comparing the two, as Wang Yan said, it doesn't matter who she gives her a handbag to, or who she sleeps with. Wouldn't it be better for her to find someone more powerful? Perhaps the more powerful alternative gave her the confidence to make a scene, and her own charm was more readily recognized. So she became somewhat relentless. A handbag and a pair of shoes weren't enough, she wanted more. Andy wouldn't give her that, so a falling out was inevitable. In fact, Andy had already called him, wanting to invite him out, mainly to build a relationship. In Ode to Joy, many second-generation rich kids can investigate this and that for no reason, so it's even more normal for Andy, as a second-generation rich kid in the power center of Beijing, to do the same. Of course, considering the special nature of Beijing, many people's identities are sensitive, so it's impossible for them to investigate openly and randomly like Yao Bin. However, the circle in Beijing wasn't as big as he'd imagined. With some inquiries, he could still gather some information. The system had assigned Wang Yan the identity that his father's sworn brother was a politician with some power. So it was normal for Andy to want to get close to him. He'd also noticed Wang Yan's interest in Yang Zixi. After all, she was someone he'd been with before, so using her to build a connection wasn't a bad idea. Perhaps that's why Andy was pressuring Yang Zixi to contact Wang Yan. Yang Zixi thought, he's trying to sell me for profit? It's all the same anyway, I'll just offer myself up and not let him take advantage. That was possible, but very unlikely. Andy couldn't be a complete idiot, could he? Before he knew it, Wang Yan, lost in thought, arrived at the place Yang Zixi had mentioned. He was just thinking about it to kill time during the journey. After all, whatever the reason, Yang Zixi had come, hadn't she? Thanks to, can you relate, for your continued support. I want to express my sincere gratitude to all the kind brothers who voted for me with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who recommended me, and to all the brothers who quietly read my books. Chapter 143 Wang Yan, is my face only worth 30,000? From afar, Wang Yan saw Yang Zixi, dressed in thin clothes, standing shivering by the roadside. He had the designated driver honk the horn, and Yang Zixi suddenly looked up in his direction. After glancing at the license plate to confirm it was correct, she quickly ran over, opened the passenger door, and got in. Feeling the warmth of the car's interior, Yang Zixi shivered, starting today, right. She paused, looking at the designated driver in the driver's seat, and quickly tried to apologize and get out. Wang Yan's voice rang out at the right moment, here. Yang Zixi turned back to check, took a deep breath, and said tremblingly, I thought I got into the wrong car. Can you drive? No. Yang Zixi hadn't recovered yet. Tell the driver to go to a shopping mall and buy a couple of outfits. It was normal that Yang Zixi couldn't drive. After all, she spent her time either researching men or luxury goods, not learning to drive. Besides, she had found a rich guy, so she didn't need to drive. Upon hearing this, Yang Zixi perked up, turning back to look at Wang Yan with a slightly pitiful expression, then to the guameo? She didn't flinch this time. Hearing that she was to buy 2 outfits first, countless new items she'd recently seen flashed through her mind. However, she still lacked in-depth knowledge. She was somewhat aware of her own limitations, hence the hesitant question. After all, she was a professional. Manipulating men was purely instinctive. She knew what men liked, how to rouse their protective instincts, their desire to perform, and so on. Under Yang Zixi's expectant gaze, Wang Yan's calm voice rang out, drive. Her skills were utterly insignificant compared to Wang Yan's. Judging from her performance in the drama, it's questionable whether she spent even 500,000 yuan with Andy during that time, and in the end, she was kicked out without even taking her belongings. She could probably resell them second-hand for some money. The designated driver steadily started moving, merging back into the traffic. As for what the designated driver was thinking, Wang Yan didn't know the specifics, but he felt a mix of envy and jealousy. They arrived at the China World Trade Center in silence. Wang Yan had no interest in shopping with Yang Zixi. He simply gave her a card and told her to buy whatever she wanted, while he waited somewhere. He waited for over an hour. Yang Zixi, wearing new clothes and carrying several bags, clearly had more than one outfit. When they reached him, Yang Zixi carefully placed her things on the ground, expertly sat on Wang Yan's lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. I'm sorry, darling, I wanted to buy everything, and I accidentally bought too much? She was testing him, seeing how much he was willing to spend on her. Wang Yan patted her bottom. There should be over 2 million in that card. It'll be your allowance from now on. Spend it however you want. Really? Let's go. Without answering her nonsense, Wang Yan patted her bottom, signaling her to get down. Yang Zixi obediently got off Wang Yan's lap, carrying her bags, and followed him to the parking lot. Wang Yan didn't take her back to his house. Bringing someone like her back would easily give her the wrong impression. Although 2 slaps would solve that problem, it was too much trouble and not worth it. He'd just buy a house nearby tomorrow, keep her like a pampered princess, and she'd be overjoyed. Saving him the trouble and even increasing his property value, a win-win situation. So, Wang Yan went straight to a 5-star hotel nearby to take care of business. Wang Yan might have actually helped Wu Di, since without Yang Zixi causing trouble, things might have turned out differently with Wu Mei. Of course, Wang Yan still had to deal with Wu Mei. After Wang Yan left, the remaining group drank for a while longer before parting drunkenly. Cheng Feng, whether genuinely drunk or pretending, held on to Shen Bing's hand tightly as they left, making a ridiculous fuss about Xiaomeng. Later, Xiaomeng brought back another bottle of wine, which he drank more than half of. Adding to what he drank before, it must have been at least a pound, and he drank the most. Cheng Feng's alcohol tolerance was only average, so no one suspected anything. In the end, Wu Di, who barely drank, practically dragged him home. All of this didn't escape Hu Ronqiang's notice. He had witnessed the whole thing and was perfectly aware of Cheng Feng's little scheme, his own thoughts starting to surface. Cheng Feng is really funny. Why drink so much if you can't hold your liquor? Shen Bing chuckled as she cleared the mess of cups and plates from the table, completely unconcerned about Cheng Feng's earlier actions, even finding it somewhat amusing. It's modern times now, he's not a child anymore. There's no such thing as blushing at the slightest touch. Xiaomeng, holding a trash can in one hand, caught the scraps Shen Bing swept up. It's probably because of yesterday's troubles. He's got something on his mind and is a little unhappy. After saying this, Xiaomeng shook his head and sighed. People's lives are really different. That crazy guy was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, richer and more powerful than us. I don't know where he gets so many worries every day. If it were me, wouldn't I be happy like an idiot every day? Sigh, I can't compare. Sensing Xiaomeng's disappointment, Shen Bing smiled sweetly. Xiaomeng, aren't we doing pretty well now? Once the 80,000 yuan arrives, we'll be able to settle down in Beijing. Most importantly, we got to where we are today because of ourselves. In my heart, you're no worse than anyone else. The future will definitely get better and better. Of course, the two of us will definitely get better and better. Xiaomeng was just grumbling and lamenting the different fates of different people, not to mention that he was given another boost. Hey, Xiaomeng, you know what? Wang Yan really took good care of you. Shen Bing recalled Wang Yan leaving early and said, when Hu Ronqiang asked what he needed the money for, what Wang Yan said was really satisfying. Hu Ronqiang's face at the time was just, haha. After laughing a couple of times, Shen Bing continued, also, Cheng Feng, Wu Di, and Hu Ronqiang all came empty-handed. Wang Yan brought 4 bottles of wine worth about 20,000 yuan, and although he didn't say it, judging from Hu Ronqiang's tone, the wine will be worth even more in the future. And those nutritional supplements he brought, I saw them too. The prices are all listed on the back, and they were not cheap. We only drank 3 bottles of wine, what a pity. Of the 4 people who came this time, only Wang Yan brought something, and it was quite valuable. It's all about comparison. The other 3 were lacking, especially Hu Ronqiang. It was their first time visiting, and as the boss, shouldn't he have brought something? Instead, he just came to curry favor, and he ate and drank quite a bit. You should call him Brother Wang. We can't call him Brother Wang to his face and Wang Yan behind his back, that's not good. I was just saying, you took it seriously. Seeing Shen Bing pouting and feigning innocence, Xiaomeng didn't say anything more. A simple correction was enough, he knew Shen Bing would take it seriously. Brother Wang is really good to me. Although those 4 bottles of wine might not mean much to him, to give me, Xiaomeng, such expensive wine really shows he treats me like a younger brother. After all, even if Brother Wang doesn't care, he wouldn't just throw tens of thousands of dollars away. Brother Wang speaking up for me not only makes you feel better, but it makes me feel better too. That Hu Ronqiang is so stingy, you have no idea how calculating he is. Girl, let me tell you, that Hu Ronqiang. Xiaomeng, having also drunk a couple of ounces of liquor, vented his frustrations to his dearest girl, giving Hu Ronqiang a thorough dressing down. Hearing about his withholding wages, his promiscuous relationships, and so on, Shen Bing was stunned. Her previous life had been relatively isolated, and she hadn't heard much about such shady dealings. Hu Ronqiang's actions had exceeded her wildest imagination. That Hu Ronqiang is really. He's not a good person. Yes, not a good person. Seeing Shen Bing's indignant expression, Xiaomeng laughed. I'm thinking, once I get the 80,000 yuan, I'll look into changing jobs. After all, we're all just working for someone else. It doesn't matter who we work for, There's no need to cling to this one company. Right, girl? Yeah, right, Huang Qiang is no good, we shouldn't work for him anymore. Shen Bing thought for a moment and said, by the way, did Brother Wang ask you to work with him? Why don't you go work for him? Work with Brother Wang? Shi Xiameng pondered for a moment and said, let's see what happens. He was too embarrassed to ask. Wang Yan had asked him to go before, but he had refused. Now he was going back, even though Wang Yan had said he could go anytime, he was really too shy. So he thought he should try again first, and only ask Wang Yan if all else failed. Besides, even if he successfully bought a house, he still had to pay the mortgage, rent, and daily expenses, all of which cost money. So he definitely couldn't leave anytime soon, he had to wait. The two chatted and laughed as they tidied up the table, washed the dishes, got dressed, and ran out to see the night view of Beijing, dreaming of a beautiful life. On the rooftop of a building with a brightly lit sign that read Happy Life, Good Fortune Accompanying You, Shi Xiameng stood on a platform, facing the biting cold wind, looking at the endless neon lights in the distance, and shouted, Beijing, I'm here, and Yale is here too. For myself. And for the woman beside me. We must strive, we must be happy. We must stay here forever. Beijing, can you hear me? We must stay here forever. On stage, Shi Xiameng was full of ambition. Below, Shen Bing's eyes were fixed on the man on stage, raising his arms and shouting. She jumped onto the stage and embraced him passionately, as if she could conquer the capital. In their eyes, there was only each other's light. It seemed they could truly be together forever. On Saturday, Yang Zixi rested. And Wang Yan went to work. On Sunday, Wang Yan took Yang Zixi to buy a 2-bedroom apartment nearby. The bedroom faced south, and the walk-in closet faced north. After having someone tidy it up that day, Wang Yan filled it up. Compared to the stingy Andy, the generous Wang Yan was like a living Buddha to Yang Zixi. Monday, another dark week began. Ordinary people dragged their tired bodies, numbly waving their arms, carrying the expectation of a better future, towards the stinking mouth of that damn boss, beginning a new cycle. Shen Bing went out to explore the capital with Lin Xia, who had come to visit, while Shi Xiameng went to the company. He had been given 2 days off by Huang Qiang. He'd finished his project and had no work to do for the time being. Sitting at his workstation, he shifted his position, occasionally getting up to get some water. His mind was completely preoccupied with the thought of 80,000 yuan, and the 38,000 yuan. It was driving him crazy, and he couldn't calm down. It wasn't an exaggeration to say this was a significant point in his life. How could he be at peace? Bored, he idly flipped through the news, hoping to distract himself and calm down. After all, there was still some time before the end of the month, and his current agitation was pointless. Shi Xiameng, President Hu wants you in his office. Just as he was reading the news, Huang Qian called Nana's mistress to come and get him. Hearing this, Shi Xiameng jumped up immediately. Okay, thank you, Nana, I'll be right there. What could Huang Qian want with him right now? It's probably about that 80,000 yuan bonus, isn't it? Is he going to give it to him ahead of time? Shi Xiameng wondered, and before he knew it, he was in front of Huang Qian's office door. Knock, knock. Shi Xiameng took a deep breath, calmed his agitated heart, and knocked on the office door. Come in. Hearing the response, Shi Xiameng pushed the door open and went in. Brother Hu, you wanted to see me? Huang Qiang, who was looking down at the documents, looked up at the sound, straightened his body, and pointed to the chair in front of him. Come on in, Xiameng, come and sit down. Shi Xiameng responded and sat down opposite him with a smile. Without saying a word, Huang Qiang first let out a long sigh. Xiameng, I had a meeting with the finance department this morning. It's like this, right now, the industry is sluggish, and our company isn't a big company, so our company's situation hasn't been too good lately. I thought things were pretty good here, but I didn't expect to see so many problems today. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiameng understood. His 80,000 yuan bonus was gone. And for the previous project, we invested a lot of money renting light boxes for outdoor advertising, and their payment won't be coming for a while. Our company may be small, but our expenses are considerable, like rent. Huang Qiang rambled on, complaining about how difficult things were for the company and how hard it was for him as the boss, then sighed deeply before saying, So, Xiameng, your 80,000 yuan bonus is affected. I have to apologize to you. Shi Xiameng listened blankly as Hu Ronqiang finished his rant, his face showing a mixture of anxiety, tension, despair, and pleading. No, brother Hu, this 80,000 yuan is extremely important to me. At this point, he couldn't sit still any longer and quickly stood up, saying, Brother Hu, to tell you the truth, I bought a house recently. The deposit was expensive, it wasn't just all my money, but I also borrowed 20,000 yuan from a friend. The problem is, I need to make a down payment, and that down payment is exactly 80,000 yuan. Hu Ronqiang listened to Shi Xiameng's words with a troubled expression, even taking a sip of water at this point. But our contract is very clear. If we can't pay the 80,000 yuan down payment on time, the deposit we paid will be completely lost, and they won't refund it. The latest payment date is the end of this month. Brother Hu, please help me. I understand your difficulties, but I have my own difficulties too. Xiameng, you have to understand me. Brother Hu, this house is my and Shenbing's dream, and your sister-in-law's dream. We're both counting on this house, Brother Hu. If you don't give me the 80,000 yuan, how can we buy this house, right? Shi Xiameng smiled apologetically and leaned forward. Look, Brother Hu, let's discuss this. You can give me the 80,000 yuan first. Don't worry, I'll definitely make up for it. You can deduct it from my salary every month. How about that, Brother Hu? Hu Ronqiang hesitated for a long time, looking conflicted. Finally, when Shi Xiameng couldn't wait any longer, he spoke. Xiameng, the company's financial situation is indeed very difficult lately. Sigh. Mr. Wang was right yesterday. How about this, Xiameng? I'll give you 30,000 yuan first, just to tide you over. You can figure out the rest later. This is truly the most I can do, Xiameng. Any more than that, I really can't afford. Is that all right? Actually, he initially considered not giving a single cent, but then he thought it wouldn't be appropriate. Wang Yan was so generous before, bringing 4 bottles of wine with him. 80,000 yuan was nothing to him. What if he pushed Shi Xiameng too far and he ended up asking Wang Yan for money? Would that be a waste of 2 days' brainpower? So he gave him 30,000 yuan, a figure that was neither too high nor too low, so that Shi Xiameng wouldn't feel comfortable asking Wang Yan for 50,000. After all, nobody's a fool, everyone knows that favors are hard to come by. He didn't believe Shi Xiameng hadn't considered the implications of giving him such a powerful figure as Wang Yan. Moreover, he subtly mentioned Wang Yan, implying that the money was given out of respect for Wang Yan, making it even more difficult for Shi Xiameng to ask for more. Just now, he heard Shi Xiameng mention borrowing 20,000 yuan from a friend for a down payment on a house. Who is that friend? That was the first person he thought of. It was Cheng Feng. After all, Wu Di had been practically invisible the whole time, and his attire was rather ordinary. Based on his experience, he could basically conclude that Wu Di wasn't anything special. So, besides Cheng Feng, there was no one else. And since he had already borrowed 20,000 from Cheng Feng, based on his understanding of Shi Xiameng, the chances of him borrowing money from Cheng Feng again were slim. Although his education level wasn't as high as Shi Xiameng's, his mindset when he started out was probably just as sound. He was too embarrassed to ask for money. So, what could Shi Xiameng do at this point? Wouldn't he have to obediently comply as he expected? Hu Ronqiang was captivated by his own intelligence and superior calculation. He was truly a genius. When Shi Xiameng heard that there was 30,000 yuan, he thought for a moment and didn't say anything more. Quickly putting on a smiling face, "Oh, thank you so much, Brother Hu. Thank you so much. I'll think of a way to get the rest." That's how people are. They say something that's unlikely to be accepted, but then someone unexpectedly offers something sweet, and it becomes much easier to accept. Not only that, they're also incredibly grateful. Thank you too, don't use a nickname, and, Zhang for your continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who voted for recommendations, and to all the brothers who quietly read the book. Chapter 144 Wu Mei. Seeing Shi Xiameng's grateful expression, Hu Ronqiang knew the matter was pretty much settled and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Here's 30,000 yuan, take it. Hu Ronqiang took out 3 stacks of cash from his desk drawer, sighed, and said, "Oh, and your hand injury hasn't healed yet, has it? Shen Bing just arrived, so why don't you go back and rest for a few days, and spend some time with her? Your salary will continue, I'll let you know when there are any projects. As for the rest, figure it out yourself, okay? Xiaomeng, this is all I can do. Hearing Hu Ronqiang's words and feeling the heavy 30,000 yuan in his hand, Shi Xiaomeng was practically moved to tears. He overturned his previous opinion of Hu Ronqiang and began to wonder if he had misunderstood Hu Ronqiang, or if his expectations were too high. Brother Hu, thank you so much. I treat you like a younger brother, no need to be so polite with your older brother, it's all my duty. You. Ring, ring, ring. Just then, the phone on Hu Ronqiang's desk rang. Okay, that's settled then, you can go back now, I'll call you again if anything comes up. Hu Ronqiang waved his hand and answered the phone. Hello? Shi Xiaomeng wanted to say something, but was afraid of disturbing Hu Ronqiang's call, so he gave him a grateful look and turned to leave. There were WeChat, Pinyin, and other outsourced projects to work on at the company, as well as the artificial intelligence that Wang Yan valued most, which also needed to be developed. So even with his beastly work efficiency, he didn't leave the company until after 9 o'clock. Although there were still 10 years left, the sooner that thing was developed, the better. Of course, the main reason was that Yang Zixu was so moved by Wang's generosity in buying her an apartment within the second ring road yesterday that she didn't even go to her regular job today, let alone his. After leaving the company, Wang Yan headed to the hottest nightclub in Beijing that he'd visited before. He was exhausted after a long day and wanted to relax. The same dazzling lights and intoxicating atmosphere as before. Wang Yan ordered a drink at the bar and sat down in his usual spot, slowly sipping his drink. Hey, handsome, what a coincidence. A woman patted Wang Yan on the shoulder and sat down on the stool next to him. Wang Yan glanced at her. Yeah, it is quite a coincidence. This woman was the one who had ignored him after removing her makeup last time. People who enjoy partying certainly don't stay in one place. With so many places and so many people in Beijing, bumping into each other twice was indeed a coincidence. Aren't you going to buy me a drink? Are you still holding a grudge from last time? Seriously, a grown man like you're so stingy? It's a bit of a waste, but considering we've met twice, I'll buy you a drink. Order whatever you like. Ignoring Wang Yan's words, the woman expertly ordered a drink and smiled. What, another romantic encounter? So, are you going to let me have one? Are you always this direct? Isn't being direct better? The woman paused. Being direct is indeed good, but how should I put it? You've lost that romantic atmosphere of going out. Wang Yan picked up his glass and clinked it against hers. Looks like you've thought it through. Come on, cheers. Did I say anything? The woman smiled sweetly and finished her drink. Did I say anything? What you say isn't important. What matters is what you do. Wang Yan looked at the two women who entered, chatting and laughing, then turned and called the bartender, ordering some fruit, snacks, and more drinks. After doing all that, Wang Yan looked at the woman and said, "We'll meet again sometime. I've discovered a new beauty, call your friends over. It's on me today, order whatever you want." With that, to the woman's incredulous gaze, he grabbed a bottle of wine from the bar and walked towards a small table inside. This is revenge, this is absolutely revenge, the woman muttered to herself, then gritted her teeth, waved to her friends who were hanging out in the distance, and made a phone call to gather more people. You told me to order whatever I wanted, I'll drink you out of house and home. Wang Yan didn't know, and even if he did, it wouldn't matter, he wasn't short of money. Besides, he wasn't planning on revenge, after all, revenge doesn't involve paying for others. He had seen Wu Mei with her friends, and since he'd run into her, there was no question, he'd deal with her. Wu Mei and her friends had just ordered their drinks and were warming up by swaying to the music. Seeing Wang Yan approaching, her friend nudged Wu Mei, "Another man seduced by you, you little hussy." Wu Mei didn't care about her friend's little hussy nickname, on the contrary, she was happy that her charm had been proven once again. Watching the man get closer, Wu Mei subconsciously made an assessment of him. He walked with his head held high, his eyes bright and piercing, giving off an unintentional sense of pressure. His clothes didn't reveal any brand, but based on her experience, they weren't ordinary fabrics, they must be quite expensive. The fact that he could look her in the eye so calmly meant he had seen women at least as beautiful as her, or even more beautiful, and perhaps had even had close relationships with him. It also showed that he was very confident in his abilities, confident he could conquer her. In short, he was a man of considerable means, knowledgeable and wealthy. Wang Yan approached, placed the wine on the table, and blatantly glanced at Wu Mei's deep cleavage, interested in her drink. Just as Wu Mei had told Wu Di, as a woman, using feminine charm to conquer men, making them subservient and obedient, is excellent. Only in this way can I maintain an enviable status for a long time. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. For some women, intelligence is their strength. But for a woman like me, appearance is my strength. So, what's wrong with using my strengths to conquer men and the world? My intelligence isn't innate, it comes from seeing many men, from experience. Good women stay in the kitchen, bad women travel the world. She is a woman who knows what she wants and understands matters between men and women very well. Wu Di is clearly not a man who conquers the world, and his pursuit of fame and fortune is worlds apart from Wu Mei's. He's just an ordinary man. Wang Yan thought that Wu Mei's flirting with Wu Di was probably just something she did out of boredom, using a younger man for entertainment, and that it wouldn't lead anywhere. As for the tears she shed, they seemed more like crocodile tears. As she said, she was just using her advantages. Sit down. Wu Mei's friend glanced at Wang Yan, then put her arm around his neck and whispered in his ear, "My sister here is a vixen. Most people can't subdue her. I won't disturb your spellcasting, I'm leaving." With that, she patted his shoulder and turned to find a man to play with. "Your friend is very beautiful. Birds of a feather flock together." To be honest, Wu Mei's friend was quite attractive. It was their first meeting, and Wu Mei was probably out of luck, because it wouldn't be a woman conquering a man, but rather a man simply playing with a woman. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Wanting both is unrealistic. Wu Mei had no idea what Wang Yan was thinking, and simply smiled charmingly. "Are you saying I'm prettier?" "Of course, otherwise, with so many people here, why would I have chosen you? I like honest and straightforward men." Wang Yan shrugged. "I like women who say I'm honest and straightforward." As he spoke, Wang Yan opened a bottle of wine and poured 2 glasses. "Want to have a drink together?" Wu Mei readily raised her glass, clinked it against Wang Yan's, and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, and given the atmosphere, Wu Mei's cheeks flushed slightly. Her sexy, full, fiery red lips parted slightly. "You don't seem like someone who frequents places like this. Isn't it just a coincidence that I ran into you as soon as I arrived?" Wang Yan poured her another glass of wine. "Let's toast to fate." Wu Mei picked up her glass and downed it in one gulp, looking at Wang Yan seductively. "You're not trying to get me drunk and then have bad intentions, are you? Haven't I made it obvious enough?" Wu Mei hadn't expected Wang Yan to admit it so readily, and paused for a moment before saying, "You're really direct." Wang Yan poured more wine and raised his glass. "So, this toast is to directness?" She rolled her eyes at him, annoyed, and said, "Drinking like this isn't very interesting. How about we play some games?" It was only because she was interested in Wang Yan, or even if she was just looking for fun, that she wouldn't waste her time with just any random man. "What are we playing? Dice, truth or dare?" Wang Yan raised his glass. "Before we play, should we drink this first?" "Of course." Wu Mei raised her glass and clinked it with Wang Yan's. "Cheers." As for dice, let's not even mention Wang Yan's gambling skills. He took out the dice, arranged them in his special dimension, and then put them back. With that skill alone, even the king of gamblers and the god of gamblers would be useless. The two spent the rest of the time playing dice in the nightclub. To accommodate Wu Mei, Wang Yan would let her win occasionally. They both tacitly agreed that if Wu Mei lost, she would choose dare and drink, and Wang Yan would drink with her. If Wang Yan lost, it was truth. Wu Mei was a shrewd woman. She asked about his daily life to gauge his abilities. Wang Yan understood her intentions, of course. Honestly, Wu Mei's level of understanding was far from enough to trick him. However, considering, well, he was happy to play along. This was a very good running buddy. After all, even Yang Zixi would get boring after a while, and Wu Mei's skills were far superior to Yang Zixi's. There was a significant difference in their levels. Finally, after drinking an unknown amount, Wu Mei couldn't take it anymore. Okay, I'm done. I really can't drink anymore." She was a seasoned drinker, a veteran of the drinking scene, and most people, regardless of gender, were no match for her. After all, if she couldn't hold her liquor, who would she be able to handle? She had to protect herself. Wang Yan raised an eyebrow and downed his drink in one gulp. He pulled Wu Mei into his arms. "Let's go then." Wu Mei naturally agreed, nestled against Wang Yan, and was let out. This was perfectly natural. In fact, it had already been decided when Wu Mei toasted the couple. They found a 5-star hotel nearby, and Wang Yan carried Wu Mei into the restroom. The next day, Wang Yan woke up early. It has to be said that Wu Mei truly lived up to his expectations. Last night, Wu Mei did this and that. It was absolutely amazing. The feeling she gave Wang Yan was no less than that of Zhao Jingaiyu from nothing but 30. It was all about feeling good. He spread her legs and got up to work out in the hotel gym. To be honest, unrestrained daily exercise is harmful to the body. But even if he were to run out of energy, he wouldn't be afraid. The system would arrange for him to recover, and he'd still be the same energetic Wang Yan. In other words, he had an iron will. After exercising, he went back to his room to wash up. When he came out, Wu Mei was also awake. Looking at her strong, beautiful muscles, Wu Mei couldn't help but think of last night's frenzy. Her face flushed. Wang Yan finished dressing and said, "The room fee is paid until tonight. You get some rest. I'm leaving." "Wait." Seeing him about to leave, Wu Mei quickly called out. Stopping in his tracks, Wang Yan turned to Wu Mei with a puzzled look. "What's wrong?" Leave my phone number, and leave me your contact information." Although he knew she was faking it, looking at Wu Mei lying on the bed, half naked, her eyes hazy, her red lips slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart again. It wasn't that he couldn't control himself, she was simply quite beautiful. Without further ado, Wang Yan took off the clothes he had just put on and, amidst Wu Mei's coquettish laughter, pounced onto the bed. After taking a shower and leaving his phone number, Wang Yan left the hotel and went to work. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and Shi Xiaomeng went through a painful struggle. It wasn't that he didn't want to borrow money, but the problem was who to borrow from, and who could lend him money? Cheng Feng. He had borrowed from him quite often before, and he had already taken a 20,000 yuan deposit. He really couldn't bring himself to ask for it right now. As for Wu Di, he knew his situation. He only had enough to eat and wear, and while he could manage small amounts like 1,000 or 100 yuan, tens of thousands of yuan was definitely out of the question. He knew his parents' situation. They were counting on him to succeed so they could enjoy life, so how could he help them? As for relatives, they all knew he was making a living in Beijing, and they were already being lenient by not asking him for money, let alone borrowing from them. Brother Wang was capable, but they had already brought so many gifts when they visited him, and Hu Rongqiang had only given him 30,000 yuan out of respect for Brother Wang and because he was really in dire straits. He couldn't very well ask Brother Wang for more. Besides, of the 30,000 yuan Hu Rongqiang had given him, 4,000 had gone to buying his daughter a brand new phone, and another 6,000 had gone to paying rent. 10,000 had already been spent, leaving him with only 20,000 yuan. He had also checked the price of the wine Brother Wang had given him, 5,000 yuan, no doubt about it. The nutritional supplements could probably be had for 10,000 yuan, but that was only 15,000 yuan, still tens of thousands short. At this point, he truly had nowhere else to turn. He asked Cheng Feng to help Shenbing find a kindergarten teacher job. After all, this was Beijing, and for Shenbing, with her qualifications, finding such a job on her own would be incredibly difficult. It had to be Cheng Feng, a local bigwig in a rich second generation, with connections. Of course, he never imagined that Cheng Feng would donate money to the kindergarten and pay Shenbing's salary, just to make his wife happy. Did Shenbing love money? She could proudly say no. After all, Shi Xiaomeng was in such a sorry state, and she was in the same boat. But later, every time Cheng Feng tried to move her, it was with money. Just when Shi Xiaomeng was at his wit's end, with nowhere to turn, Hu Rongqian called to tell him to start work. Thank you to Fu Xinwen for the 500 coin reward. Thank you to Tanji Xiangming for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to Lang Gaiyu Hu Tao, Yu Genghe, Feng Liuqi, Qinru Ruyan, and Zhang Jinzong for their continued support. I want to express my sincere gratitude to all the kind brothers who voted for me with monthly tickets, to all the brothers who recommended me, and to all the brothers who quietly read my books. Chapter 145 Incentives. Shi Xiaomeng arrived at the company early and sat in the chair opposite to Rongqiang's desk. Unlike last time, he was unusually uneasy this time. He didn't know why Hu Rongqiang wanted to see him, nor what awaited him. But people often think they are destined for greatness and can't help but think the best. Shi Xiaomeng was no exception. He also wondered if there was another turning point. Was Hu Ronqiang going to give him 50,000 yuan? Lost in thought, Shi Xiameng was startled awake when Hu Ronqiang pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing Hu Ronqiang, he quickly stood up. Brother Hu. Hey, Xiameng, sit down. Hu Ronqiang looked at Shi Xiameng in front of him and knew at a glance that his plan had succeeded. This silly boy was really putting on a brave face. In his mind, he was acting wildly. He patted Shi Xiameng's shoulder. Why are you so nervous? Xiameng, I totally understand what you were talking about buying a house a couple of days ago. To be honest, I haven't slept well these past 2 days either. It's true, Xiameng, for us outsiders who want to establish ourselves in Beijing, buying a house is really the first major thing. At this point, Shi Xiameng didn't waste any more time. Brother Hu, let me be frank with you. As long as you give me the rest of the money, I'll do anything. Xiameng, the company's situation is really not good, you know that to some extent. Hu Ronqiang smiled and looked at Shi Xiameng's pale face. Don't worry, I've always treated you like a younger brother. Don't say I didn't give it to you. Now there are several orders. If you can handle them, you'll get a bonus of 250,000 yuan, including the previous 50,000 yuan, which will be paid out immediately. Seeing Shi Xiameng's spirits lift and his eyes widen as he looked at him, Hu Ronqiang continued, come on, sit down and let's talk. Shi Xiameng sat down blankly. Brother Hu, what kind of orders? Don't rush, listen to me. Hu Ronqiang laughed and waved his hand. Actually, you know that the position of planning department manager has been vacant for a while, with an annual salary of 300,000 yuan. I was thinking of choosing between you and Adong. You know that Adong's performance has always been better than yours. But if you can handle this order, I believe no one will have any objections. Brother Hu, what kind of order is this? This order, besides you, no one else can really do it. Shi Xiameng was stunned for a moment. Brother Hu, you mean? Hu Ronqiang nodded affirmatively. That's right, Dada's annual advertising deal. You and Chang Feng, aren't you too good? We're buddies, aren't we? Yes, we're buddies, but the problem is we never do business together. That's precisely why your first request is so valuable. Hu Ronqiang, with his smug grin, said, for date group, this kind of thing is just a drop in the ocean. But for you, Shi Xiameng, it's a huge step in your life. Besides, you're not deceiving your buddy. If we take on Date's advertising and do it well, they'll thank you in return. Shi Xiameng said hesitantly, Brother Hu, I think advertising for companies like Date is usually done by 4AA agencies. Hu Ronqiang gave him a pained look, as if he were about to collapse, and said, which company doesn't start small and grow big? Besides, do you, Shi Xiameng, think you're inferior to those 4A agency people? It's 250,000 in total, Xiameng. That's more than enough to pay your down payment on a house, 300,000. Your annual salary, after deducting the monthly mortgage, is definitely enough for you to buy a car and get married. Brother Hu, I still think it's not quite right. What's wrong with it? Hu Ronqiang interrupted directly. He had to deceive him. Do you think you're not capable of doing a good job with Date's advertising? Or do you think your relationship with Chang Feng can't withstand the test? Xiaomeng, you have to believe in your abilities, you have to believe in your relationship with Chang Feng. A new batch of college students is about to graduate, it's going to be tough for everyone. I've said everything I need to say, it's all up to you. To be honest, this whole thing is just because of one sentence from Chang Feng. You have to know, money is a good thing. If you like it, it will like you. It will bring you everything you want, everything in the world is the same, only the price is different. Finally, Hu Ronqiang added, I've always treated you like a younger brother, Xiaomeng, I have faith in you. He said both good and bad things. On one hand, he was threatening to expel the college students, and on the other hand, he was saying he treated them like a younger brother. Shi Xiameng understood perfectly well what Hu Ronqiang meant. He'd been so touched by the 30,000 yuan. He thought he'd misunderstood Hu Ronqiang and was prejudiced against him. It turned out this was what he was waiting for. He understood, but there was nothing Shi Xiameng could do. As the saying goes, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Shi Xiameng nodded, said nothing, and got up to leave. Faced with 250,000 yuan, he couldn't refuse. It was a huge sum he'd never seen before, enough to buy a house, renovate it, and hold a wedding for his daughter. Facing the risk of being fired, he couldn't refuse either. Hu Ronqiang was right, A new batch of college graduates was coming in, another large pool of high-quality, cheap labor. As a graduate from a prestigious university a few years earlier, he knew the pressure he would face and how excited he was when he started working. He didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. Although silence could also mean agreement, at least he didn't say it, perhaps that made him feel a little better. In fact, he wasn't without a way out. Brother Wang had already made his point, but he simply didn't want to. Ultimately, it was his pathetic pride that held him back. In his eyes, Brother Wang was a true friend he'd met by chance, even though this friend was far too wealthy. Although they'd only met twice and eaten together twice, honestly, his feelings for Brother Wang were no less than his feelings for Woody and Chengfeng. He understood that once he started working for Brother Wang, their current equal relationship would become a subordinate one, and that wouldn't be friendship anymore. Shi Xiameng frowned all the way home, sitting in a chair lost in thought. Shen Bing wasn't home. Today was her first official day at work. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything, just sat there listlessly for most of the day. Around 4 o'clock, Shi Xiameng set off for the kindergarten where Shen Bing worked. As soon as he entered, he saw Changfeng propping his chin up, staring blankly, seemingly lost in thought. With a surprised hey, Shi Xiameng sat down next to Changfeng and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Huh?" Changfeng's pleasant reverie was interrupted, and he turned his head blankly to look at Shi Xiameng, who was sitting next to him staring intently. His eyes widened suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly came up with a plausible excuse. Oh. Changfeng organized his thoughts. "Well, I didn't have much to do at work, and it's Shen Bing's first day at work, so I thought I'd come and see if she's adjusting well. Oh, by the way, the principal told me before that she's doing quite well and that she has high hopes for her. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." "Really?" Shi Xiameng didn't doubt him, and was full of happy surprise. "Then thank you so much, I owe you another favor." Changfeng looked at the ground in front of him, fiddling with his fingers, not daring to look at the grateful Shi Xiameng beside him. "Alright, aren't we good buddies? Your business is my business, why say so much nonsense?" After saying this, the two fell silent. One of them had something to ask for help from the other and was thinking about how to bring it up. One of them was researching someone else's girlfriend, so he was a little awkward in front of the person in question. "Hey, get out of class should be over by now." After a while, Changfeng couldn't stand the awkward silence anymore. He patted Shi Xiameng and stood up, saying, "I'll go ask." Seeing him about to leave, Shi Xiameng quickly called out, "Hey, crazy guy." Stopping Changfeng, Shi Xiameng stood up and approached, thinking for a moment before saying, "I'd like to treat you to a meal these next couple of days, and then we can talk." Changfeng knew Shi Xiameng quite well. Seeing his hesitant manner, he knew he was asking for something. The slight self-reproach he felt earlier vanished instantly, and he asked with a smile, "What's up?" Shi Xiameng smiled sheepishly, "It's work-related. We can talk about it over dinner. Get to the point, hurry up. It's just work, we'll talk about it later." Changfeng wasn't stupid, his eyes lit up and he immediately understood the key point. Wang Yan wants to force a woman into prostitution? At this point, Shi Xiameng didn't waste any more time and said sheepishly, "I just want to talk to you to see if I can secure all of Dade's advertising contracts for next year. If I can't, I might be fired." He knew that Shi Xiameng's relationship with his father wasn't good. He also knew that asking Changfeng for advertising contracts was less troublesome than just asking to borrow 100,000 or 200,000 yuan directly. But as the saying goes, people always think they were the center of the world, always think they're important. Wang Yan was right about one thing: the first time you ask is always the most valuable. Shi Xiameng assumed that with his relationship with Changfeng, getting an advertisement wouldn't be too difficult, if not effortlessly. After all, Changfeng was the only son of the chairman of Dade Group. Such a thing could be done with a mere flick of his wrist. Besides, he already owed Changfeng a lot and didn't want to owe any more. Borrowing money directly from Changfeng was completely different from the bonuses and commissions he'd earned from legitimately securing the Dade advertisement. Of course, the most important thing is to deceive oneself. In this process, he subconsciously ignored the fact that the favor he owed Changfeng for securing this deal was far greater than the debt he'd incurred by borrowing tens of thousands of yuan. Firing him? Changfeng looked at the bowed Shi Xiameng, a surge of anger rising within him for no apparent reason. How could someone like him possibly possess a woman as perfect as Shen Bing? How could Shenbing possibly have fallen for him? That bastard Huang Qiang, let me tell you, he has a face that looks like he'll die young because of his scheming. Buddy, you better get out of that lousy company of his right now, or you'll be in big trouble. Cheng Feng took the opportunity to vent his anger, directed at Huang Qiang and even more so at Shi Xiameng. He shouted as he rushed forward, tearing at Shi Xiameng's phone. Here, give me his number right now. I'm going to call him, I'll curse him to death, I'll smash his wishful thinking. Shi Xiameng looked around and quickly stopped the agitated Cheng Feng. Stop it, don't, stop shouting here. Seeing Cheng Feng calm down, he said in a low voice, we're different. I have nothing, I can't lose this job too. The girl just arrived, you know? As he spoke, he patted Cheng Feng's arm. It's okay, just pretend I didn't say anything. He just wants to achieve results, right? I'll go to a few more advertising companies, get a few more ads, that's all. He can't really fire me. Looking at the indignant Cheng Feng, still upset, was a bit out of sorts. Shi Xiameng, not knowing what had gotten into him, added, it's okay, don't take it seriously, it's really nothing. Just pretend I didn't say anything, okay? Cheng Feng had calmed down by now and let out a long sigh. Alright, I'll go back and ask Lao Cheng tonight. I'll ask him if he gave the order to anyone else, and I'll let you know once I find out. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Cheng Feng turned around, glanced at Shenbing who had come out, and said, alright, that's all for now, I'm leaving. Want to grab something to eat together tonight? No, we'll talk about it tomorrow, I'm leaving. Hey, Xiameng. What brings you here? Shenbing looked up and saw Shi Xiameng standing at the door, and happily ran over. It's your first day at work, I was worried, so I came to check on you. Shenbing didn't even look at Cheng Feng, who had walked to the side, and sweetly stepped forward to grab Shi Xiameng's hand, breathing on it and rubbing it. I'm a grown woman, what's there to worry about? Is it really cold outside? Your hands are so cold. It is really cold, but the principal said she really likes you. Right? Did I do well? Shenbing linked arms with Shi Xiameng's. Let's go. Cheng Feng watched their backs with a sense of dejection, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. How could such a good girl be snatched up by someone like Shi Xiameng? He's so handsome and rich, why isn't that good enough for him? Why doesn't she even glance at him? Is there any justice in this world? Only after they were out of sight did Cheng Feng shake his head and leave dejectedly. At Shi Xiameng's home, the two returned home, tidied up, and busily prepared a meal before eating. Seeing Shi Xiameng being picky and not very enthusiastic about eating, Shenbing knew why. On the way back, she had already heard about it from Shi Xiameng. Hey, Xiameng, I have something to tell you. Okay, go ahead. Shi Xiameng was eating, his mind wandering, and he responded casually. Shenbing hesitated for a moment, then said, it's not really appropriate for you to ask crazy for the advertising deal. Seeing Shi Xiameng pause in his eating, Shenbing organized her thoughts and continued, I think friends shouldn't get involved in things like financial matters. Shi Xiameng didn't look up, continuing to eat. Do you know what Huang Qiang told me? He said if this doesn't work out, then I'll. Oh dear, he's using you, can't you see that? Shenbing was indignant and furious. Once you start this, he'll never stop. Didn't he want to fire you? What's the big deal? Can't we just quit? Anyway, I don't think life under him is easy. Besides, didn't Brother Wang say he'd let you work for him? Why should we put up with this humiliation? Brother Wang. Shi Xiameng shook his head. Forget it, I refused Brother Wang's invitations before, and I feel bad about it now. Besides, I can handle most small things, so I really don't want to bother Brother Wang. Shenbing thought Shi Xiameng was making a mountain out of a molehill. Would someone as capable as him care about insignificant people like them? Besides, they've already been pushed to this point, what else could be considered a small matter? Are you really going to ask a madman? To be honest, she felt that asking Cheng Feng was the same as asking Wang Yan. She really didn't understand what he was thinking. He had the nerve to ask Cheng Feng, but not Wang Yan? Shi Xiameng said, that's how advertising is, it doesn't matter who you do it for. But since that's the case, then you go to Brother Wang. Brother Wang. Seeing Shi Xiameng frown, Shenbing waved her hand and stopped talking. Okay, I won't say. But isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to always rely on Crazy to ask him for everything? Besides, I always feel that he's a bit. Women are more sensitive. She could feel the burning intensity in Chang Feng's eyes when he looked at her, and what Chang Feng had done these past 2 days clearly went beyond what a friend would do for a friend. Something's wrong? Shen Bing couldn't be direct. I can't really explain it, it feels weird. Shi Xiameng didn't think too much about it and helped explain, that's just how he is, a bit flamboyant. I know you don't like it, but that's because his family has been rich since he was little, so it's inevitable that he'll be flamboyant. If you ask us to be flamboyant, we definitely won't be able to, right? But Crazy is definitely a good person. Take the job I found for you these past few days. Why were you able to get into the kindergarten? Sure, you have some ability, but in today's society, is ability enough? If Crazy hadn't personally recommended you, would you have gotten in? It's a matter of who can say what. Shen Bing's increasingly positive impression of Chang Feng was definitely partly due to Shi Xiameng's constant efforts to smooth things over and change her perception. Of course, Shi Xiameng wasn't thinking about any of that right now. He never dreamed that his good buddy was after his childhood sweetheart. Hearing this, Shen Bing thought for a moment and said, it's only natural for friends to recommend each other for jobs. But you're asking his dad's company for advertising, so. Thanks to, for the 500 coin reward. Thanks to, Li, and, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, to the brothers who voted for recommendations, and to the brothers who silently read. Chapter 146. Why is Yang Zexi not making a sound? Shen Bing's words were also problematic. What does she mean by it's normal for friends to recommend a job? Does she really have no idea of her own capabilities? In her view, it's simply mutual help. Before, they were all arguing and bickering, and now they're friends, it's just common sense? But when it comes to Shi Xiameng, she hesitates and doesn't say anything. Yes, the difficulty levels are different. But helping is something she can do. Chang Feng isn't stupid, he doesn't have to silently help. Of course, Chang Feng really did. Girl, I understand everything you're saying, but what's the problem? Let me tell you the truth. Shi Xiameng put down his chopsticks, straightened up, and looked at Shen Bing, who Qiang promised me the 80,000 yuan bonus, but only gave me 30,000 yuan. That means the house I showed you is gone. If it's gone, we just won't buy it. Shen Bing laughed. I think our life is pretty good right now. But the 50,000 yuan deposit I paid is gone too. Shen Bing didn't say anything. She knew that Shi Xiameng had saved 30,000 yuan and borrowed another 20,000 yuan from Chang Feng. If that went down the drain, then Shi Xiameng's years in Beijing would have been wasted. That serious? What do you think? It's clearly written in black and white on the contract. If the down payment isn't made by the end of this month, the money belongs to them, and they won't refund a single penny. Then what do we do? Sigh, let's just take it one step at a time. Shi Xiameng sighed. Oh, right, let's treat this group of people to dinner tomorrow. They've helped me a lot already, and not everyone came when we invited them last time. This time, your job was also taken care of by Crazy, so let's celebrate. Okay. Shen Bing said, what about Brother Wang? Should we invite Brother Wang too? As for Brother Wang, let's not. Let's just thank our friends from school this time. We'll invite Brother Wang separately when he has time. Wang Yan didn't know what had happened to Shi Xiameng these past 2 days, but he knew it was bound to happen. Because of his appearance, so far, the only things that had helped Shi Xiameng were a deal that was originally going to fall through, and the fact that he didn't have to borrow money from Wu Di to see a doctor for his arm, but instead received 2,000 to ease his dire financial situation. However, not much else changed. He knew beforehand that a greedy player like Hu Qiang wouldn't let go of the opportunity to exploit Shi Xiameng. So, he had made some preparations these past 2 days. Actually, nothing special, he just had his finance subordinate study date occasionally, since the money he had borrowed had only just arrived a couple of days ago. The little money he had wasn't enough to really go all out, so he was just using a small amount to secretly play around with it. As for that third shareholder, Liang Junzheng, Wang Yan didn't plan to include him. If he could acquire aid with a small amount of money, he would. If not, he wouldn't force it, as long as he got the money, that was enough. His main goal now wasn't to develop real industries, but to raise money in the internet sector to invest in artificial intelligence, and then cash out to recoup the research on those formulas. Cheng Feng's father, Cheng Shenzhen, still wanted to reduce his shareholding and cash out? Dream on. Wang Yan was very annoyed by that old bastard's coercion and enticement of Shi Xiaomeng. Even though Wang Yan agreed with some of the nonsense he spouted. But that arrogant, heartless, and unscrupulous attitude was truly disgusting. Even someone as powerful as Wang Yan never flaunted his wealth or acted superior to anyone. He guaranteed that old bastard would have a hard time dying peacefully in the hospital. Cheng Feng added that Wang Yan wanted to see what this young master would be like without his father and the status of the young master of the Dada Group. There's no logic in money equaling justice, or that rich people being forgiven for their misdeeds. Like in the original drama, Cheng Feng going around to each shareholder, wiping away tears and crying, and then everyone should support him? That's nonsense. His father said it well, those at the manager level and above in the Dada Group not only have high salaries but also a certain number of shares. That's not just being on the road to success, it's already achieved success. And these are only incentive shares with dividend rights, not voting rights. Need we even talk about the higher level shareholders with voting rights? How could they be swayed by just some tears and talk about car detailing in chain stores? In Wang Yan's opinion, it was that old bastard Liang Zhenzhang who lacked sportsmanship. Not content with just being chairman of the board, he wanted to further oust all the useless, complacent old bastards from the board. These people, sensing the crisis, switched their support to Cheng Feng, making him a puppet. After all, they knew Cheng Feng's capabilities. He was just a good-for-nothing rich kid, they were confident they could handle him. It's just that the drama ended there. If it continued, Cheng Feng would definitely be joining his father in death. As for Shi Xiaomeng, all Wang Yan could do was help him achieve public success, in other words, become rich. As for other things like finding a girlfriend, that wasn't Wang Yan's business. Frankly, he was already being lenient by not even trying. Why would he help Shi Xiaomeng find a girlfriend? Shi Xiaomeng wasn't even surnamed Wang. People change. It's said that men remain young until death, and women remain girls until death, but those are no longer the young men and women of the past. If Shen Bing really changes, and is no longer the sweet, cheerful girl from a small town in Yunnan province, then good luck to her. It was already past midnight. Having finished his business, Wang Yan lay on the bed, dozing off. Get to the point. Yang Zixi, who had been fussing for a while, quickly leaned in. I want to open a flower shop. Wang Yan didn't even open his eyes. Didn't I give you money? Oh. Yang Zixi pouted, completely falling silent. People, contentment brings happiness. I've been generous enough, already good to you, so it's best not to be greedy. Wang Yan understood perfectly what she meant. Human desires are endless. The more you have, the more you want. Andy buys shoes and bags for tens of thousands of dollars every time, keeping them under control. It would have been impossible for the Yang Zixi of the past to have seen that much money. Now, she's bringing this up with him mainly because she's been spoiled. Her appetite has just been whetted, and she's not satisfied and wants more. This was also to test Wang Yan's bottom line, to see how much she was really worth. As for why she opened a flower shop, in the original drama, Andy just casually mentioned it to fool her. This time it's different. When Yang Zixi was with Andy before, she was all high and mighty. Now that she's hooked up with Wang Yan and received over 2 million yuan, her extravagant spending goes without saying. It's a completely different story from when she was with Andy. Her smugness just won't stop. She wasn't very popular to begin with, and I bet everyone dislikes her even more lately. It's not that other people aren't being kept or selling themselves. It's just that it's obvious that the one keeping her is more powerful and more willing to spend money on her. The others can't accept that. They're all selling themselves, so why is she the one with a higher price? What's so special about her? And the fairness people want is always the unfairness they feel towards others. So those who used to be pursuing the same goals as her no longer pay much attention to her. Once that smugness wore off, she realized that showing off to a group of people who were far inferior to her was pointless. After all, they were all at roughly the same level before. Moreover, she herself was isolated by others in the company, and the class wasn't very interesting, which led her to have the idea of doing something on her own. Wang Yan's generosity was his business, but others couldn't challenge him. As the saying goes, what I give you is yours, what I don't give you, you can't take. Therefore, Wang Yan, who is always decisive and self-centered, would never tolerate Yang Xi's obnoxious behavior. A short while later, hearing the rhythmic breathing beside him, Wang Yan slowly drifted off to sleep. The next day, after the morning's routine, Wang Yan drove to the company. His company was an internet company, a company that heavily emphasized research and innovation, so the majority of employees were programmers, with relatively few in other positions. Wang Yan was an unconventional yet generous boss, so when he arrived, he saw some newcomers grinning at him and then casually walking in, while others, with sunken eyes, yawning for days, and lacking energy, simply nodded and left, quite harmonious. Once in his office, Wang Yan sat down in his comfortable executive chair and asked his assistant to fetch the company's operations manager. "Mr. Wang, you wanted to see me?" A short while later, the operations manager knocked and entered. Wang Yan gestured to the chair opposite him. "Sit." After he was seated, Wang Yan said, "You know about the project we're currently developing, right?" As the operations manager, how could he not understand his company's projects? "Yes, Mr. Wang." "Talk to the development team and thoroughly research the promotional plan." Wang Yan nodded. "There's a Who's advertising company, let's collaborate with them." "That's all, get back to work." "Yes, Mr. Wang." After he left, Wang Yan called in the legal department. "I just spoke with the operations team, we're going to do an advertising campaign. The collaborating company is called Who's Advertising, and the boss is Hu Rongqiang. We should be signing the contract around this time." Wang Yan stared intently into the legal department's eyes. "I want him bankrupt, I want him to go into debt, is there a problem?" In the original story, it was a contract loophole that brought Hu Rongqiang down, he could just follow along. Otherwise, besides simply eliminating him to save trouble, he really didn't have many other ways to deal with Hu Rongqiang. Firstly, he didn't have enough influence to prevent others from cooperating with Hu Rongqiang. Secondly, someone like Hu Rongqiang, who evaded taxes, was bound to get away with it, the fines would be severe enough to bankrupt him. It was just that for such a minor figure, it wasn't worth the effort to gather evidence. If you were to hire someone to raid Hu Rongqiang, the favor he'd incur would be less than what he'd do himself, which was simply inappropriate. The legal representative nodded. "Understood, Mr. Wang." Wang Yan had made his point clear, he would use his legal knowledge to achieve his goal. It was just normal business activity, not illegal or disorderly conduct. As for that Hu Rongqiang, whether he lived or died, what did it matter to them? Even if they had connections, would they have money to be close to him? "Okay, go ahead and get busy." Watching the legal representative close the door and leave, Wang Yan sat in his boss's chair, thinking about Shi Xiameng. He understood Shi Xiameng. After all, generally speaking, his background wasn't much better than Shi Xiameng's. Previously, Wang Yan's hometown was just one of countless villages under the jurisdiction of Longcheng. Moving to the city was a later development. Of course, his shabby vocational college was nothing compared to Shi Xiameng's prestigious university. However, after entering society, their mentality was similar. As long as they could hold on, they wouldn't ask for help. They were afraid of rejection and being unable to repay. Therefore, Shi Xiameng wouldn't come to him until he knew the truth and felt powerless. In the original story, Shi Xiameng didn't have many choices, but now that Wang Yan was standing there, the outcome was definitely different. Wang Yan stopped thinking and began to concentrate on writing code, the usual restaurant. Shi Xiameng organized, the Tongshu couple took charge of cooking, and the group, except for Yang Zixi, had reunited after a long time. "Did you ask your dad about yesterday's matter?" Shi Xiameng asked Cheng Feng, who was sitting next to him, in a low voice. Cheng Feng said, "Not yet. We were in a bad mood yesterday and argued again. Let's find another opportunity." "Okay, it's alright. Don't worry, I'll think of another way if it doesn't work." "It's fine, there shouldn't be any problem." Shi Xiameng nodded and picked up his glass. "I'm sorry to have troubled you, and thank you for my wife's matter too." Lin Xia noticed the commotion and said loudly, "Hey, look at these two, they're already drinking. Let me offer a toast." Shi Xiameng drank his wine and stood up. "Today's gathering is for me and Shenbing." After Shi Xiameng finished his words of thanks, everyone happily drank the opening toast. After drinking for a while, Tongshu looked at Wu Di with a smile. "Wu Di, you'd better drink a few more cups today." "Of course I'll drink more," Wu Di said, "but Brother Chui, you have to tell me why." "Why?" Tongshu smiled mysteriously. Then you'll have to ask your sister-in-law. Look at that smile, why are you keeping me in suspense? Tongshu's wife rolled her eyes at her husband. This morning I found a note, and when I looked at it, the handwriting looked so familiar. Then I looked again, and it was written by Wu Di. I was thinking of waiting for him to come over so I could show it to him and then stick it on the wall. Wu Di snatched it away, but before he could even look at it closely, Lin Xia snatched it away. Read it, quickly read what it says. Ah. Lin Xia read aloud with a grin, if I could be with you, I would rather let all the stars in the sky fall. 2. My little Zixi. Everyone cheered, and Wu Di drank his wine in frustration. Hey, speaking of which, we haven't heard from Xiao Zixi in a while, Cheng Feng said casually. Lin Xia, you've been in contact with her a lot, what's she up to? No news at all. Cheng Feng was being self-centered, perhaps a bit too enthusiastic, and he didn't seem to care about the person drinking alone. He already knew Yang Zixi was being kept by Andy, and now he was just there to rub salt in the wound. Lin Xiao glared at Cheng Feng, then glanced cautiously at the nonchalant Wu Di, awkwardly raising her glass with a laugh. She's just like that, come on, let's drink, cheers. To be honest, Lin Xiao was problematic. Her intentions might be good, but her actions were definitely thoughtless. If she hadn't looked, things would have been fine, and it would have just passed. But everyone was watching her, and she still cautiously glanced at Wu Di. What did that mean? It was obvious something was up. Wu Di, a grown man, naturally couldn't stand this. He shrugged off his drink and said, Lin Xia, you don't need to look at me. Just say what you want to say. I'm all over this now. Cheng Feng knew he'd spoken too quickly and hurt someone, so he quickly picked up his glass. Hey, you know, I'm quick-witted too. Who cares about all that? Come on, Wu Di, Xiao Meng, come on, let's drink, let's drink. This made Wu Di even more upset. He felt like he'd been screwed. He immediately drank another glass and said, I'm really fine. Tell me, Lin Xia. If you don't tell me now, my curiosity will only get worse. Thank you to brother, Northeast Old Man, for the 1,200 coin reward. Thank you to brother, Carbon-Based Life, for the 100 coin reward. Thank you to brothers, Sue, and, What's with the Naming, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted for monthly tickets, to the brothers who voted for recommendations, and to the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 147 I Treat You Like a Brother. Since Wu Di had already said that, what could Lin Xia do? She glared at Cheng Feng beside her and said, Yang Zixi and Andy broke up. Isn't that good news? What's there to hide? Yeah, it's just that, why are you making such a fuss? Don't interrupt, I haven't finished yet. Lin Xia looked at Wu Di, who seemed to have rekindled his hope, and symbolically hit Cheng Feng. She found a new rich guy, and lately her clothes, shoes, and bags are all high-end items worth tens of thousands of yuan each, much more extravagant than when she was with Andy. I heard that the guy who's keeping her gave her a card with over 2 million yuan in it. Wu Di didn't say a word, silently picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Sitting opposite, Xiao Meng watched this unfold, thought for a moment, and said, Who told you that? You all know what Yang Zixi is like. Whenever she gets a chance to brag, she wants the whole world to know. Cheng Feng curled his lip. No need to think, it must be her own words. Old Wu, I'm not saying this to be mean, but there are plenty of fish in the sea. What's so great about Yang Zixi? Wu Di shook his head. Hey, I'm fine, it's all in the past. Come on, let's drink, let's drink. Xiao Meng quickly raised his glass. Don't just stand there, let's have a drink together. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. After drinking, Wu Di put down his glass, puzzled, and said, Do you think money is that important? I think it's important to some people, and not important to others. Tongshu chuckled, putting his arm around his wife and taking a sip. Like your sister-in-law, I had nothing back then, but I got through it, didn't I? Everyone laughed at his display of affection. Tongshu's wife playfully slapped him, saying shyly, Oh dear, we're an old married couple, with so many people watching. Knowing he was just trying to lighten the mood, Xiao Meng patted Shen Bing beside him, raised his glass, and stepped forward. Come on, brother Hammer, sister-in-law. Let's toast you both, wishing you a happy and harmonious life, haha. Tongshu laughed, then I wish you both a happy marriage soon, and that you'll soon walk down the aisle. Cheng Feng looked at Shen Bing, who was slightly shy and whose face was flushed from drinking, and silently drank a glass of wine. He was thirsty, for no other reason than that. Besides, a beautiful woman deserves wine, even if she wasn't his. Lin Xia, who had been watching Chang Feng closely, picked up her glass and drank with him, then hugged him with a smile, saying, "Actually, it doesn't matter if you have money or not, I don't care. I just love my crazy husband." Shi Xiameng twitched his lips but didn't say anything. "So, the person you like just happens to be rich? Don't let it get awkward, let's drink, friends." The group drank animatedly for a while, with Shi Xiameng diligently keeping the atmosphere lively. Wu Di would occasionally punish himself, Chang Feng would glance at Shen Bing while drinking, and Lin Xia was completely absorbed in Chang Feng's drink. She drank whenever he drank. Meanwhile, Fei Si, who wasn't particularly noticeable, watched Lin Xia clinging to Chang Feng affectionately, and joined Wu Di in his self-punishment. The Tongshu couple watched with smiles as they observed the joys and sorrows of these young people who had once left this place. When everyone had drunk their fill, they began reminiscing about the past while looking at the wall and the shop. After the commotion subsided, Hammer Bro interrupted everyone. After all the trouble they caused at his shop, wouldn't the couple be the ones suffering in the end? Stop it, everyone. I have a suggestion, whether you listen or not is up to you. The school has already chosen a new location, and who knows when it might move to some remote suburban county. You guys, while it's still light out, hurry up and go for a walk. Every day you go is one less day you'll have. Get some fresh air and sober up. Good idea, let's go, let's sober him up. Chang Feng pointed at Wu Di and beckoned. He just couldn't stand Wu Di being so dramatic over a mere fair lady, ruining himself like that. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Put your clothes on, it's cold outside. The group shouted and headed towards their former campus, where they used to laugh and chatter. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Yan was still working at the company every day, writing code. Besides Yang Zixi, he also had 2 more battles with Wu Mei. There was no way around it, Wang Yan was too good in bed, and Wu Mei, who had experienced it, would think about it all the time. During this period, his company's operations team developed a promotional plan, and the legal department gained a thorough understanding of who's advertising and who wronging. Both sides were cooperating and contacting who's advertising. Their company's advertising business was certainly not as large as the annual business of the listed company, Dada, so they were dealing with a Dong, the person who Qiang had chosen to compete with Shi Xiameng. Meanwhile, Shi Xiameng was still focused on his Dada deal. For Qiang, whether or not he secured the Dada deal was irrelevant, as his company's profits were already quite good. He had only seen an opportunity during his visit to Shi Xiameng's house and had some ideas. If he could secure it, it would not only expand his company but also elevate his own lifestyle. If he couldn't, it wouldn't concern him much, since he hadn't really expected it anyway, it was just a matter of manipulating Shi Xiameng. Consequently, Shi Xiameng was having a difficult time lately. Qiang was constantly pressuring him, and there was no news from Chang Feng, so he could only call Chang Feng frequently to inquire. With the end of the month fast approaching, the 38-square-meter apartment he had been longing for was about to slip away, and his 50,000 yuan deposit was about to be wasted. No one could understand Shi Xiameng's anxiety, and no one could confide in him, not even Shen Bing. Shen Bing always tried to comfort him with things like, "It's okay, just give up, or money can be earned back." While her words weren't wrong, they always sounded discouraging, and Shi Xiameng had grown tired of hearing them. That day, Shi Xiameng went to the company early. Yesterday, Qiang received a call from Dada, who said it was wishful thinking and called him in for a scolding. He said if things didn't go well, he'd be fired. He had tried to get an extension on the apartment, or even cancel the purchase and get his deposit back, but to no avail. He knew it was impossible. After all, the contract was clearly written in black and white, but he still held on to a sliver of hope. Of course, there was no chance of anything going wrong. He could only helplessly get himself drunk. Then go home and hold Shen Bing, listening to her comforting words. He went early today, hoping to perform well to avoid being fired, and to try his best to scrape together the money quickly. He arrived too early, no one else was there yet. Passing Qiang's office, he heard voices. "Brother Hu, are you really going to fire Shi Xiameng?" "Not really. I just want to force him to fight to the death. Maybe there's still hope for Dade's order." Why? Did date already say we shouldn't keep dreaming? Well, date hasn't given the order to any company yet. Maybe we still have a chance. Hearing the commotion, Shi Xiameng knew it was Hu Rongqiang and Nana talking about him. Driven by curiosity, he quietly went to the door to listen to their conversation. Suppressing his disgust, he listened to their flirting for a while, and then Shi Xiameng's spirits lifted. He knew the crucial moment had arrived. Actually, last time I went to Xiaomeng's house for dinner. Cheng Feng's feelings for that Shen Bing are definitely more than just ordinary. Hearing this, Shi Xiaomeng's eyes widened, and he subconsciously held his breath. The amount of information was too much for him to process. Before he could think further, the voices inside continued, Xiaomeng isn't stupid, you've already seen it all. Xiaomeng is indeed not stupid, he just hasn't figured it out yet. I understand Cheng Feng, that kind of spoiled brat, all too well. He won't give up until he gets what he wants. Xiaomeng might not be willing to back down. Do you know why I only gave him 30,000 last time? It's because he kept asking for last year's 80,000 bonus, and he also met a new rich person. The small amount I gave him was to keep him hanging on, to prevent him from. If he doesn't ask Cheng Feng for help, what other way out does he have? Shi Xiaomeng heard all of this clearly. He finally understood the truth of the matter and realized that his current predicament was all caused by Hu Rongqiang. Suppressing the urge to go in and fight Hu Rongqiang, Shi Xiaomeng turned and left. He didn't want to think about money right now, that was for later. Right now, he needed to find Cheng Feng and get to the bottom of things, to see if Cheng Feng really had any ulterior motives towards his girl. He called Cheng Feng as he left, not saying much, just asking him to meet him at the basketball court they often played together. Shi Xiameng hailed a taxi. He couldn't wait any longer. He just wanted to know if Cheng Feng was as Hu Rongqiang had described. Thinking about what Hu Rongqiang had said, he arrived at the court before he knew it. After settling the fare with the driver, Shi Xiameng, his eyes red, lit a cigarette outside the court to calm his agitated emotions. After smoking, he took a few deep breaths and strode into the court. Cheng Feng lived a bit far, so it would take him a while to get there. Shi Xiameng took off his coat and started shooting hoops by himself, seemingly venting his frustration. After a while, Cheng Feng arrived wearing sunglasses. What do you want? It's so early in the morning. Shi Xiameng tossed a ball, turned around, and walked to Cheng Feng, taking a deep breath. Hu Rongqiang said that if the advertising deal falls through, he'll fire me. That bastard Hu Rongqiang, Cheng Feng cursed. Firing you is just as good. Come work for my company. I don't want to owe you any more favors, really. I don't want to rely on you for everything. Shi Xiameng stared intently at Cheng Feng. My wife Shen Bing doesn't want me to owe you any favors either. Looking at Shi Xiameng's determined gaze, seemingly seen through his sunglasses, Cheng Feng's bad feeling grew stronger. In fact, he had a feeling about it when he received Shi Xiameng's call. He took off his sunglasses and asked, "What did she say?" Shi Xiameng, seeing him remove his sunglasses, already knew what was going on. She said, "Honey, I don't want a house, I don't want a car. What would I need those things for? Home is where you and I are." She doesn't ask for much? Cheng Feng said awkwardly. That sounds quite touching. Yes, Shi Xiameng nodded. I can't compare to you guys. You have everything, I have nothing. So now that I have this woman, I already have the whole world. Looking at Shi Xiameng's ambiguous gaze, Cheng Feng said, "Wait, you called me over so early in the morning just to show off your love and tell me how happy you two are together, right? Hey, you've been showing off in front of us guys for years. You should at least let us little guys show off our happiness too. Fine, if you called me over so early just to make me jealous, then you've achieved your goal." Shi Xiameng smiled, stared at Cheng Feng, and asked directly, "What are you jealous of?" Cheng Feng was taken aback, his eyes darting away. "I was just joking. We're buddies, what's there to be jealous of?" Shi Xiameng scoffed. "I'm not good enough for her. We'll get married and have kids someday, but I'm renting right now." "That's right, a man should make sure his woman has a good life. That's why I'm begging you, it's about the ad." Shi Xiameng still wanted to try. After all, so what if Cheng Feng likes Shen Bing? She was his woman now. He could just stop them from seeing each other, and Shen Bing's impression of Cheng Feng was already rather lukewarm. But if this ad deal went well today, his and Shen Bing's good days would truly begin. "Xiaomeng, I've been trying my best with this, really. But you know, My relationship with Lao Cheng. I know your difficulties, but if I were alone, I probably wouldn't have even asked you in the first place, really. But now I have Yaya by my side, so now I have to work hard. I can't let Yaya suffer with me and be unsuccessful forever. I want her to be happy. Cheng Feng sighed deeply. Honestly, even this ridiculous advertisement was giving him a headache. I understand what you're saying. Give me some more time. How long is some time? I really can't say right now. Shizayameng nodded, stretched, and didn't want to hold it in any more. He couldn't hold it in any longer. It was his best effort to restrain himself for so long. Cheng Feng, tell me the truth, have you never intended to do this? Have you just been giving me the runaround? Cheng Feng frowned. Xiao Meng, what are you saying? Shizayameng smiled disdainfully and stepped closer. Have you been hoping I would break up with Shen Bing? This sudden question caught Cheng Feng off guard, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Speak up. You found Shen Bing a job, found her a kindergarten, but your real intentions weren't what they seemed. You got me advertising, and you just want to use that to strangle me, hoping I'll kneel down and beg you one day, right? Cheng Feng had calmed down by now and shouted, Xiao Meng, listen to me. Speak. Seeing Shi Xiao Meng's agitated state, as if he wanted to kill him, Cheng Feng hardened his heart. Things had come to this point. There was no point in arguing. That's right, I've fallen for Shen Bing. I fell in love with her at first sight. I liked her from the day I helped you pick her up. Xiao Meng, I know I'm a complete bastard. I never thought I could do something like this. I actually fell in love with my brother's girlfriend. Brother? You still have the word brother in your heart? Shi Xiao Meng stepped forward and shoved Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng thought for a moment and said directly, Xiao Meng, please leave Shen Bing, okay? I beg you, I'm under a spell, I can't control myself. Xiao Meng, leave her, name your price. I'll give you everything I have, Xiao Meng. Shi Xiao Meng couldn't hold back anymore, went up and slapped Cheng Feng across the face, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cheng Feng, from today onwards, I don't know you. He had nothing else to say. That shameless guy had already made his demands, offering everything in exchange for them. What else could he say? Shi Xiao Meng, his eyes red, went out, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag to calm himself down. He took out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, found the number saved as benefactor Brother Wang, and dialed it. Before, he had thought he shouldn't bother Brother Wang unless necessary, but now he couldn't hold back anymore. Although he didn't know if Brother Wang would help him, this was his last choice. Hello? Brother Wang, it's me, Xiao Meng. Can I borrow some money from you? Yes, there's something I need. Okay, I'll be right there. Shi Xiao Meng, who had just hung up the phone with a smile, suddenly squatted down and burst into tears. He was so damn wronged. Thanks to the 8 brothers, and, for their continued support. Daily thanks to the brothers who voted with monthly tickets, thanks to the brothers who voted for recommendations, and thanks to the brothers who silently read the book. Chapter 148 Vomit in his face. Whether you're a man or a woman, crying isn't a sin. A good cry is indeed a good way to relieve stress and release emotions. After squatting there and crying for a while, Shi Xiaomeng wiped away his tears, stood up, and took a taxi to Zhongguancun. Following the address, he found the office building where Wang Yan's company was located. Hello, I'm looking for Brother Wang. The receptionist looked at the man in front of her with suspicion. Brother Wang? Oh, it's Wang Yan. Mr. Wang, are you Mr. Shi Xiaomeng? Shi Xiaomeng nodded. Come with me. Mr. Wang instructed me to take you directly to him upon arrival. Looking at the upscale office environment and the diligent employees along the way, it was impossible for Shi Xiaomeng not to have some thoughts. After all, this environment was far better than Huronqiang's. With such an environment, the treatment couldn't be bad, especially since Brother Wang had personally invited him. If he had accepted the invitation and worked here, perhaps he wouldn't be in this situation today. However, this thought was fleeting. After all, he had chosen his own path, whether he knelt down or not was irrelevant, and ultimately, he couldn't regret it. A short while later, led by the receptionist, Shi Xiaomeng arrived at an office inside the company. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Hearing the sounds from inside, the receptionist glanced back at Shi Xiaomeng, gesturing for him to follow, then turned and opened the office door. Mr. Wang, Mr. Shi is here. Wang Yan, who was working at his desk, looked up, stood up, and said, "Okay, you can go back to work." The receptionist politely nodded to Shi Xiameng and turned to leave. "Xiameng, what are you standing there for? Come and sit down." Wang Yan pointed to the tea table by the window. "Okay, bro." Shi Xiameng snapped out of his reverie and sat down. Stretching, Wang Yan sat opposite him, fiddling with a tea set. "So, you've figured it out?" This time, he didn't bother sending 2 thugs to follow and monitor him, because Shi Xiameng would always come looking for him. After all, he had no other choice. Shi Xiameng nodded, then said hesitantly, "Brother, I urgently need some money. I really have no other choice, and the only thing I can do is come to you." He had no time for pretense, he'd just say what was on his mind. "Money is no problem. I'm more concerned about what happened to you." Wang Yan looked up at Shi Xiameng. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw his eyes were a little red. He shook his head and said, "Looks like this isn't a good place to talk." Shi Xiameng, seeing Wang Yan staring into his eyes, knew he'd been caught crying and blushed slightly. "Sorry, Brother Wang. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? It's almost noon. Let's find a place to drink and talk." After tidying up the tea set, Wang Yan stood up. "Let's go." Shi Xiameng followed Wang Yan downstairs, still a little dazed. Wang Yan drove Shi Xiameng to Donglation. The weather was getting colder, and it was perfect for a warm meal. He hadn't had any in a long time. Once there, they ordered food and 2 bottles of erguo tao, a type of Chinese liquor. If we're talking about clarity, this is the thing, and it's perfect for Shi Xiameng. Sure enough, Shi Xiameng was quite reserved at first, but after a few drinks, he started blushing and talking to Wang Yan and the other man about his recent hardships. "Brother, you've met Qiang. That bastard is a real piece of work. A complete scoundrel. You have no idea, brother, how bad he is. Just to cut off my path, he promised an 80,000 yuan bonus, but only gave me 30,000. He said he had no money, that the company wasn't doing well, but that's all bullshit. He only gave me 30,000 because he was afraid I'd come to you. If it weren't for you, brother, he definitely wouldn't have given me a single cent. This is the first time I've ever seen someone go through so many twists and turns to give money. And, that damn Qiang." Shi Xiameng rambled on about how awful Qiang was, while Wang Yan listened to the story and drank, eating 3 plates of meat. "Brother, do you know what hurts me the most?" "What?" My good brother, you know Chang Feng, the one who ate at my house last time, right, brother? He actually likes her Shenbing, our girl. Do you think he's even human, brother? He even told me to leave Shenbing, saying I could name my price, and he wanted everything he had in return. Oh, he told me that a little while before he called you. Yeah, he's rich, I can't compare. So what if he's rich? What's the big deal? Does having money mean you can do whatever you want? You can trample on others at will? Why the hell would I even have the nerve to ask him for advertising? Shi Xiameng downed his 2 ounces of liquor and slammed the glass on the table. I've really lost my mind. This world is so dark, brother. Do you think we ordinary, honest people should be poor? Should we be played like this? Why is my life so hard? Brother, I've studied hard since I was little. Shi Xiameng choked up, recounting every little detail from his childhood until now, crying his heart out. These words had been weighing on his heart for far too long, and today he wanted to say them all. He simply couldn't hold back any more. He spoke with such misery and sorrow, but Wang Yan, as the listener, showed no empathy. Having experienced so much and witnessed countless life and death situations, he had naturally become indifferent to joys and sorrows. He was practically heartless. Do you hate him? Hearing Wang Yan's question, Shi Xiameng didn't give an easy answer, but shook his head blankly, remaining silent. After a long while, Shi Xiameng finished his drink, grinning foolishly. Brother, I won't lie to you, it's impossible not to hate him. But brother, what do I hate? Do I hate Qiang's scheming and plotting, or do I hate Chang Feng's interest in my girlfriend? Shi Xiameng wiped away his tears, seemingly nonchalant. In the end, it's my own incompetence. I should hate myself the most. Wang Yan nodded. While Qiang's methods might be despicable, there were many others even more despicable. Shi Xiameng was simply unlucky enough to be one of them. Come on, Xiaomeng, eat some more meat. You've drunk so much, you can't handle it without something in your stomach. Brother, then what about me? Shi Xiaomeng had drunk almost a pound of erguo tao, a type of Chinese liquor, and his emotions were still unstable. In fact, he had drunk far too much. He was just pretending to be strong because he hadn't received a definite answer from Wang Yan. Of course, no problem. Give me your bank card number later, and I'll transfer the money directly to your account. Wang Yan ate meat with a smile. As for your job, you don't need to work there anymore. After we finish eating, I'll go with you to Huronqiang to complete your resignation procedures. And you can work for me from now on. Shi Xiaomeng waved his hand and shook his head groggily. No need, Brother Wang. I can manage on my own, no problem. You better not. Don't let Huronqiang fool you with a few words. Wang Yan said, alright, it's settled then. Eat some more meat, we'll go over there in a bit. Wang Yan ate and drank with Shi Xiaomeng for a while longer, until after 1 p.m. before they finally finished. Shi Xiaomeng drank quite a bit more later, more than a pound of erguo tao, a type of Chinese liquor. Judging by the residue on his collar, he'd vomited quite a bit. Drinking too much is actually quite good, even though many call it cowardly or an escape. But after getting drunk, looking back, you realize the world isn't as bad as you imagined when you're disheartened, and you gain some courage to face things. Wang Yan intentionally let Shi Xiaomeng get drunk, to relax and vent, which was good. Watching Shi Xiaomeng sitting there nodding and swaying, Wang Yan waved to the waiter to pay the bill, then helped Shi Xiaomeng into the car and had a designated driver take him to Who's Advertising. The drive took over half an hour, arriving after 2 p.m. Wang Yan told the designated driver to wait in the car, woke the groggy Shi Xiaomeng, and took him upstairs. Shi Xiaomeng was so drunk he didn't even know what was going on. It was good enough that he was just following Wang Yan. Xiaomeng? What happened to you? A colleague, seeing Shi Xiaomeng's condition, rushed forward to help him. Oh dear, why did you drink so much? You know, oh dear. Shi Xiaomeng was generally well liked here. Aside from being a bit stingy, no one could really pinpoint anything wrong with him. They had all witnessed how much trouble his recent events had put Shi Xiaomeng in. While they couldn't help but feel a bit like bystanders, they were all just employees, and there was a sense of shared fate. After all, no one could guarantee they wouldn't be the next Shi Xiaomeng, or that they wouldn't be in the future. Wang Yan looked at the helpful employee. Excuse me, where's Huronqiang? He's in the general manager's office inside. The guy blurted it out quickly, only realizing his mistake afterward. This guy, bringing a drunken Shi Xiaomeng, looked like he was looking for trouble. He immediately pressed, "May I ask who you are?" to process Xiaomeng's resignation. Wang Yan pulled Shi Xiaomeng aside. "I'll support him, you go about your business." With that, Wang Yan led Shi Xiaomeng towards Huronqiang's office. Along the way, the employees who were slacking off watched the group, smelling the strong smell of alcohol in the air, and started talking amongst themselves. "Isn't that Xiaomeng? Yet, how did he get so drunk? Who's that guy? He's got some guts. Indeed, Xiaomeng must be at least 120 pounds, and he can carry him with one hand. Hey, aren't you guys focusing on the wrong thing? This guy clearly doesn't want anything good." The quiet conversations, one by one, grew into a buzzing sound. Ignoring the noisy onlookers, Wang Yan found the office with a general manager sign and pushed the door open. He was greeted by a clattering sound, followed by the rustling of clothes being straightened, and then, "What's going on? Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Huronqiang looked at the man in front of him, and the drunken Shi Xiaomeng behind him, his expression shifting slightly. He said, "Oh, Mr. Wang? Please sit down, please sit down. Nana. What are you standing there for? Go pour some tea." Nana, who was standing nearby, paused for a moment, then quickly went out. "Mr. Wang, you didn't even give me a heads up before coming. I could have prepared in advance. My apologies, haha." Huronqiang seemed surprised to see Shi Xiaomeng and quickly stepped forward. "Oh, Xiaomeng? How much have you drunk? Mr. Wang, I wonder what's going on here." Wang Yan put Shi Xiaomeng on a chair. "Nothing much, just came to help Xiaomeng with his resignation." "Resignation?" Huronqiang's chubby face froze, and he frowned. "Why are you resigning?" Knowing Wang Yan couldn't answer him, Huronqiang shook Shi Xiaomeng. "Xiaomeng? Wake up, wake up. Look, it's me, it's your brother Hu." The dazed Shi Xiaomeng couldn't stand the shaking and opened his eyes. He had already drunk quite a bit and was feeling unwell. The shaking made his stomach churn even more. Looking at the disgusting, chubby face in front of him, he couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. Caught off guard, Huang Qiang was vomited all over his face, even his open mouth tasted a little. He froze, his mind blank, unable to utter a single word. Because if he opened his mouth, there would be, Brother Hu, I'm so sorry." After vomiting, Shi Xiameng stepped forward and wiped the vomit off Huang Qiang's face, trying to clean him up. Just then, Nana opened the door with a cup of tea and walked in. Seeing the scene before her, she exclaimed, "Shi Xiameng, what have you done?" She was about to kick Shi Xiameng away. Wang Yan looked at her calmly. "Can you be quiet?" Nana wanted to throw a tantrum, but seeing Wang Yan's emotionless eyes and Huang Qiang's previous attitude, she ultimately remained silent. With a disgusted expression, she looked at Huang Qiang and Shi Xiameng, glared at Wang Yan, angrily put down the tea, turned around and went out again. She was going to find something to wipe Huang Qiang's face. Shi Xiameng slapped Huang Qiang's face repeatedly, muttering, "Brother Hu, I've always treated you like my own brother. How could you do this? You're a real bastard. I have to say, you're really cunning. But you didn't expect this, did you? I heard everything today, I heard it all clearly. You say." Finally, Shi Xiameng added, "You really are my good brother, huh? Brother Hu, ha ha ha." Wang Yan, who was watching the commotion, chuckled and said, "Boss Hu, did you understand?" Huang Qiang, who had been bombarded by Shi Xiameng, had recovered and heard what Shi Xiameng said. He quickly shoved Shi Xiameng away and turned to glare angrily at Wang Yan, who was supporting Shi Xiameng. "Wang Yan, leave some room for maneuver." As he spoke, he felt a residue on his lips and smelled the stench around his nose, and he bent over, gagging. He helped the unsteady, stumbling Shi Xiameng, pulling him aside with a look of disgust. Wang Yan considered slapping or kicking Huang Qiang, but seeing the mess he was covered in, he ultimately decided against it. His intention in personally intervening was to let Shi Xiameng experience some human warmth, or simply put, to bring Shi Xiameng along for a less than refined display of arrogance, a cliched scenario of slapping someone in the face. However, he hadn't expected Shi Xiameng to be so opportune, vomiting all over Huang Qiang's face. While disgusting, it was undeniably more impactful and cathartic than any attempt at arrogance. Judging from Huang Qiang's angry yet disgusted expression, Shi Xiameng had succeeded. Nana, who had just run out, rushed back in with water and tissues, enduring her own nausea, and helped Huang Qiang wipe himself clean. Shi Xiameng watched angrily as Huang Qiang, constantly gagging, burst into laughter. He swayed as he got up and went to Nana's side to get some paper and water to clean himself up. Although Shi Xiameng himself was disgusted, he still rubbed his hands disgustingly, then turned back to Wang Yan, who was watching the commotion, and grinned foolishly. "Brother, that's fucking awesome, that son of a bitch Huang Qiang. Thanks to, name too hard to think 101, for the 5,100 coin donation. Thanks to, 7 Realms Wei Wei, for the 100 coin donation. Thanks to, 1 Eastern Peak 0 Vanguard, for the 100 coin donation. Thanks to, Book Friend 160,425,124,516,526, for the 100 coin donation. Thanks to Reading User, Mr. Wall, for the 100 coin donation. Thanks to, Scholar Washing Hair with Pantene, for the continued support. Daily thanks to the good brothers who voted for monthly tickets, thanks to all the brothers who voted for recommendations, and thanks to the brothers who silently read the book. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.